All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring this meeting back. We do have some ground to make up, and we are going to do our best to do that. So for those of you who have traveled here to testify, please be courteous of those that come after you, which means we definitely need you to be as concise as possible. I will reiterate that we all have emails, and you're welcome to email us any additional testimony that you have if you feel that we need to know something. And certainly a way to reach out to us is by sending us whatever you have via email. Otherwise, we're gonna make sure we stick, when there is legislation, we're gonna stick testimony directly to the bill, and we're not gonna repeat testimony, and we're gonna do our best to catch up some time. And we'll move right into the Wyoming State Hospital with our director. And then, Mr. Thompson, come on up. Welcome to Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, Stefan Johansson, I'm the Director for the Wyoming Department of Health, joined on my left by Franz Fuchs, who is our Deputy Director of the Department of Health, and glad to be up here with Alan Thompson, the Director of the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief in my comments, hand it over to these two in a minute or two, and then I know there's a lot of very good and qualified folks from law enforcement and others who would like to address you after us. At our last meeting, your last meeting in Torrington on this topic, we gave you a presentation on some of the issues affecting the state hospital in terms of our capacity, also in Title VII for criminal forensic clients, the wait list and wait times for services at the state hospital. I won't belabor those points. The data has not really changed in the past month or two since we last met, so you can kind of assume that our wait list, our wait times are roughly the averages that we presented to you in Torrington. The real takeaway from that presentation was, what does that mean upstream and downstream for systems other than the Wyoming State Hospital? And primarily the reason this issue was brought to your attention is because when the state hospital is full and when our wait list grows or maintains it where it's at now, that puts a burden on our law enforcement system, primarily on our detention centers and jails around the state who are holding these criminal defendants or detainees awaiting admission to the state hospital. That requires a lot of staffing, a lot of oversight, very difficult behaviors from some of these detainees, things that your Department of Health and our state hospital are very well aware of. As I testified to you in Torrington, our wait list for inpatient admission for the forensic side of the state hospital is hovering around 4 to 5 months right now from the time the order is issued, and something that, as you've heard me say before, is not acceptable. There's a variety of reasons for that, including our limited bed capacity, and especially in recent years, our very real struggle to staff that facility with the appropriate amount of CNAs and nurses for the direct care needs of the hospital. So the hospital in Evanston is exactly 104 beds. Right now, with our staffing levels, we can operate about 80 of those beds, and that's what we are operating today. What you asked us to do following that presentation in Torrington, and really excited to report back to you today, was to continue our discussions facilitated by WASCOP, but our discussions with sheriffs and law enforcement on ways that we could propose to you to not only make this system more efficient, but also improve the service delivery in that system and ultimately reduce burden on not only the state hospital in terms of its limited bed capacity, but especially on our jails and detention centers around the state, who on the front end of that system are shouldering a lot of burden from those capacity issues. I believe we've come up through 4 or 5 meetings since our last joint judiciary meeting in Torrington. I've had very fruitful, in my view, very fruitful and frank discussions with multiple sheriffs and outlined a proposal that we bring to you today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude and hand it over to these guys by saying this is one spoke of the wheel in a lot of behavioral health changes that Wyoming, the legislature and the executive branch and the judicial branch have been making in the past couple of years. This proposal that you'll see today and that we will discuss, I think is part of an overall momentum that from my perspective is very positive for Wyoming. Namely that with your investment, we have new facilities at the State Hospital in Evanston, new facilities at the Wyoming Life Resource Center in Lander. These are beautiful new facilities that were built, constructed several years ago, but we are fully occupying now. In addition, the Department of Health, with legislative support, has fundamentally reformed its community mental health system to pay for those services differently and also prioritize directly populations like this to be better served in their communities. Law enforcement involved populations, acute psychiatric populations, high needs children and their families are distinct legislative and Department of Health priorities for community mental health funding. And finally, our judicial system. You are aware of several pilot projects that are going on to divert very sick, behavioral health populations who may have committed misdemeanors or been charged with misdemeanors to have diversion options available in some communities. I'm pleased to report that in Campbell County, Natrona County, and Laramie County, those programs are up and running. And we also have a small but hopefully growing pilot project for telepsychiatry services that the Department of Health funds in jails. That's actively being provided in Laramie County Detention Center, and that team, Sheriff Kozak and his team, have done a phenomenal job implementing and trialing that program to see if we can provide more rapid access to treatment for some of the most critical, severe, and sick detainees in their detention center. I hope they would agree with me. I think there's a lot of kinks to work out. There's a lot of questions about how to scale something like that. But in that pilot program, I'm very pleased with the results. And something like this that you'll hear today, again, I think it's part of this overall menu of changes that we've been discussing legislatively and in the executive branch and judiciary for a couple of years, and could be a real opportunity to keep that momentum going. With that, Mr. Chairman, I said I would be brief. I'll hand it over to our Deputy Director, Mr. Fuchs, to walk you through the document that you have in front of you that outlines the proposal.
All right, Deputy Fuchs.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Again, my name is Franz Fuchs, Deputy Director of the Department of Health. Mr. Chairman, happy to walk you and your members through the handout. It's Department of Health branding, but it has WDH WASCOP Jail-Based Services Bill Draft Proposal as the title. As the Director mentioned, this was really the fruit of a lot of very productive talks with the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police and a subgroup of sheriffs that came together to really kind of hammer out these details. Really focusing on, how do we address this issue with specific to Title VII, which is the forensic psychiatric treatment and evaluation of folks that spend a lot of time in county detention centers and jails, and obviously have raised this issue today. We sort of have erred on the side of simplicity in this bill. We feel it's very a relatively simple insertion to statute. I'll go over it in a second. I just really kind of want to cover the, what's the point of this? What's the point of this program? The point is not only compensating jails for the significant costs they might incur by handling these detainees, but it really is we're also trying to build a component where to encourage rapid treatment and evaluation so we can actually grow and distribute the treatment capacity across the state, potentially. This would again be a voluntary one-to-one, contracts between the Department of Health and the participating sheriffs. So every situation would look different, every contract would look different, but our intent is really not only just pay for the costs or compensate the costs, but also try to improve the system, make it more efficient. And really, that would benefit all jails across the entire state if that wait list can be reduced. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to go through. Really, there's three major components here. One is we're establishing the statutory framework that allows us to pay enter into these contracts. We currently don't have such a program, so that's required as part of, we believe we should put that into Title VII to give us a statutory basis to pay the jails and sheriffs. And then there's a section where we amend some of that statute, and then finally we have an appropriation. That's $2.5 million per year, or $5 million on the biennium, and the idea is to allow us to pay for those services, sort of an average of around $230 per diem, and sort of projecting the current caseload of folks on the waiting list. So with that, the bottom of the first page, Mr. Chairman, this is in a bit reverse order because Section 1 typically creates the law. And so this adds to the very end of Title 7, Chapter 11, that basically adds a section here called Duties of the Department of Health as to designated facilities other than the state hospital. And what it does here in A is with respect, so facilities is defined in the very beginning under 101, but it says with respect to facilities other than the state hospital that it designates as qualified to provide security, examination, or treatment under this act, may enter into contracts or agreements with designated facilities for security, examination, or treatment that include provisions regarding payment. So this sort of gives us the statutory authority to develop and implement those contracts. Section 2 amends the definition section, so now we're kind of moving to the very top of that chapter. So now 711-301, and amends facility to include facilities designated by the court or the Department of Health, and adds at the end, a facility may also include a county jail when pursuant to a contractual agreement between the county sheriff and the Department of Health under 711-308. And so what this does is by changing that definition throughout the entirety of that statute, anything that refers to a facility in Title 7, Chapter 11 would also include these sort of contractual agreements where county jails essentially could do many of the same things as far as security, examination, and treatment of the accused. And then Section 3 appropriates $5 million for the purpose of paying facilities under this act. And it effective date, July 2026, the appropriation would end, but we do include language here of its intent to the legislature to include it in the standard budget for the subsequent biennial. So, Mr. Chairman, that's a brief overview of the bill, 2 pages. I'm sorry, bill draft, proposed bill draft, 2 pages, relatively simple. Again, we sort of erred on that side of simplicity. The contracts, I think, will all be unique. Every situation will be unique, and we really wanted to emphasize the voluntary nature of this. The ability for us to tailor the contracts to every jail situation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to stand for any questions on this proposal.
Co-Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So explain to me, if the state appropriates $2.5 million that then passes through Department of Health to various sheriffs around the state, how does that incentivize faster access to care? It doesn't seem to me that that makes any difference in terms of incentivization.
Deputy Fuchs.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think the answer, obviously in the contracts, we would have to develop the devil's in the details in those contracts. And what we've envisioned in our initial discussions with the sheriffs is sort of a tiered rate structure. So we may pay a base amount for just the sort of security component, just holding folks, right? We would then try to incentivize treatment by paying a higher rate. If you're actively treating this person, we can pay a higher per diem. And if you're succeeding in restoring that person to competency in a short period of time or reasonable period of time in the jail, in the confines of the jail, if you can restore them to competency so they don't even need to go to the state hospital, we could add another payment on top of that. Obviously, the details are important there. But I think the idea is we would have this tiered structure to really incentivize treatment happening at the jail level.
Okay, Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Fuchs, so are the county jails equipped to provide this evaluation themselves, or are they going to be contracting out with local psychologists or other professionals to do this work?
Deputy Fuchs.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Chestik, the evaluation itself is actually done by forensic psychologists that are contracted by the state hospital. And we do that on an inpatient and outpatient basis. So those psychologists actually go to jails today to do evaluations. And that would continue. The outpatient evaluation side, the wait list there is much, much shorter. It's usually 30 to 60 days for an outpatient evaluation. So the evaluation side is not really the issue. It's more the treatment, right? Somebody has to be stable enough to be evaluated and then restored to competency. And oftentimes, if they're not treated, that illness can get worse and worse until they finally get a bed at the state hospital, at which point they could begin that recovery process.
Go ahead, please.
So the evaluation money is already in the budget. So what does this $2.5 million per year go? What is it paying for?
Deputy Fuchs or Director Johansson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Chestik, it's a good question. So I'll give you a few examples. In some cases, you have detainees who have already been evaluated by the state hospital. And let's say in this example that our evaluators at the state hospital have deemed the person to not be competent and The judge has issued that order, and essentially what will happen at that next step is to be ordered for restoration at the state hospital inpatient. That's where this wait time, this wait list comes into play because we're at capacity. And so there's, however many weeks or months that wait time will be until a bed opens up, that detainee is essentially in a queue. So your question's a good one in that we can set up the structure, even have money appropriated to compensate jails for both holding and in some cases treatment. But how does that happen? Do jails have the capacity to do it? And it's a mixed bag. Some do have better capacity for treatment and others do not. The reason I mentioned before in my opening remarks that this is part of a broader effort on behavioral health reforms and redesign around the state is we do have some more resources and better policies now than we did in the past to pay for, incentivize our local community mental health centers, for example, to potentially be able to provide that service. Again, to your point, is that available in the same capacity in every community? No, but we're trying to grow that. So your Laramie counties and your Natrona counties, even your Campbells and Sheridans can look a little bit different than a much smaller rural frontier area that might lack this capacity. In addition, we do have, again, as I mentioned, it's a small pilot project right now for the Department of Health to provide telepsychiatry services to a jail directly. And that's something that could potentially grow over time. So to answer your question, it is kind of a mixed bag. This doesn't mean that the system of treatment and the treatment capacity around the state and in jails is fully available now, but would set up the structure that for detention centers or jails who want to go further in that direction to provide treatment, even medication in some cases, to try to help stabilize some very violent, high behavioral individuals, at the very least to get them back into general population as opposed to isolated one-on-one, two-on-one staffing, those types of things. There's some tools that are available, and I would envision that over time, if the legislature deems this an appropriate vehicle to not only compensate jails for holding Title VII detainees, but potentially growing that treatment capacity over time, then our community mental health resources could be a very big part of that picture in many communities because, as I mentioned, in statute, what you all passed several years ago that directed us to reform our community mental health funding, jail-based and law enforcement-based or involved populations are a top-tier priority for our community mental health system. But again, I don't want to throw them under the bus because that treatment capacity is a mixed bag around the state as well. But that would be part of the vision here. And I hope you'll hear from some folks today that even before you all discuss and vote on a piece of legislation like this, we do have those treatment resources in some cases more involved in your detention centers. Not perfect. Don't get me wrong. This is not fully functioning in every community, but community mental health centers and providers that are interested want to provide these services in jails, want to be that provider to be able to achieve some of the goals here.
Okay, well, let's go to Senator Kolb and then we'll come over here to the representatives.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, thanks for coming in, but this does address a longstanding issue. My biggest concern now is the details. You have this, $230 in here as a placeholder, and now you said that, well, it could be this and it could be that. It kind of varies, a sliding scale. So I think it's important to know what the sliding scale is because it might be $50 a day for all I know for a county jail as one issue. But more importantly, overarchingly, this is supplementing your budget, that budget request you have in here. And I would argue that you're actually saving money by delivering services sooner and getting people out of the situation they're currently in, which is your goal here, right? But you're actually saving money. So I think with getting away the motivation to, get arms around this, just throwing more money at it. I mean, for the budget request, just throwing more money at this. I would argue that you're saving money. I would argue that they should come out of your budget unless you can prove that there's some overarching, fiscal problem you have with trying to make that happen. So how do you justify asking for money for something you already do, I suppose, because you're delivering services? I commend you for doing what you're trying to do here. This is a mechanism to go forward with. But trying to just ask for more money, I am deeply concerned about, well, why? Why are you why are you needing more money when you already have a budget to do what you're currently doing in a not very timely way, right? Which is the problem here. It's not happening quick enough. So really, I guess if you could drill down on that or to explain more about what I just had asked, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Johansson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Senator Kolb, your comments are well taken. Two things. One, we are not doing this or paying for this in any capacity right now. We don't have the statutory authorization to compensate jails. So that in that respect, it's very new. For example, in Title 25, the civil statute that involves the state hospital, there's a statutory framework that after the first 72 hours of detention in a Title 25, we compensate the designated hospitals or the treatment providers. That's outlined in statute, and we modeled this after that. So in that sense, we're not funneling any money to for Title VII detainees to jails or detention centers. So in that sense, it's very new. Secondly, again, your comments are well taken, but I'll push back gently on the savings component. You're right. In theory, doing this quicker, more efficiently will result in lower cost to the system, but whose system? In general, that would be the law enforcement detention center system because they are staffing these patients, et cetera. And right now, our capacity at the state hospital that I mentioned, just on the Title VII side, which is about a quarter of our full state hospital capacity, we have a wait list of 25 to 30 right now. And so the cost savings would not accrue because number one, we're not pushing money out the door. That's fixed cost at the state hospital, those beds and the staff that are there. So until that wait list would drop to zero, if this program were successful, I think you'd see system-wide efficiencies where less fixed costs are being dedicated to that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I wouldn't see the black and white dollars and cents on savings in the Department of Health budget. It's more of a system of care with the law enforcement detention centers and then ultimately the state hospital.
Senator Kolb, follow-up?
Yeah, quick follow-up. Yeah, my point was it should be a push. Point is that it should be kind of equal on both sides. I mean, it's great as an efficiency saving, right, for the people like in Sweetwater County, for instance, I mean, which I'm sure you're aware of. So it should be just reallocating dollars in a different way, in a more efficient way. I mean, well, devil's in the detail once again, but I'd like to know more about it if that's not the case. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may. Senator Kolb, that's fair. And it's a good question. Right now, the cost in the system of whether it's holding a detainee, treating a detainee, or holding and treating a detainee at the state hospital, it's all subject to the court order volume that we get, which we don't control. So over time, as we presented in Torrington, you've seen since about 2015 this steady growth in the volume of Title VII orders. Won't get philosophical with the committee. Is that because the population is more mentally ill, or is that because we're committing more people or using this as a treatment system in lieu of other resources? Those are deeper questions, and I think you're right, warrants a lot of investigation, analysis, which we can help the committee with. But essentially, per the law, if a court has a misdemeanor or felony detainee, there's a plea of not guilty by reason of mental illness or a question about the mental competency of the defendant. That order volume from the judicial system dictates, how many people are in it, and then ultimately our capacity, I think, dictates what the overall system cost would be, if that makes sense.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question about when we were in Torrington, you gave us the potential solution, new resources page. And this said the Department of Health, the estimated costs were $3 million per biennium, assuming 35 people per day, $100 per diem paid, and then the 1.2 times adjustment for the potential additional demand. And now it is 30 people per day. I know that's what's on the waiting list, but it's gone from $100 per diem paid to $230. Tell me about what happened since Torrington.
Deputy Fuchs.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Broughton, the short answer is we talked to the sheriffs and we learned more about their costs. We learned more about the difficulties they've had dealing with the detainees. That $100 figure was sort of a placeholder based on our estimates from the previous session on, hey, what does DOC pay? What what's a roundish number that we can kind of put a placeholder in that appropriation. That's where that came from. But the second more in-depth answer there is, we're looking not just at holding people, right? That was kind of the answer for that question. $100 a day kind of maybe pays or compensates for holding somebody.
For what?
For holding somebody, for a share,
Oh,
just to
okay.
pay the cost of holding and dealing with somebody with behavioral health issues. But what is the cost of, now we're trying to incentivize treatment, right? We want to try to improve the system and its efficiency. Now talking about medication, right? You're talking about staff to administer those medications. You're talking about, psychiatric evaluation and prescription of medication. So there's a bunch of other treatment costs that may be incurred as well. And that 230 is, again, an estimated average. We don't obviously know what, this system doesn't really exist that we're talking about, right? So we don't know the exact cost. We don't have the claims experience, as it were, for this. But that's hopefully an explanation of why the number is different.
Okay, follow up, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for that, because that was a big leap there. And then, so on the proposed bill draft, up at the very top where it says that the contracts and agreements with the designated facilities will be for security, examination, and treatment. Help me understand how will these costs be accounted for and reported on? That these specific things are what this money will be used for, and examination and treatment, I understand. Tell me about security.
Deputy Fuchs?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Broughton, so in this bill draft, we were trying to use the same language that's already in the statute. So if you look at the existing Romanet 2 that defines facility, it talks about security, examination, treatment. That's where those words came from. I think if you all or the legislature at large wish to have a reporting requirement or elaborate in more detail what we should be paying for and direct the structure of those contracts, we'd certainly be open to that. But for this proposal, again, we erred on the side of simplicity. We borrowed language from the existing statute that refers to security, examination, treatment throughout that entire chapter. And that generally kind of fell within the bucket of, security is kind of like holding people, right? Examination is the forensic examination, and the treatment is the psychiatric treatment.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, gentlemen. My first question is about your telehealth and your psychiatry in the Laramie County Jail. Could you tell me what approximately that small program is costing you now?
Director Johansson?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, thanks for that question. Right now, it's very small. We're paying our contracted psychiatric provider around $1,000 to $1,500 a month. That is not a standalone line item in my budget. It's something that, because of discussion at this committee last year and the Labor Health Committee and others, and in conjunction with those diversion programs that we talked about, which Laramie County has piloted one of those as well, another tool in the toolbox for the jail. And it does two things, Representative Lean. One, it allows, an MD level psychiatrist to treat, and using telehealth to make it more efficient to provide prescriptions or treatment recommendations to the jail-based healthcare team. And secondarily, where I think more of the innovation was in that type of program is since the Department of Health, since my department is providing and paying for the MD level psychiatrist, we can offer a certain amount of liability protection to the jail, which can be a real barrier to providing service. These are tough populations, and things like involuntary medication administration and those types of psychiatric treatments that we do every day at the state hospital is not a pool that a lot of other entities want to wade into. And part of that is because of that liability on the back end, and we're able to offer some protections there.
Hello?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that answer. My next question is, when we're talking about a facility and we're in defining it, would there be something in your rules that would make it so that the local county jails would need something like isolation rooms in order to qualify for this payment?
Director Johansson?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Leedon, another really good question. And yes, possibly. Again, erring on the side of simplicity in this statute, you'll see permissive language here as opposed to shall. And that comports with Title 25 statutes that are similar to where the Department of Health may enter into agreements. And as Deputy Fuchs mentioned before, and I think it's very important to mention, you've seen one county jail dealing with behavioral health issues in Wyoming. You've seen one county jail dealing with behavioral health issues. The situations are very different. Local treatment options are very different. Physical plant and layout is very different. We would want to tailor these agreements or MOUs with detention centers, if authorized, to be very specific to that detention center's needs should they want to participate. So I know it's a frustrating answer right now as we initiate discussions about a potential program that you all can consider, but really, from my view, I think it would benefit us to be flexible, that what works and what is working or starting to work now in Laramie County Detention Center might not be the same for Sheridan or Campbell or Uinta.
All right, Senator Crum?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question would be, number one, thank you for what you're doing. I really commend you on this idea and where it's headed. But what is the patients would go to the county jails, a lot of those probably may end up in county hospitals and local hospitals. In this money, is there money to reimburse those local hospitals for their services? Because I know right now many rural hospitals and sheriff's departments are back and forth with each other on who should pay for what, and it's really hurting the rural hospitals, and frankly, it's hurting the sheriff's departments too. So is there any money in here to offset that cost for the sheriff's department and the rural hospital?
Director Johansson?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Crum, you guys are hitting me with a lot of good questions. So specifically in this draft bill proposal, no direction for the department to get involved in those relationships with jails and hospitals. On the macro side, though, I would mention that this type of revenue, whether it's just for the holding of a Title VII detainee or for those that are interested voluntarily to build more treatment capacity in the jails, and as you see, get reimbursed on a broader scale for that, I think that revenue generation alone for the detention center, and I won't speak for them, I'm not a sheriff or a law enforcement officer, may aid in those costs that are incurred for outside treatment that might be provided by hospitals.
All right, Mr. Thompson, let's see what you have to add to the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan Thompson, Wascop. I would just like to say that this is kind of a limited adjustment to statute intended to give 23 different sheriff's offices the opportunity to have a unique contract with the Department of Health based on their ability to provide services or housing or none of the above, and still be able to recoup some of the loss that these long stays incur from some of the Title 27 or Title VII holds. I'd also like to kind of tag on to that last question that was asked and indicate that this specific issue doesn't typically cross over with the local hospitals. This is housing someone subject to criminal charges in a jail waiting to get to a hospital, and other than an emergency room visit or something like that, which would typically be covered by the sheriff's office budget for medical, this portion of mental health, I don't think touches a lot on that issue with the revenues that are affecting community hospitals. But I would also like to say that we have a host of sheriffs online and in the back of the room here that have specific examples and would be able to answer specific questions. I would just like to say that from WASCOP's perspective, we're trying to get to something that 23 sheriffs can agree on to craft to their needs specifically.
Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, it just kind of came to mind about my county commissioner days that we had people under holds in our county jail that frankly did something to themselves and then had to be treated. And that whole cost was bared by the county, no matter what it was, no matter where it had to be. We had to treat that person. So are we doing anything about that? I mean, is there any contemplation of the extra costs that counties face when it comes to issues with that person who becomes a patient? Just what's your thoughts? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, who wants that one? Director Johansson?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I think that's exactly on the behavioral health side what we're addressing here. So with detainees in Title VII who, again, whether felony or misdemeanor charges are deemed by a court to be incompetent, you can either have behaviors that are already present when the jail receives them or that can manifest or develop. And I think this type of program, this ability to tailor reimbursement both for holding and potentially for treatment to more rapidly stabilize a client like that could eliminate some of those incurred costs that can get very extreme. And you'll hear from folks today, I'm certain, certainly know of those situations myself, and we deal with the same population at our hospital in Evanston. It can be very challenging with the self-harming, the aggression towards staff or other inmates. I mean, we talked about a lot of that in Torrington, and I think not for all, but for some, when you really think of the tip of the pyramid of those acute clients that have those behaviors, one client in a county detention center stabilizing and not experiencing those behaviors, immediately alleviates those incurred costs that are both medical on the healthcare side, security and staffing, where you have to have eyes on 24 hours a day. I think that's essentially what we're trying to alleviate through these reimbursements.
Co-Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Thompson, it seems to me that I like the stair-step approach that if you provide more care, more treatment, you get reimbursed at a higher level. But it also seems to me that there needs to be a stair-step here for duration so that the longer somebody is held by the sheriff, the more it's going to cost the state to keep that person in jail. Otherwise, I think we could unintentionally create an incentive where it was beneficial to the state hospital to let these people languish longer in the county jail rather than be expeditiously moved to the state hospital. So your thoughts on a stair step for duration, that you pay an entry level and then it doubles at 90 days or 60 days and then doubles again at 120 days and something like that?
Director Johansson or Mr. Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would say that the discussions that we were having almost always came around to finding out a way to not incentivize people staying in the jails and protecting. So the sheriffs that would enter into these agreements are keeping that in the forefront of their mind. I think that is a good way of discussing that in those contractual agreements. But I also think, well, I would leave that up to the sheriffs. I think they could provide some better testimony on that, but I think that that's a great thing. I'd also like to add, we didn't mention this earlier, if this works out the way we hope it will work out and certain jails take on that extra treatment component, there's a chance that that patient, that inmate, won't be at the state hospital, or if he is at the state hospital, we will be there for a shorter duration, which then opens up bed space for this 10-bed jail that's not partaking in any treatment. So we hope that this speeds up the process on both ends of it, but it does require a lot of work on sheriffs and the Department of Health in making those agreements fair and equitable across the 23 sheriff's offices.
Director Johansson? No, you good? Okay. Maybe we can, sure, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for coming. My question has to do with the $2.4 million that was just awarded by the Hemsley Charitable Trust. What kind of an impact might that have on this program?
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So that, we talked about cogs in the wheel of mental health, and that is a different cog in the wheel. And my hope is in 3 years from now, we're making a serious impact in this because we're making inroads on the front end. So the Helmsley Charitable Trust provided funding to WASCOP to field virtual crisis care to the communities across the state that want this. And what that is giving a mental health professional access to that person going through a mental health crisis at that initial contact with law enforcement, like the time that they're considering a Title 25 or prior to criminal actions. If there's a criminal action that's occurred, law enforcement is going to investigate that criminal action and might result in an arrest. This is solely trying to intercede before we get to the point to have this discussion about what we're talking about today. And our hope is by using that program on the front end, people are given more opportunities for treatment for mental health, connected with their local community mental health provider, and have a kind of a wraparound care program for them on the front end before we end up with them in jail.
Satisfied? Okay. All right, let's move to our sheriffs. We've got some in the room. We've got one online. If you plan on testifying, come up and fill the chairs. You don't all have to testify. All right, we'll just start over here on my left.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Walsh. I'm the undersheriff for Converse County. And should we just go through and do introductions, or?
Nope, if you have something to tell us, go ahead and let us know what you want us to hear.
Thank you, and please keep in mind, everybody, that I'm fairly new to being the undersheriff position in Converse County and have a fantastic jail administrator here with me. I would like to give an overview of this. So we've got people that are being held pending an evaluation to determine whether or not they can go to trial. Everybody understands that. Then we also have the individuals that are a danger to themselves or others. And depending on the community, there's resources where an officer can pick that person up, do an involuntary committal on them, and get them to a mental health services. That's not the case in our county. If the individual is violent, if he's violent towards medical staff or something along those lines, then they end up back in our detention center. And so you can see that obviously not a real therapeutic place where a person can be treated like they need to be. We do offer many of the telehealth services and that kind of thing that Captain Alvarado can describe, and offer medication for those things provided they're willing to take it, and we run into some issues with that. So we've got issues where people are in a detention center where they'd be better served in a mental health facility. So, and obviously, being reimbursed for the time that we're spending with these people is a fantastic thing. I think in addition to that, consider some of the smaller agencies like mine where we may need outside resources that are not a detention center for some of these people.
All right, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Next, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Perry Rockfam. I'm the Chief Deputy with the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, and I'm the Detention Administrator. So I oversee our adult facility and also our juvenile facility as well. Our daily population average is about 250 inmates a day. 48 to 49% of those inmates have been diagnosed with a mental health illness. 11% of those have been diagnosed with a severe mental health illness. Those are the inmates that their behavior is so bizarre and so dangerous to staff that they have to be housed and treated completely different than most of the other inmates. I don't mean to be graphic, but I think you need to understand what we deal with. We're dealing with people that are trying to drink their own urine. We're dealing with people that are spreading feces all over within the cell on a daily basis that costs us $1,000 a day to clean these cells, and we can have multiple cells in this kind of situation. The burden of caring for these people has been placed on the county. So a prime example, if I can give you kind of a real world example, is let's say you have a Cheyenne Police Department member that goes to a disturbance call downtown Cheyenne and they find someone who is intoxicated. They then arrest them for public intoxication and they have a mental illness. Sometimes the reason why they're drinking is to medicate themselves because of their mental illness. At that point, it's a city ordinance. Their time, if they were not mentally ill, would probably be 2 or 3 days in the jail, and then they would be released. We will then care for them medically and with our mental health staff for up to, like Director Johansson said, up to 5 months. Sometimes that's been up to a year. That burden has been placed on us. We have 5 mental health master level counselor positions on our department. We also have a complete medical staff that runs 24/7. That's costing us about $3.5 million a year for us to do that. We also just remodified a couple cells, pods for us to make them special management housing unit cells to be able to care for these people. That was probably an expense to us of about $750,000. We had to put cameras in all the cells. We had to take out all the furniture and put psych furniture in there as well. We have all these issues with wound care, medications, and things like that. So we're caught in the middle between the state not being able to meet our needs and the city as well using us as a way to house these people to deal with their crime. So the burden is placed on us to take care of, take care of these people. We are mandated by federal regulations on how we are to care for these people. And so we can't just ignore them. We have to provide the same level of care medically as offered in the community. The challenge that we have is that, and there was a mention of, taking them to the hospital. They can't go to the hospital. The hospital can't handle these people. They don't have the capability. We have had people that have been released from the jail. They've been put on emergency detention. They go to the hospital and they're only there within an hour or 2 hours, and they assaulted medical staff. They come back now with an additional charge. So what does that mean? They're in our jail even longer. And we start the process all over again. So when we're dealing with these people and the challenges that we have, it is a difficult thing for staff. We have been very proactive in Laramie County to try and address this issue of how we handle the people with this mental illness. And our drive is because of staffing. It is a huge stressor on staff when you've got someone who's actively trying to commit suicide. And now it's our responsibility to keep them alive when they don't want to stay alive. So that means constant checks all the time. Last year, we had 30 suicide attempts in our facility. Year to date, because of the efforts that we've made with our medical and mental health staff, year to date, we've had 8. We have made huge strides in better caring for people, and our goal is that they leave better than when they come in, and with that, it is costing us both on personnel and with our cost of just operations. It doesn't end. We have to care for these people 24/7, 365, and it's a challenge for us. And for us, we don't think it's fair that we have to bear that burden as a county. Now, fortunately for us, we have commissioners and we have a sheriff that is proactive and is seeing how this is impacting our staff and how it impacts people when they're coming in, that we've decided to try to make a difference. And so we're doing everything we possibly can to do that. And so we're just coming here today to say, we need help. This is not just our problem. And so, I appreciate your time and your willingness, and I really appreciate our partnership with the Department of Health and Director Johansson, because we are using the telepsych program. And the successes that we've had is that we've been able to use the telepsych, do an evaluation, get forced medications, get that person stabilized, and then get them back into general population. That's a huge success. We've had situations where they no longer have to go to the state hospital because working with our mental health staff and our medical, we can get them competent again to stand trial, and they're not going to the state hospital. And for us as an agency, we want to be able to help other jails as well, because we don't have jails that have the resources that we do, but we want to help build a program statewide so that we can help smaller jails. So my background is, I came from Cody Police Department. I was there for 20 years, was the chief of police there for 12 years before I retired. And getting back into law enforcement, I understand the challenges for rural jails when they don't have the resources that we do. So our motivation is, how do we help the state in dealing with this issue? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, thank you for your testimony. Very interesting. Following up on the question I asked earlier witness, there's $2.5 million per year appropriations suggested in this bill. If that appropriation were to happen, does any of that $2.5 million come down to your level? And if so, how would you be using that money?
Well, obviously, we have daily costs of just the cost of holding people is a cost to us, because we're having to pay for medical, we're having to pay for mental health and stuff. So that would definitely support us in helping us cover some of those costs.
All right, thank you. Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would just echo
Can you
as well.
just start by giving us your name?
Yeah, Captain Alvarado, Jail Administrator, Converse County.
Thank you.
Just echo what was said, just from a smaller jail standpoint. Our average daily population in Converse County runs around 40. We deal with the same problems, just on a smaller scale. Even when we have one Title VII individual, it is a huge hinder on operations. One specifically that comes to mind is a female subject that was ordered to the state hospital, spent 215 days in our facility prior to being transferred. And it would have been longer. She ended up getting a bowel obstruction and needed emergency surgery. And that was the only cause for her being transferred out, where she probably would have been there longer. Some of the costs that you were, not only the mental health side, but you have just regular housing costs as well as the food, the clothing, and then not to mention the housing space. A lot of these individuals for us, I think it was mentioned earlier, single cells, stuff like that. When you don't have single cells available, they end up taking up a full pod, which for us could be 8 beds at a time, which is a huge problem for operations. Representative Washit, the tier you're talking about for trying to get them out of facilities quicker, after 90 days, it doubles or whatever, I think that's a fantastic idea for a smaller jail. We'd like to just see them go to the state hospital as soon as possible.
Representative Co-Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great to see you again. One of my former students, by the way. Can you talk to us a little bit about the impact of monitoring these types of inmates, as was just described a little bit ago? What's the impact on your personnel? Do you have detention officers who say, I'm out of here because I didn't sign up for this? I was all about keeping bad guys in jail, but I'm not here for this. What's it like for your deputies dealing with these types of people?
Absolutely, I'm glad you brought that up. It's hugely stressful on them. Even though they don't work 5 days a week, they work 3 and 4 days. They are, by the end of it, you can sense their attitude change, which is not even good for the patient in itself, because by the end of the 4 days, they're pretty much burnt out, which leads to higher levels of use of force and everything like that. And just detention centers alone struggle in staffing and getting people. So when you add this into the mix of it, it's like, I didn't sign up for this. And it is hugely stressful on them. And you can definitely just see it in their appearance by the end of the week, and then their personalities, their mindsets, everything. So it is very taxing on them, especially if we had another individual that attempted suicide and was very close. And when you have to deal with the aspects of, the blood and what you have to see and all that, that's something else that is hugely taxing, and especially on a younger deputy that wasn't prepared for that, so.
All right, thank you. You're up.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to visit with you again today. My name is John Harlan, Natrona County Sheriff. I'll keep my comments. I think there's been a lot of great testimony. I'll try to keep my comments specific to this proposed bill draft in front of you. I'm speaking in favor of it. It appears before you as a result of a collaborative effort between sheriffs and the Department of Health. So our idea was to keep it very simple and not too convoluted, and it simply allows the Department of Health to enter into an agreement with sheriffs. So we understand that sheriffs' offices and counties are so diverse across the state that each one has a different capacity and capability to offer services. But the overarching goal here is to allow sheriffs to recoup some of the cost for housing inmates in one, which also creates an incentive for the Department of Health to speed up the process. And the other goal is to allow sheriffs the ability to bring in services or have staff services provided. And we're talking specifically about Title VII defendants that are waiting to go to the state hospital, that have been ordered to the state hospital by the courts for a competency evaluation or restoration. So very narrow. Again, this is just one spoke in a giant wheel of mental health that we're talking about, but there's a significant cost to that. So if I hold an inmate on Title 27 that's waiting to go to the state hospital for 6 or 7 months, there's a cost there. At about $100 a day, there's a cost just to hold them. And that doesn't speed up the system. That doesn't affect what happens after. These are pretrial detainees. And it's important that that's a large cost there that we're looking at. So the goal for all of us, I think, is to reduce the wait times. And this is an opportunity to not only incentivize the Department of Health to speed up the process and reduce those wait times, but it also gives the sheriff a capacity, if their community resources are able to facilitate that, or the sheriff has the capacity on staff to provide that evaluation service, the restoration of competency, which reduces the wait time. So it's certainly not my purview on the appropriations request that's attached to this, but I can tell you that we did have a lengthy conversation in our working group about what that looks like and how that works. And I would like to touch on Senator Kolb's comment earlier about there being a wash. And sir, I agree with you. I think in the long run, there will be a cost savings. But unfortunately, I think it takes a little time to realize that. I don't know if that materializes as a dollar for dollar wash, but I think in the long run, as you make the system more efficient, those wait times shrink, which is going to be a cost savings to the local sheriff in housing, and also reduce that capacity demand on the hospital. So as a person that's involved in budgets quite a bit, I do think that there's a cost savings associated. It might be a little bit of an appropriations to start with to realize that, though. And we talked about that at quite length, a lengthy discussion. So I do agree with you, sir, for whatever that's worth, but I just don't know how that's realized up front. And there were some other comments about the cost going from maybe $100 to $230. And some of our internal discussions included that each sheriff figures their daily inmate costs differently. Ours is essentially what our overhead is divided by our average daily population. And that fluctuates a little bit, but that's just the housing side of it. And what these contracts would give us the flexibility to do would be to look at a tiered approach. So depending on what resources the sheriff has or what resources the community has to bring in, we would be able to bill at different levels, whether you're just providing the security side of that definition, which is the detention of that person, would be one cost. If you're providing evaluation services, that could be an additional cost. And then if you're providing the full restoration, would be a third cost. And again, that would be one of those costs in the long run that would start to wash out because the state hospital would not have to provide those services there. But in the big picture, I think being able, just having the opportunity to provide those services locally, not only would get somebody out of our jail faster, which reduced the cost on the citizens, but it would also work towards that end goal. Because you got to remember too that some of these folks are very high needs, and not only do they cause a problem when they're in the detention center, but they'll go through this whole process. If they are incompetent, they're released from custody back into the community. the process starts all over again, sometimes the same day. So these problems really need to be addressed in the long-term idea, and it takes some work and some cost up front to get them out of the system in the long run, because if we don't do that, it's a continual cost. It just keeps going and going. It's never resolved. So this is one spoke in the wheel, but I think good things are happening. And I would like to publicly thank the Department of Health and Director Johansson. He is really involved on the sheriff level of trying to just work through some of these problems and think outside the box. And I've really been humbled to be part of that, and thank all of our legislators that are involved, because this is really a big society-wide conversation that we're having, and good things are happening. Wyoming people are coming up with solutions for Wyoming people. So it's a good thing. I think it's a step in the right direction. The appropriations thing, I think that's flexible as you move forward. I do think you're going to realize some cost savings that offsets the appropriations, but for now, I think investing a little skin in the game on the front side is going to pay dividends in the long run. Thank you. I stand for questions.
Co-Chairman Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, good to see you. My question has to deal with liability exposure. Seems to me that we've got one of these high needs inmates. Every day they're in your facilities like a day of playing Russian roulette. You know, is this going to be the day when they're actually successful in attempting a suicide, or when they seriously injure one of your personnel? Can you talk to us a little bit about what you sense as a sheriff in terms of liability exposure? I think there are due process questions here about somebody who's facing, a $50 fine, but they end up spending 9 months in jail, right? Those kinds of things. So you talk to me a little bit about your sense of liability exposure.
Sheriff Harlan.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for the question. You know, I do think as elected officials, it's incumbent on all of us to preserve and defend the civil rights of folks. And I can tell you, earlier we had quite an audience of attorneys in the room, so I'd be reluctant at that time to speak about this, but we're tiptoeing on violating some civil rights, I believe. And much to your question is, how long do we detain somebody as they're waiting to go through this pretrial process? Some of these folks that we're talking about are being detained in this constitutional catch-22, which we have to preserve their right to understand that what they're being charged with and participate in their defense. But at the same time, this wait period is sometimes exceeding what the maximum sentence on that crime would be. And I got to tell you, I've got some heartburn over that. I think everyone's intent is to reduce that wait time and make the system more efficient. There are some significant roadblocks in making that happen. And essentially what you're seeing is the effort to think outside the box and to come up with solutions to pick apart that problem. And it's a good thing. And yes, sir, you're right. We're talking about a population that has very high needs. And many times we are struggling just to prevent them from hurting themselves or from killing themselves. And it is tough. It's tough on staff. There's an extreme liability there. And it's tough on the facility itself with property damage and whatnot. The problem is gigantic. And I don't want to go waste your time and go too far down the rabbit hole, but that's essentially what it looks like. And this bill is a step in the right direction to be able to work towards a goal, I think. And it has potential for great success. It's going to take a little bit to get there, but it's not doing anything is not a solution. But thank you, sir.
Great. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the sheriffs for coming today. I have a high amount of respect for all that you do for our communities. My question is about your budgeting process, and I know that there's a lot of moving pieces that come with it, but how far into the negative, if at all, has this pushed you? And if you can't answer that now, could you please get that information to Mr. Thompson and share it with the committee?
Sheriff Harlan.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lyon, thank you for the question. The way that I personally budget is the upper middle of the average daily population, and that creates, because this is a foreseeable problem at the moment. So I account for it in my budget, so I don't run the budget into a red. I just think that's unethical, but so I have the capacity in my budget to account for that. Essentially, what the ask would be on our side is to recoup some of that cost. It's the same thing as contract housing with the Department of Corrections or any other outside agency. There is a cost to hold people, and when the court orders that person to go to a state facility to receive treatment, it's that in between that we're footing the bill for, and the local citizens are paying that cost when it's the responsibility of the state. So I also think, and I've talked to Director Johansson about this, but I do think there's an incentive there too, because the Department of Health is accountable for that cost and they're paying it. So that incentivizes moving the process along. The term that we use internally, sometimes it's informal, but we call it warehousing. So if it's cheaper or more convenient to house somebody somewhere else, that's typically where you house them. So we don't want to create the illusion that it's cheaper and more effective and efficient to house them in the local jails, but we also want to create a little bit of incentive for the Department of Health to continue their efforts to streamline that process. But again, I think in the overall picture, anything that sheriffs can do, Department of Health and all of us, if we can reduce that wait time by either providing services internally or creating a window, if I can provide services internally, take those people out of the waiting list, that shrinks the waiting list for other sheriffs that don't have that capacity. So the overall goal from all these different angles is to shrink that to where it's manageable, to maintain their civil rights, to reduce the burden on the taxpayers, whether it's the state's pool of money or the county's pool of money or municipal pool of money. Yeah, I think in the long run, that's where you're going to see the benefit.
Senator Kolb. And then we've got some additional testimony, so let's take this question and then we'll try to get some other folks in here.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. I don't know who's best to answer this question, but it looks to me like we're going to have a problem with resources because of not enough money. And I am concerned now, after listening to testimony, that there's different levels of care expected at different counties. And I think that's a kind of a mess. And I just wondered maybe if Director Johansson had a comment about this, are they going to enforce a certain standard of care in a county when they give reimbursement? Because I'm hearing maybe a multitude of different ways of doing this, because, county sheriffs are elected folks. And thank you for what you do, by the way. Thank God there's people willing to step up and do it. But how are we going to get this under one umbrella without having, Laramie County might want to have all these professionals come in, and maybe Natrona County doesn't want that, or maybe Sweetwater County is somewhere in the middle. Just what are we going to do to have one standard level of expectation of care?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, Sheriff Harlan.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I certainly think Director Johansson can weigh in on that, but that is exactly the idea. So the thought of having the same capacity and capabilities across the state is probably not a reality. This simply allows the sheriffs to offer up what they can do. And again, if in Natrona County, if we can offer a lot of these services, that pulls that person that we're offering service to, pulls them out of the system, pulls them out of the wait. So if another sheriff does not have that capacity, then the person that needs to go into the system from their side has a shorter wait time, and we can get them to the state hospital. But the level of services would certainly be dictated by the Department of Health. It should be relatively consistent because evaluation's consistent, the restoration process is consistent. Whether I can provide that or not would be up to the agreement between the sheriff and the Department of Health. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, all of you. Appreciate all the hard work you've put into this. Appreciate you coming and testifying before us. Really appreciate it. And then we're going to jump online to Mr. Dominguez.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Levi Dominguez, Sheridan County Sheriff. And just want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to us and with this testimony. You know, before lunch, you all were asked a question, and maybe not asked, but the question was brought up as opposed to talking about a solution or finding a solution to maybe where there isn't a problem. And what you have before you now and what's been presented to you right now is a clear problem that we have in our state. And I think a solution that is a result of a collaborative effort that was from not only the sheriffs, but the Wyoming Department of Health. And I just, you know, I'll be clear in those comments, but I think it's very important to know that, you know, prior to this bill draft, there was no ability for, you know, county jails or detention centers to be compensated for what we're already doing, for what we're doing right now. And so allowing that language to be put into this bill that allows, you know, county detention centers, you know, county sheriffs to be a designated facility and allows, you know, those sheriff's offices and detention centers to be compensated for either the housing or the treatment that's being done while these Title VII inmates are in county jails when they were ordered to be in the state hospital or to be evaluated. Just another quick, you know, I'm not going to talk about stories or anything like that because I think all of the, you know, the sheriffs and, you know, their, you know, command staff have done a great job of showing that. But this will just allow the process to be more efficient. And it'll provide a smoother opportunity for state hospital and sheriffs to treat or evaluate or restore competency through this process, and it'll be a much quicker process for that. And again, I would like to echo Sheriff Harlan's comments of just thanking the Wyoming Department of Health of coming to the table and discussing this with all of Wyoming sheriffs to kind of come up with a solution. And so again, I will just end on the fact that you do have in front of you right now a clear problem and a solution moving forward. And with that, I'll just end my comments.
Thank you, Sheriff Dominguez. Appreciate you joining us. Do we have any questions, committee? No? Thanks again. Any other public comment? That was it for online, I think, right? Go ahead and close public comment. Committee, do you have a pleasure?
Is this our bill draft?
This is not our bill draft, but you could have it, it would be your option to have it drafted for the next meeting.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved, and was that a second by Senator Cope? Moved and seconded to have a bill draft reflective based on the proposed bill draft from the Wyoming Department of Health. Any amendments or discussion on it? Yes, Senator Hicks.
Just having served quite a while on the Appropriations Committee and just knowing the nature of the Department of Health's budget to an extent, I think rather than putting appropriations in here out of general fund, what may be probably more in line with something the committee want to be considered would have the chairman draft a letter, go ahead and do the bill, but make a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee to try to find that $3 or $5 million. And the reason I say that is it's not unusual when the Department of Health has a $2.2 billion budget to have a number of reversions at the end of the year. And I think it'd be much better to fund this out of those department reversions if they come back versus a general fund appropriation. And so that's a suggestion. We go ahead and draft the bill, but draft it without the appropriations and then have the chairman send a letter to the Appropriations Committee and say, you know, this needs to be funded. It's a recommendation to this committee, but look at all those sources. Typically, I think reversions would cover this cost in the Department of Health's budget, but it's more likely to get funded if we do that than just doing a general fund appropriations. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman, based on my previous experiences.
So we'll start with your amendment to remove the
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did contact at least our House Appropriation Chairman and just to discuss this and see if this, make sure this was on their radar. And at least at first blush, he said that there wasn't a problem with that. So I just wanted to let Senator Hicks know that it made some outreach on that same topic.
Wasn't a problem with looking for the money, or wasn't a problem with the
He
appropriation?
didn't think there was any conflict, they didn't seem to be having an initial problem with it, so they are, at least on the House side, aware, but
It's on their radar now.
it's on their radar.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, no. That amendment does carry. Are there any other amendments to this proposed bill?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Crum.
I am concerned, as we heard from testimony, guys and gals hurt themselves in this situation. They end up in the county hospital, that somehow there's funding to take care of those patients as they go to the hospital to be healed up from that emergency situation. We're putting undue pressure on our local hospitals and also local sheriff's department if there's not some money in there to do that.
Is that a motion?
That'd be a motion, but I'm not sure what the dollar amount is, but
For the local hospitals.
for the sheriff's department to have some money to pay the local hospital for those emergency services when these people hurt themselves.
Okay. It's moved and seconded for creating a placeholder for an unknown dollar amount. Representative Washit.
I was wondering if the bringer of the motion would agree to just let us put that in the letter as well, that when we write the letter to the Appropriations Committee, that we tell them, there's this program, and then there are probably additional costs that are being borne presently by the counties, and there may be an ask coming from the department to help with those costs as well, rather than creating a second appropriation, that just let us put it in the letter.
Are you good with that, Senator Crum?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that, and then if we find out more detail, we could make an amendment.
Okay. For now, will you withdraw your amendment?
Perfect.
All right. So we know we're drafting a letter, but let's return to the proposal first. Are there any other amendments or discussion on this proposed bill? Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it be possible to ask for WASCOP to gather some numbers from previous budgets on what it's costing our jail system now to house these folks?
Yep, I'm getting a nod. We can get that. Okay. Anything else? Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, if we can, I don't know if it's ready to move forward as a bill draft, but certainly I'm willing to move it forward. I'm just concerned about the cooperation between the Department of Health and the Sheriff's Departments, just how that's going to look. The details. Are we going to leave it up to rulemaking authority, which would scare me even worse. But I am concerned about the details of how we're actually going to do it. The concept is good. I'm good with moving it forward, but I don't feel comfortable letting it go at this point. Are we proposing a bill draft, a final bill draft, or just a bill draft? Just a bill draft.
Yeah, this is just a bill draft,
All right, then
so we'll have plenty of time to discuss it.
Then I forget what I just said then. Thank you.
Don't forget we did pass the REINS Act to alleviate some of your heartburn over rulemaking.
No, and Senator Boner's out there somewhere, so.
Yeah. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Senator Kolb. Okay. Anything else on this bill draft? No? And we just, all those in favor of the bill draft signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and then we have a directive for the letter. Mr. Fuller, you got all that on the letter? Okay. All right, anything else on this topic? Very good. It is, wow, it's noon, it's lunchtime. All right, we'll just move right along to our next topic. We're just a couple hours behind. Mr. Attorney General, welcome.
I just wanted the process to get back to closed, does the hospital make the request, or does the sheriff make the request, or he gets the money and pass through the Department of Health? It's great. Better certification. This was
Just let the room kind of clear out and let that door close. Attorney General Couts, welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Chairman Olson and Chairman Washut, senators and representatives, thank you for inviting me here to introduce myself and to answer any questions that you have about the Attorney General's office. About half of you know me. Several of you, we had a great session, I think, kind of a law school for legislators over in the auditorium, explaining, and I got to present to you and explain how I feel about the judicial system and how it all works in Wyoming. And so for those of you who weren't there, and there are some of you new ones, let me introduce myself real briefly. I'm a Wyoming native. I was born in Torrington, grew up on farms in the Goshen County area. I attended high school at Huntley, Wyoming, and graduated from high school in Torrington. I graduated from the University of Wyoming in 1975 and from the University of Wyoming Law School in 1978. Then I went into practice, and I was really fortunate, just blessed to have tremendous opportunities in my professional career. I got to work with a great lawyer named Bob Kester in Sheridan. Then I worked with former Judge Sawyer and Mike Warren in Torrington. And then in 1992, at the end of 1992, Governor Mike Sullivan appointed me to be a district judge for the 8th Judicial District, which is Converse, Goshen, Platte, and Niobrara counties. And so I started that in January of 1993, and I did that for 22 years in the east part of your state. Although my career was I was so fortunate because that district had one of the 2 lowest caseloads in the state. And so I got called to go all other places in the state of Wyoming. And what a great thing it is to work in all across our state and to get to know all the clerks of court and the lawyers and all that. And I got to try a case in every county courthouse in the state of Wyoming except Lincoln County. And I had that on my schedule for July of 2015. But then Governor Meade appointed me to the Wyoming Supreme Court, which I went in 2015. So I was on the Wyoming Supreme Court until March of 2024 when I reached age 70 and had faced mandatory retirement. Since I retired, I was doing some speaking, some teaching, continuing legal and judicial education, and I was doing some mediation for lawyers, and I really enjoyed that. And then I came out of retirement to take this job as your Attorney General. You might wonder why I would do that. I was not unhappy being retired. In fact, my wife and I were really enjoying it. But the truth is there are, I think, 4 big reasons why I took this job. The first one is the governor called me, and I took that very seriously when the governor asks you to do something for the state. The second reason is somewhat related. The state has been really good to me. I have 31 years with the judicial system, and I've seen how it works, and I very much appreciate the state of Wyoming, and I felt like I'm willing to pay something for that. I'm willing to do some service. The third reason was, for those of you who saw my presentation, I'm a legal nerd. I have lots of other interests too, but I really like the law. And I wasn't unhappy being retired, but I'm really happy being back around lawyers. It's a good thing. And I know most of you wonder, how could you like being around lawyers? But it's a good thing. And then the fourth reason is there's part of me that really likes teaching and mentoring. And I knew quite a few of the attorneys in the Attorney General's office. And the way that office is structured, I would love for all of you to come and check it out sometime. Come visit me at my office, and I would love to explain how it all works. But like much of state government, we have some that have been there for quite a while and are experts, and then we have a lot of lawyers with 1 to 4 years experience or 5. And in the middle, there's kind of a hole, and I think that's true for state government too, because the state trains up these people and then private business takes them. And I'm looking forward to, I've already started this, mentoring and working with those young lawyers. And Chairman Washut, you asked about some of my goals for the Attorney General's office. One of my goals is to help those young lawyers really excel and exceed their wildest expectations, to represent the state really well, and to stay if they can stay. I would really like to see us do that. And so that's one of my goals. You asked about those goals. So another of my goals is not too much different from when I was a judge. And that is, I'm motivated pretty exclusively by the law. I know there's politics and I know there's public opinion and all kinds of stuff out there, but what I want our office to do is get the law right, to advise our agencies as best we can, getting the law right, to defend the state of Wyoming or represent it, whether we're a plaintiff or a defendant, getting the law right, putting that forward as much as we can. And this is a great spot for me with that attitude because, as you know, we're not an elected Attorney General state. And so I don't have to worry about public opinion, and I don't have to worry about making press conferences and influencing people. I just have to worry about getting the law right. And so that's my vision for the Attorney General's office. There's lots of other little things or more minor things. We have a few places to fill vacancies. There are a couple big vacancies that we're working on right now. Getting a good grasp of all of the things that the Attorney General's office does. It was my first job, and I've been there for 5 weeks now, and I'm only partway along that. For those of you who aren't really familiar with the Attorney General's office, there's 7 divisions, and in those 7 divisions, one of those is called the law office, and that law office has 6 departments, and I could explain how all that works. But among those divisions, we have the law office I mentioned. We have a fiscal unit that administers all of the finances for all of these other organizations. Then there's the Department of Criminal Investigation, which is under the Attorney General. And if you don't know, that has 3 parts. There's the investigators and the law enforcement officers. There's the State Crime Lab. And then there's really an important part of that called the State Crime Information System. And that lets all of our law enforcement people have information across state lines. You've heard of NCIC, that's where that works. And from one county to the other to get information about criminal things. So that's what that works. The Law Enforcement Academy is under the Attorney General's office. And if you haven't been to Law Enforcement Academy, please go. They have a tremendous program. Just last month, they were at an international conference and won an award as one of the top training systems in the world. And a number of other states are coming to watch what we do in Wyoming for training police officers. Then connected with that is the police officer standards and training. And Director Terry is here to help you answer any questions you have about that. Victim Services is under the Attorney General's office, and then the Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. So all those things are under the Attorney General's office. On a daily basis, I'm going to just focus on the law office. And the law office has 65 lawyers. They represent almost all of the state agencies. They represent the state of Wyoming in any kind of litigation it gets into. They provide advice to most of the agencies again. We have a civil division there and a criminal division, and the criminal division represents the state whenever there's an appeal in a criminal case. And sometime I want to talk with you about this, but I'm not going to do it today. It's a unique thing. Wyoming is the only state in the United States that has this oddity. The state of Wyoming doesn't ever get to appeal a criminal case. The only defendants get to appeal. And anyway, when defendants appeal, and they have a right to appeal, our office represents the state and represents, supports what happened in the trial below. We have a Medicaid fraud control unit in our law office. We have a Human Resources Division, which represents the Department of Family Services in all those kinds of cases. It represents the Department of Health, has a Consumer Protection branch, and you know, the Consumer Protection branch makes a little money for the state of Wyoming through a big tobacco settlement and an opioid settlement case. We have a separate division for torts whenever the state gets sued. And I'm sure you're all aware, but the current state of things is that there are these cyclical lawsuits about school financing, and so that division handles those things as well. And then we have a Water and Natural Resources Division, and that's a big deal to the state of Wyoming. That includes representation in all kinds of agricultural areas, in water, in endangered species, wildlife, game and fish, all those kinds of things. And by the way, we have a vacancy right now for an attorney representing the game and fish. It's a plum job. So if you know somebody who really would like to do that, what a great job that would be. So there's our office. Let me tell you what I found when I got there. When I got there, I was quite impressed with the quality of work and the quality of lawyers that I have. I found a lot of lawyers who are dedicated to the state of Wyoming and to really representing their agencies well. I also was really impressed with the quantity of work that they're doing. You're going to hear me say before too long, maybe the next session, that we need a little bit of help. And I'll just give you an example for that. There's this big fuss, going on over the Colorado River. And we have an attorney who's recognized as probably the top dog lawyer in the whole country on the Colorado River. Great lawyer, but he's one guy. And for example, Colorado has 5 lawyers working on this thing. And I don't know how many Arizona has working on this thing. And unfortunately, it looks like this is going to go to litigation. We were hoping it doesn't, but that sure could happen. So you'll hear me talking to you later about, we probably need a little help to beef that up, but that's what I found when I got there. I also found a lot of quality. I was really impressed at the DCI. I got to visit all of them. I got to visit the Law Enforcement Academy. I worked with victims services. I'm impressed with the quality of what I see there. So my report, Mr. Chairman and senators and representatives, is a positive one. I'm really pleased with what I see, and I'm really honored to get to sort of try to lead this group of great lawyers. So there's as quick as I can make it. Do you have any, and I mean it, if you're down in Cheyenne and want to come by and take a look at our office, and I can go over, there's a great statute in the Attorney General's section, and it lists 15 specific things that the Attorney General is supposed to do, and we could talk about what those are and how those play out and how lawyers do that. I would love to visit with any of you about that. Senator Crum, you and I haven't personally met him. I met all the rest of your senators, but my wife student taught in Rawlins, and I think I watched you play football. So that'll tell you how old I am. So there we go.
You don't have to answer anything, Senator. Deacon, please. Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Attorney General Couts, thank you for your service to the state of Wyoming in all of the capacities. Really appreciated the presentation you did last year about the law and in the judiciary and stuff for the legislature. But I was just wondering if you'd like to open, and thank you for your enthusiasm. It's infectious. But specifically, there's a rumor that always floats around the Capitol, and based on your experiences and your desire to be an educator, that you can tell a legislator a lot, you just can't tell them very much. And so I was wondering if you'd like to opine on that.
No, I don't think I'll comment on that. Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think I'll just enjoy our relationship and leave that one where it is.
He's going to exercise the fifth. Okay. Yes, Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, AG, Judge, you past life, you look a lot happier. That's what I wanted to say. I don't know why, but you're smiling more than you ever did when I had seen you as district court judge or Supreme Court justice. So congratulations.
I think there's a judicial rule of ethics that prohibits smiling.
So, Mr. Chairman and Senator Kolb, on the bench in front of me, I had a sticker that I made myself, and it says poker face. And the lawyers once told me that I had a left eyebrow that somehow would go up when I was skeptical about one of their arguments, and they would watch that eyebrow, and so I really tried not to telegraph it. But isn't that a great thing that now that I get to smile and I get to react, and I enjoy working with you. So thank you for the observation, and thank you for having me here.
Co-Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I just want to say how thankful I am that you said yes when the governor called. I think you'll be a fantastic choice as Attorney General. This committee sees so many different topics that affect so many different things around our state. And many of those are really big pressing issues. And historically, the Attorney General did not come to our committee very often. And I just want you to know that you always have an open invitation, because I think there are some of these issues that really benefit from, what do they call it, gravitas of your office, the bully pulpit of the Attorney General, stepping up and looking at these issues that are affecting our state, talking about them in your budget, asking for legislation in support of some of these initiatives. And I think you'll find a willing and ready audience in this committee. And I just thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Chairman Washut. We're all on the same team. I really appreciate that invitation, and we are on the same team, so I look forward to it.
Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, Mr. Couts. Many years ago, you took my children on a tour as a Supreme Court justice, so I appreciate that. My question is about the standard in training. So forgive me, I missed your name earlier. The new officers, we just heard about how they're being exposed to these defendants that are for Title VII that are being held over. In your new trainings, are you incorporating some of that for them so it's not quite so abrasive when they do encounter it?
Right into Director Terry. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, would you like me to introduce myself?
Yeah, just for the record.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Robert Terry. I am the Post Executive Director. I am also from Wyoming, graduated from Evanston, and just a couple years after the AG, I attended the University of Wyoming. After graduation, I was hired by Laramie Police Department and spent 23 years with the Laramie PD, and I recently retired, serving as the Assistant Chief of Police. I then took over post in May of 2025, which brings me to my current position now. So thank you very much for having me. In addressing Ms. Lean, post hasn't necessarily developed training for it, but we would be very open to looking at the training, and then what we do is approve the training for post credit. We'd be very interested in looking at some program for that.
Great. While you're in the hot seat, did you have anything else that you wanted to share with us, or are you mostly just here for any questions that we might have?
I'm definitely here to stand for questions, but I would like to talk a little bit about posts and what we do, since I do have the floor, if I may, sir.
Are we all done with the Attorney General? All right, thank you, Attorney General Couts. Appreciate you joining us, willingness to come and meet with us in the introduction, and look forward to the relationship. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Post, for those that don't know, is a member of a commission. It's a 7-person commission comprised of the Attorney General, law enforcement, and non-law enforcement professionals. The commission members are appointed by the governor, and Post is responsible to ensure that all peace officers, detention officers, corrections officers, dispatchers, and coroners, as well as instructors in those fields, do meet state minimum hiring and basic training requirements, as well as ongoing training requirements. We maintain the files of all of those certifications, personnel, and monitor and enforce all mandated standards for certification. And as the post director, I'm also responsible for investigating and initiating decertification action when warranted. As I said, I took office in 2025, May of this year. I was a bit overwhelmed. When I did take office, I found out that there is a lot of ongoing cases from the former director, Chris Walsh. In 2024, he had 46 cases for decertification. Not all those resulted in, but they were in some form of discipline or complaint. We maintain about 3,600 files each month, and that's representative of approximately 137 organizations from the police department, sheriffs, coroners, dispatch centers, and state agencies. In 2025, I have received 12 complaints that are ongoing, and I am also trying to catch up and maintain the caseload that I inherited from all the way back to 2020 and 2017. I still have a case. So in post, my office consists of 2 people, myself as the director, and I do have one other person that is the training and certification coordinator. Her name is Patricia Carson, and quite frankly, she does most all the work. She handles phone calls, emails. She does a lot of the approvals of training and the certifications. I learned that on average, we approve approximately 700 plus training events per month. And in the last year, we validated 8,680 in-service training programs for fiscal year 2025. It's a very busy office, and that doesn't include the complaint side of our office. So I think I'll respect your time, but I do stand for questions.
Thank you, Director Terry. Questions, Co-Chairman Walship?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, welcome. I'm sure we'll see a lot of you in the coming months. There were several things that came up with post issues over the last year. I'm assuming some of those were relayed to you, perhaps some of them not. One of the issues, we had a bill draft dealing with the issue of in Wyoming, peace officers can serve up to a full year before they're certified. And when you think about the liability of that, the reason that we provide a professional academy is because it's a high-risk endeavor, right? And there's a lot to the job, yet by statute, we allow peace officers to serve for a full year before they're certified. And people say they recognize that maybe that's just a necessary evil, that logistically, we may not be able to get around that. But when we talked about that last year, one of the concerns was that the departments would try to offset some of that risk by field training, kind of an FTO program before officers went to the academy. And yet I think Director Walsh told us at that time there were only 2 or 3 departments that had certified their FTO programs. And I'm just wondering if your office, I know you're swamped with investigations, so that's part 2 of my question for you. But Director Walsh talked about the possibility of formalizing some process so that departments that are forced to put officers on the street solo, armed in a marked police car before they go to the academy have some level of training that we all can have confidence in. And I just want to know do you plan on working on that? Is that still underway? Is that likely to carry forward? And related to that,
There's 3 questions.
well, yeah, okay. So related to that is your staffing. You know, yours is probably the only agency in state government that has an executive director and 1 employee, right? It's a strange bureaucratic arrangement to have that type of thing. And in the past, they've relied on contract investigators to take some of that workload. Can you talk about how working on something like the FTO certification takes a back seat to doing investigations, and how you work around the fact that you're a 2-horse barn?
Director Terry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you, Representative Washit. It pleases me to know that you're aware of some of our challenges, especially on staffing. From my home agency, from Laramie, we did not put our folks out on patrol or FTO until the time in which they had completed the academy. I do understand that some agencies don't have that ability. And what I'm seeing now is we are going from that temporary certification, which is what they receive, and they have 1 year to complete the academy to move them to the basic. Quite frankly, they struggle even in that time frame to complete even the academy training within the 1 year. The hours that the academy has and the relatively small limited space that the academy has per session for peace officers to attend. I would certainly entertain an idea that we could mandate that they could not be on patrol or FTO before the academy, and I do think that's very important, as that is my belief from where I came from in my home agency. The second question about staffing, absolutely, I was very overwhelmed. I mean, there's no other way to put it when I took office, and I came in and I had to learn all the post rules, work on a budget. Thankfully, Ms. Carson has forgot more about post rules than probably anybody knows. So she was my biggest help on understanding the rules and how we actually certify. But I do have a request coming forward for an extra position for a full-time investigator, which would allow me to focus more on executive director duties to include post-rule training and things of that sort, as opposed to so much on the discipline side.
Other questions for the director? All right, thank you. Director Chambers, do you have anything, or you're just here in case we have something for you?
Chairman Olson, mostly the latter, although if I may, Co-Chairman Washit had asked about the status of our grants. Did you still want a brief update on the status of federal grants?
Yes, please.
Okay, if not, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I wanted to start with DCI very briefly, because they are the ones who are still waiting. They're, in federal government speak, their NOFOs have been a no-show. So a NOFO is a notice of funding opportunity from the federal government, and they are still waiting. They are probably about 2 to 3 months behind on when they would normally apply. And the 5 federal grants that they are waiting for are the Coverdale, which is a lab grant, the DNA, which is also obviously a lab grant, the National Criminal History Improvement Program, regular funding and supplemental, the JAG grant, which helps with the task force officers that you might be familiar with. Currently, there are 8. And then ICAC, which is Internet Crimes Against Children. So those 5 federal grants actually represent, I did some quick math earlier, about 46% of their federal grant budget. There's no reason to think that this isn't coming, it's just been delayed. In fact, they do anticipate a close to 70% increase in the Coverdale, which again is the lab grant used for equipment purchases and overtime, which has been really beneficial in eliminating some of the backlog that they've had in the crime lab, excuse me. And they also believe that in the big beautiful bill that there will be an increase, especially related to immigration enforcement. So they do believe that these grants are coming, and they even anticipate a small increase. So that's the status of DCI. For my division, when you originally asked, I believe in early July, we were still waiting on 2 pretty substantial grants, which is our VOCA Victims of Crime Act funding. Since that time, I'm happy to report that we have been able to apply for both the VOCA Assistance Grant, which is just shy of about 1.2 million and a pretty good chunk of our budget, and the VOCA compensation, which is a formula grant that goes out to crime victims that we administer. And we have also applied for both of our violence against women grants. And so we're in status quo. I believe the delay is really giving the administration time to address the plethora of executive orders that we need to recognize and make sure everything is still in compliance with. But beyond that, I have a fairly happy report, and I would stand for any questions.
Go ahead, Co-Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Director Chambers. You know, there were discussions about either defunding or decreasing funding for the Rocky Mountain HIDA, the high-intensity drug trafficking operation that Wyoming's a part of, and we receive a lot of drug enforcement funding through that. Any idea where we're at with that federally?
Director
Chairman
Chambers.
Co-Chairman Washut, I believe that they are fine. I noted that that DCI didn't express any concerns with the HIDA for this fiscal year, but I did express your concern about that grant to them, and they said status quo for now.
All right. Thank you, Director.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right, committee, I'm thinking we'll probably go for, oh, yes. Representative Campbell is here. Just want to welcome you to the Judiciary Committee. Probably go for about another hour before we take a break. So we'll see how far we can get into stalking and grooming. That'll kind of depend on our next break. But let's go to the Wyoming Department of Corrections, Director Shannon.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Dan Shannon with the Department of Corrections. Thank you for having me today. I've been asked to provide a brief overview and an update on what's going on within our agency. Mr. Chairman, may I begin?
Go ahead.
Committee members, the Department of Corrections oversees 5 institutions, 23 probation and parole offices. We contract with 3 adult community correction centers and 1 therapeutic community. We are responsible for the oversight and supervision of more than 8,000 convicted felons in our state. When one is committed to our department, normally all other societal interventions have failed at this, and it's the end of the road. Our agency does not commit or release any individuals. Rather, these determinations are made by the courts and the Wyoming Department and the Board of Parole. Our uniformed officers are peace officer standard training certified, making us a vital component in the broader law enforcement profession. And when our co-chairman returns, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer his question regarding our training and such. We have 1,023 positions with 113 vacancies as of July 30th. Of that 113 vacancies, we have 68 uniform officers vacancies, and we've had a gain of over 50% since last year. Our current retention rate is still above 90% over the past 12 months. Our Department of Corrections is made of 3 divisions: Prison Division, Field Service, and Support. We're also supported by Administrative Office, which is considered the Director's Office. It's comprised of Fiscal Operations, Policy, Planning, Legislative and Community Affairs, a Public Information Officer's Records and Research, and Investigative Service Unit. Most of our work, almost all of our work, I have 7 direct reports, and I think we have, in central office, excluding our pro office, we have approximately 11 people. All of our work out of 1,023 is out in the field. Our mission's clear. It's public safety, and we do everything within our ability to prevent less victims. We'll start with the Prison Division. This includes 5 correctional facilities, 1 contracted therapy community, which is located in Casper, and our ACCs, which is our Adult Community Correction Centers, 1 located in Gillette, Casper, and Cheyenne. We're responsible for medical and mental health services, rehabilitative services, case management, classification, substance use, and sex offender treatment. We are tasked with ensuring the operations of safe and humane facilities, and we prioritize specialized treatment programs to adhere to all constitutionally mandated requirements. Our medical, there was some discussion today, our medical and mental health services. We provide comprehensive contracted medical and mental health services. And I did a review as of yesterday. We have, this is for this year 25. When I refer in my statistics to 25, it'll conclude July 1st, so it'd be the past year of July 1st. We have 421 chronically mentally ill males and 127 chronically mentally ill females within our custody. We provide substance use treatment. We offer a range of substance treatments tailored. This includes male intensive treatment units and separate female intensive units we created at the Wyoming Honor and Conservation Camp. Last year, with legislative support, we expanded, we'd been a biennium before, we expanded to include our high custody intensive treatment. We never, in our department, provided treatment for the high custody level inmates at our penitentiary, and these individuals still, many of them are returned to our community, so we started addressing that, what I believe will be good success. Over the past 4 years, we've achieved a significant amount. We got 30% increase in substance use treatment completion. When I became the director, I went with a new organization for sex offender treatment, and over the past 5 years, we've increased successful completion by 40%. Our youthful transition program, which was our old, what we considered our boot camp, it's very disciplined, but I moved it to WSP, and it's more on a cognitive base. This program, we had statutory change that came before this committee in 21, relocating it to WSP, and also we provide the same services for our female offenders at Lusk Center, in the Women's Center in Lusk. We have focused on therapeutic interventions with programs we provide. In addition to we provide mental health, substance use, sex offender treatment alongside with inmate peer specialists. Data has shown that we've greatly successfully completing these programs, a higher percentage of long-term success, and I'll report that out at this year's appropriation. Our religious service, we uphold inmates' rights to religious freedoms. We have a robust religious program. Our education programs, our annual report will be coming out at the end of the month. I think you'll be greatly pleased with what we're doing with our education programs. We also have a variety of unique initiatives. We have dog training programs where we take care of, where we get dogs from our local, everywhere, our 5 institutions where our facilities are located. We care for animals, we train them. They're all been adopted. We have wild horse program that many of you are familiar in Riverton. We do Braille for the Library of Congress. We have our forestry crew that's helping the smoke jumpers in Wyoming Honor and Conservation Camp. We have 240 honorably discharged veterans within our system. I've taken the initiative, we moved many of these folks to Newcastle, working with our veterans director, and they're getting hooked up with programs before they're being released. We regularly monitor and evaluate the working in our effort to meet the mission. Some of our data represents the success and of long-term success of inmates. Inmate substance abuse disorder completion rate, this is for the prior year, 74%. Inmate sex offender completion rate, 82.8%. Percentage of inmates that discharge and do not return to our custody or any form of supervision for 3 years, which is the national average, is 87.6%. So 87, almost, let's say 87 to 88 individuals that we release from our institutions are not returning or being rearrested in 3 years. Bear with me. There are challenges within the prison division. Staffing at our Wyoming State Penitentiary still remains a challenge. It's why we still have inmates housed out of state. In September of 23, I made a decision to house these inmates out of staff due to staff shortages as well as institutional lockdowns, and I felt we were going to get into constitutional issues. These shortages resulted in safety and security concerns. Our largest vacancy rate at that time with our penitentiary was 35.6%. The Women's Center was 36.7%. Overall, the vacancy rates for security was 24%, with a total of 127 vacant positions. We're now down to 62. Some things that we did, we really worked hard to stop chasing folks and put our time and effort in retention. And that's why I said I'm really proud to say our retention's over 90%. We put our investment, we started our own mid-level management training. We brought Maxwell Leadership into our department for our executive class. National Institute of Correction, this was all free. Our National Institute of Correction, we brought a management development for the future, a 1-year program. So I believe that's contributing to our success with that. We contracted during this past time, multiple county jails were only able to house a small population of our high custody inmates. That was Goshen and Lincoln County. And as of July 24th of this year, we have 68 vacant positions, as I spoke of earlier. We returned 125 inmates. As we've been hiring people, we've been bringing them back to the penitentiary that we can safely open up our pods. We now have a 77% of our positions filled at our state penitentiary. Our honor farms at 99% filled, WMCI in Torrington 94, the Women's Center at 92, and our Wyoming Honor and Conservation Camp at 93%. While we continue to face challenges related to staffing shortages, maintaining our operations within our budget because of inflationary costs and the persistent threat of contraband induction to our facilities remains our safety security to our staff. Next, we'll go to our field services, and I'll kind of skim over this a little bit. Our Field Service Division, we're responsible for supervising approximately 5,800 probationers and parolees throughout our state's 23 field offices. The Field Service Division operates programs to include Interstate Compact. Interstate Compact is a national agreement that we can supervise individuals that committed crimes and return to Wyoming, or individuals that were out of state. The example is you went to South Dakota, Deadwood, and got into some issue. You're working, you have a family here in Wyoming, you can come back and be supervised by us. We monitor transfer offenders from states from Wyoming and those moving to Wyoming. We have the Addicted Offender Accountability Program. These are licensed counselors that utilize substance abuse assessments, which is a big part of our commitments to our institutions. Offender reentry. Several years ago, I changed offender reentry. Reentry does begin when they're incarcerated, but I moved that into the field to work with our community providers. In relative fashion with this current committee, from our prison, House Bill 31 and its in-reach programs, the division focuses on rehabilitation and prioritize efforts to keep our community safe while working with offenders in our community. Our agents often monitor offenders in their homes, field offices through regular contact and local providing. We have 102 agents throughout our state. For the past 4 years, Field Service Division has been tasked with focusing on utilizing statutory authorization through sanctions. Beside our boot camp, we had no alternative types of sanctions or session through our committees, through this committee, through our years. House Bill 53 and 31 has been very effective. An effort to more efficiently access offenders to the department, we switched to an ORAS assessment tool that was out of the University of Cincinnati. It's a nationally recognized assessment tool. We recognize threat. And it has a number of components to it, mental health, crime, age, things that. We also have implemented core correctional practices, which is cognitive behavioral intervention systems for our staff, and trained our district managers as well. We restructured our supervision level. We moved 4 supervision levels instead of 3. I really wanted to focus on our high-risk offenders. That's where our number one, that's where the biggest bang for our buck, and we really get the highest success. We changed our revocation procedure, and I added a second level for approval offices. That way, central office, even though it's a small group of people, we're looking at every revocation that comes in to see if we're doing the right things. We implemented a new case review process and data tracking. Lastly, on focus on hiring our core competencies. The overall data for the department has steadily improved revocations rate. Specifically, divisions seeing main reasons for revocations have been technical violations. To address this, Field Services, we created a pilot program. We went with University of Wyoming, and we're trying to rebuild a port to look to see how we can slow down on people that want to abscond. Our field service long-term success rates, it's the same. People that have successfully completed probation or parole, and for 3 years after that have remained successful. Currently, it's 61%. In 2020, it was 44%. We're making huge gains. I'm pushing real hard to get that close to 70% without sacrificing any type of safety. Our third and final division is support services. It's really a conglomerate of a number of things. Support services is exactly what it says. It supports our 2 divisions, our field services and our prisons, to be successful. We have quality, compliance, safety, construction of our institutions, maintenance, our training academy, industries, and 3 adult community correction oversights. In addition to compliance, Mr. Chairman, the question that you raised to your previous guest, we have a 10-week program through the WLEA. Our correctional officers graduate from there. And then from there, we have an additional 10-week authorized program through POST for field training. So we do not, they're in the institutions working, but they are not working unsupervised. They're not permitted to be around an offender until they've completed that training and are certified. So I hope that answers your question. During our 24 calendar year, we graduated 5 academies with additional training offered to assist our agency with staffing needs. We trained approximately 189 DOC staff members and 66 contractors. Of that, 103 correctional officers from our 5 facilities. At this time, we're currently in session for our 3rd academy. It'll conclude, we'll graduate 91 staff members. The last academy for 2025 will start October 14th and will conclude December 18th. We have an industries program, Correctional Industries, it's self-supportive. It provides meaningful training, jobs we have at no cost to our taxpayers, and we're trying to train people to get into our private sectors. In 2024, we experienced a moderate financial growth. We have wood shops, sign shops. We work with the Department of Transportation, things of that nature to help the state. Our Casper Reentry Center, as well as our Volunteers of America and Core Civic, which is our adult community correction centers. And it's very difficult to take someone from our penitentiary and put them in our community. That way we can provide them housing. It's just an extension to their reentry. Provide them housing, make sure they have employment, things of that nature. For the past 3 years, our success rate has been 70%. I changed the contracts 3 years ago to performance-based with the adult community correction center, that we're going to pay a different rate depending on how successful our inmates are, and that greatly has increased that. Mr. Chairman, committee members, the last thing that I'll report on is our restoration of rights. It's something that we really worked hard on, we being this committee. I hope I can speak that in that format, speaking for this committee. And I just wanted to report a few things. Since we started in 2007, and then in 2021, we went through and changed it effective July 1st of 23 to offer other rights, which would be not only your voting rights, but your right to be a juror, the right to own a firearm, things of that nature. Since such time, the voting rights restored have been 4,608, and total all rights restored has been 665. And we have one statistician in our department, and I went back and reviewed it last month. Since 2017, we have returned for success, so we've been 96.7%. where those folks never got in trouble again. And I think that's I know it appears risky at times, but that's extremely successful. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, Committee, Department of Corrections plays a vital role in safeguarding our communities by maintaining secure correctional facilities and ensuring public safety. It's a mission we extend beyond just confinement. As I mentioned, we have other divisions. We're responsible for thousands of individuals on supervision. By prioritizing safety, rehabilitation, education, and reentry programs, we work to transform lives and reduce recidivism. You've heard me say many times, we have a saying in our department, 95-5 in you. 95% of the individuals incarcerated in the next 5 years could be living next to you. And who do you want living next to your children, your grandchildren, things of that nature? They are our citizens. As I mentioned, the department works to transform lives and reduce racism. This balanced approach not only protects our society, but it also fosters hope and accountability in paving the way for individuals to become productive citizens upon release. Both the safety and rehabilitation is essential to building a more just, transparent, and effective correctional system. In my 4 decades of service, I have never been more privileged nor had a greater sense of responsibility in working for our correctional professionals as I do today. I understand the sense of responsibility and I carry it with me wholeheartedly. But more importantly, for working for those correctional professionals who risk their safety to make sure our citizens are safe. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions that you may have or the committee.
Yes, thank you, Director Shannon. Appreciate the update and just really appreciate all the work that you do to staff our prisons. It's one of the most difficult jobs in the state of Wyoming is to keep those facilities staffed. So kudos to you for all your hard work. Co-Chairman Washut?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. First thing to extend another thank you for the tour of the Medium Correctional Institute in Torrington when we were down there. I think it's always great when legislators get a chance to go inside institutions like that and see them firsthand. Very valuable. I appreciate your willingness to facilitate that tour for us. And also, and I apologize if you mentioned this while I was out of the room, last year in Senate File 169, there's some money released out of the prison construction fund, I believe, for some very needed improvements at the WSP and maybe other facilities as well. Are those underway? They've been completed? Where are we at on the?
Director Shannon.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Washit, those are underway. I don't want to get into a lot of safety information, but I can tell you we're working on that daily. A lot of things have been updated. The penitentiary fence is up and operative. We now have control. It's no longer proprietary. We're trained to fix it ourselves. A new fence is being put in at the Women's Center. There's a whole, we're under contract. We're presently going to be under contract to replace our D-control at our Wyoming State Penitentiary. There's a whole number of issues. We have a contract and it's being worked upon. Southern Folger Adams is working on our doors and locks at our penitentiary. So yes, we're actively pursuing that extremely fast. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you, Director Shannon. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. I believe it's now 2:05. Stalking and grooming. We have two bill drafts. We'll take them one at a time. So for those of you in the public, we have a bill on stalking of minors and a bill, or proposed bill, I should say, on grooming of children. And so if you're here for one of those matters, just understand that we're going to take them one at a time. And we'll start with 26 LSO 0078, stalking of minors. Mr. Fuller.
Yep, draft 0. You should have version 0.4. This is 10-01 in the online media materials. This is a bill draft the committee requested in May and would amend the penalty for stalking to provide that stalking against a minor, depending on specific circumstances, is a felony offense. Page 2, lines 7 and 13 are just technical changes to move the or. And then page 2, line 15 would add a new paragraph that would make this situation a felony punishable by up to 10 years imprisonment if the defendant committed the offense of stalking against a minor and the defendant is not less than 18 and is not less than 3 years older than the minor victim. This would be effective July 1st, 2026, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Mr. Fuller about this bill draft? Yes, Senator Hicks. Thank you, Senator Hicks. Senator Boner, welcome to Judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that Senator Hicks didn't got enough of his select water last week. He doesn't want to hear from us, but that's okay.
Well, you can kind of see where this is going,
Right.
so you
Thank you,
can
Mr.
judge your time accordingly.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in full support of 26 LSO 78, this addresses a serious issue that we've unfortunately encountered in Glen
Senator
Rock.
Boner, can you move that microphone just a little closer to you?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Boner, Senate District 2, as Commerce in Eastern and Toronto County. So glad to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee, for your consideration of 26 LSO 78. This will add needed protections, needed flexibility for our judicial system as we deal with increasing numbers of stalking, especially as we become more connected via our reliance on technology. I think this is going to become more of a trend in seeing more vulnerable populations becoming increasingly susceptible to stalking. As we found out in Glen Rock, unfortunately, there's a very high-profile case there, and where we have the need for this bill, unfortunately, after the fact, recognizing that our children are maybe in a different position than an adult when it comes to stalking. So that's what the bill does, Mr. Chairman, and stand in full support. I also give you a warning that you may get a request to expand upon the definition of electronic, and that would be on 6-2-506, paragraph B, Roman numeral 1, where you kind of go into the laundry list of, what qualifies as stalking in general. And it currently says electronic. Perhaps the committee would consider including electronic, including but not limited to artificial intelligence, social media, text, email, electronic account impersonation of a known person. That's a suggestion I got from some practicing attorneys. I'll let the attorneys discuss whether it's best to keep it broad or try to get a little bit more specific as technology changes, especially with artificial intelligence, probably changing this sphere along with many others as it becomes more prevalent in our society. So sorry, it's not that easy, Mr. Chairman, is what you thought, but either way, whether you include that or not, it's a good bill. It's succinct and effective in dealing with these instances that we see where we see adults using electronic means to stalk our children. So with that, I'll keep it at that and stand for any questions.
Senator Boner, are you looking at something in writing with that definition change that you're talking about?
Yeah, it should have been a handout from one of my constituents. You'll hear from her soon in public comment, but I believe that should have been just provided to you right now.
Okay, perfect. Any questions for Senator Boner? All right, thank you for driving all the way over here for this.
Yes, it's such a long journey.
We appreciate it. As long as we know your commute is long. All right, are there any state agencies wishing to testify on this?
Not a state agency.
Okay, I don't have any, so I guess we can go to you.
Thank you, Representative Elisa Campbell from House District 56. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And committee, absolute full support of this and much needed. As Senator said previously, unfortunately, our job is to make right and address problems that we necessarily don't become aware of until it is a problem. And so that is the case. This is a problem, especially identifying between the minor and the adult. Would recommend, because I don't see it, I printed out the working draft for this LSO version last night, so I may not have the most current. But on page 2, line 3, when it talks about that felony positioning, so changing from a misdemeanor to a felony, I think if I have the correct working draft, also including the fine side of it. So it would be not more than 10 years and a fine not to exceed $10,000 or both. Just including that in that language keeps it consistent with the other felonies, throughout our statutes. That was the only recommendation, and that may be because I don't have the most current draft. So absolute support, and would just encourage us to include both the time served and the financial portion of it, or both, and giving the judges that opportunity to have that flexibility.
Thank you, Representative Campbell. Mr. Fuller, can you speak to the monetary penalty?
So, Mr. Chairman, under current law for a felony, there is no monetary penalty specified for felony stalking. Only for misdemeanor stalking does it specify the typical, it's actually a 1 year and then a $750 fine for misdemeanor stalking. But the language you see on page 2, lines 1 to 3, that's the existing felony penalty for stalking.
Thank you. Anything else, Representative Campbell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other than that would be my recommendation would be to amend that to also include
Okay.
that language with the fine not to exceed $10,000 or both.
Where did you get the $10,000?
That's also, I believe in this packet of information.
No, but where did you come up with the dollar amount?
Can I phone a friend?
Sure.
Where did we come up with that amount?
Welcome.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman. I am Kathy Holman, Jillian Holman's mom. I feel like most of you recognize me from last time. I am the one that drafted this bill with my degree in education from the University of Wyoming, and where I came up with the numbers and the bill in that original 18-page packet that I gave you, and I can still give you that online link if you need me to. I based it off of Michigan's laws. I also looked at Colorado, and then I believe, I'm so sorry, I can't remember the third state that I had in there, but Michigan was the main one that I did, and they had the monetary as well as the prison time.
Great. Thank you for answering that question for me. All right, anything else for Representative Campbell? We'll let you out of the hot seat. Just want to go back, any other agencies wishing to testify? If not, then we'll just move into general public comment. Ms. Holman, you're already there, so go ahead and just bear in mind that we're really crunched for time.
That was what was going to come out of my mouth. I have nothing to say other than what is already in the packet in front of you, what you've heard already. If you look at that opening letter in there, you can see where I have in quotes my original proposal. And then if you go down, you see where I underlined how it's written now with the vagaries of electronics. And then it's just right on that first page. You'll see the underlined. And then that next paragraph is our suggestions. I will say I did not put in there artificial intelligence. That's something that was brought up to me today that I totally agree that we need to add to along with social media. I know it was a big fear of mine that nude pictures of my daughter that had been artificially created would come up as part of the stalking that we experienced. So I think it's pertinent as well for us to make a note that we add, besides social media, email, and those other things, artificial intelligence. But other than that, I just open it up to your questions or concerns to keep going on that schedule.
Questions for Ms. Holman? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Other testimony in the room? Any other testimony? Do we have anyone online?
Mr. Chairman, we have Michelle online.
Oh, that's right. Yes, please go ahead. She's already in the room. Go ahead, Michelle. Welcome to the committee. Go ahead and introduce yourself and then tell us what you want us to hear.
Yes, thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for this time. Michelle is the public name that I will be using for my safety. Sorry. As you know, cyber stalking is not going away. It is, in fact, the crime is increasing. Our laws and communities have not kept pace with the severity, complexity, and evolving digital tools used in these crimes. Many victims are not safe to speak publicly, myself included, as it places us at even greater risk. The fear of being misunderstood and publicly scrutinized or even retaliated against silences too many of us. I'm speaking today in hopes that by sharing my story, Wyoming can move closer to the proper protections we desperately need as I advocate for our minors. I want to just try to briefly share my story to give you to help you understand where I'm coming from. For 21 years, I have been stalked and harassed without an end in sight. In 2004, I was just 19 years old and living in Canada. I met a man online and went on 3 dates before ending contact over red flags. He became obsessed and refused to stop contacting me. It wasn't until a direct threat in 2007 that led to a guilty plea for uttering threats. I later moved to the US, changed my last name when I got married, changed all my contact information, and started a real estate business with my husband here in Wyoming. I thought I was safe. I was so wrong. He resurfaced, first targeting my family. My parents, brother, and husband all endured disturbing abuse. My mother received disgusting emails no parent should ever receive about their daughter. The details are many, unfortunately. I cannot safely share for their protection. I knew without a doubt that he had found me when I received a Google review on my real estate business profile. It said, "You must be having a blast in Wyoming." And worse, he now had my home address. The harassment escalated. Over the years, I have received hundreds of emails, calls, and fake profiles messaging me. Eventually, I had to close our real estate business for safety concerns. I was unable to discern who were legitimate buyers and sellers from the threat. I discovered he had illegally accessed the back end of about 12 websites, some in the US, posted what he calls personal blogs about me, which were utterly false, making me appear linked to prostitution, brothels, trafficking, strip clubs, and creating Google search results that made me fear for my safety and reputation. He left notes instructing others to look into me to make money. With little intervention over the years, I have had to become my own investigator, compiling years of evidence and IT reports. I secured a Wyoming protection order, and he was later charged in Canada. He has confessed to crimes. But this January, the charges were stayed, and I was devastated because I feared the retaliation. In June, he tried to vacate my protection order with claims that I breached the order through telepathic communications. 6 weeks ago, I was served. I'm sorry. With a $2.25 million lawsuit. He represents himself, and I have had no choice but to retain an attorney. The accusations include conspiring with Wyoming judges, police in 2 countries, denying a supposed spiritual relationship, and engaging in a pattern of weaponized silence. And the list, it's long. Recently, he offered to drop the lawsuit with no money exchanged. If I agreed to end the protection order and sign a spiritual contract under the name of the Godhead, Jesus Christ, Father in heaven, amen, checking yes or no to whether I loved him. My stories are endless. This is not love. It's delusion, obsession, and abuse. The legal reality, I have been diagnosed with PTSD. My financial losses exceed $120,000 and continue to climb. Stalking victims do not live freely. We hide, isolate, and pay dearly for protection that is limited duration. No child should live like this. Although I was no longer a minor when the stalking began, I was still very young, just 19 years old and recently out of high school. His actions profoundly changed me at 19 and how I functioned. Trauma changes us no matter the age. When victims say no and stop, we mean it. We don't say it once, we say it repeatedly, all to be ignored. When lewd, graphic, sexualized statements are made over and over without consent, it is a form of psychological violation. At times, I've described the trauma as comparable to repeated sexual assault, not physically, but in the way it violates, humiliates, and haunts you. Stalking is abuse, period. It's a form of emotional in psychological abuse, inflicting trauma comparable to other targeted abuse. When the victim is a minor, it should be treated with the same gravity and legal standard as a child abuse. Studies show 92% of stalking victims suffer long-term psychological effects. For some, healing takes over a decade, especially when stalking spans years. We have the highest rate of chronic illness versus those who have not been stalked. Research shows we are an underserved population with higher incidence of mental disorders and comorbid illnesses. Approximately half of stalking offenders reoffend, putting minors at even greater long-term risks. Much like myself, we must eliminate this risk for them. In looking at a 3-year age gap, I have serious concerns where a misdemeanor may exist for these offenders because the system is broken. Despite the laws currently written, real-world practices continue to harm us. Wyoming communities lag behind in addressing the full scope and complexity of this crime. We rely on law enforcement to uphold the law, except cyberstalking is a specialized crime. It requires skills, tools, and investigative methods that go beyond standard policing. The lack of training leaves investigating these crimes often absent. I have firsthand knowledge of the technical demands involved, and I have seen how the absence of this training harms myself and other victims in many ways. If it were not for my father's business in the IT industry and my own previous work in the field, I cannot imagine where things would be for me, as the burden of proof has fallen on my shoulders. I have also assisted minors who experience digital harassment, even coaching them on how to advocate for themselves when their concerns were not being taken seriously. This is not in disrespect, but to underscore the harsh reality we have faced. Local attorneys often lack both the training and the resources to assist effectively. Frequently, they cannot interpret the digital evidence needed to properly prosecute. This is a crime in which technical proficiency is essential, and without it, victims are left without justice. This has been my experience, not just in one country, but in 2, particularly in smaller communities. There is so much work to be done, and we must do better for our minors. After posting my story on a podcast, I was contacted by parents and victims in my community. At some point, we have all been told by law enforcement that it's just a misdemeanor, so it's not worth their time. Misdemeanors become less of a priority. I do not blame the officers. Many genuinely want to help. Protection orders are commonly not being enforced, which is only as strong as the willingness of the system to back it up. Although laws against stalking exist, authorities often offer numerous excuses for not enforcing them. Statistics show that only 29% of victims report the crime, and of those reports, 50% result in no action being taken. Those who choose not to report often do so out of fear that they will not be helped, a fear that the data unfortunately supports. I fear for our minors, who, like all victims, will be routinely dismissed and told to just change your contact information, as if safety were that simple in a very digital world. When stalking is treated as a misdemeanor with an age gap, I am deeply concerned about how our minors will fall into the same broken system. and one that will only compound their trauma. To protect our minors, we need laws with teeth and ones that encourages thorough investigations, meaningful outcomes, and locally trained, dedicated enforcement. Punishments must be proportionate to the severity of the crime. Unfortunately, I do not believe that the current draft bill addresses these essential requirements our minors deserve. Without teeth, a law is just a promise. And right now, Wyoming's promises are being broken. With that, I would like to offer a legislative proposal. For felony stalking of a minor, I'd like to ask that you consider a sentence that fits the crime, that being a minimum of 2 years, with 1 additional year for every year beyond the first 16 months, up to a max of 10 years. Where the minor's family is also harassed, there be an additional 3 months per family member. When victims' families become targets, they need legal acknowledgement and protection. Wyoming's current stalking statute categorizes stalking as a misdemeanor unless aggravated factors can be demonstrated. If a 3-year age gap is allowed, this framework dangerously downplays the severity of stalking for our minors. It is a pervasive and harmful crime that inflicts significant emotional, psychological, and sometimes physical trauma. Treating it as a minor offense fails to provide adequate deterrence or protection. I feel the law must fully recognize stalking as the serious felony level offense it is to ensure minors receive the safety they deserve. I urge you to reconsider the 3-year age gap exception. This would help to encourage law enforcement takes every report seriously, eliminates the "it's just a misdemeanor" mentality that leads to inaction, and encourages earlier intervention. I would also like to strongly recommend mandatory mental health interventions. Stalking is an obsessive behavior, and with the reoffending risk being so high, I feel the legal system should require mandatory psychological assessments and therapy as part of sentencing or protective measures, in addition to any jail time served. This approach not only addresses underlying mental health issues, but better protects minors by reducing reoffending risk. Incorporating these into law ensures a comprehensive response that prioritizes the minor safety and offender rehabilitation. Lastly, I ask that you please consider the permanent protection orders be given for minors. They provide stability, peace, and allow for rebuilding lives. Having to ask them to renew every 3 years re-traumatizes and keeps the situation fully alive. In many cases, it can provoke the offender and cause retaliation. The falsely accused already have legal pathways to vacate orders, and those who can show rehabilitation can make their motions. Those safeguards exist. Minors deserve peace without expiration. And I'd like to thank you for your time again. And if you have any questions, I'm open to answer.
Michelle, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you sharing your story with us. Obviously, that is difficult and it's not easy on you, so we really appreciate you being willing to do that. It helps provide insight when we're making decisions. We also appreciate the options that you've provided us regarding the bill and the current statute. Committee, are there any questions for Michelle? All right, thank you. Is there anyone else online? All right, with that, I will close public comment. Committee, what is your pleasure? All right, Senator Hicks, I was wondering if that was going to be you or not. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any amendments to this bill? Co-Chairman Washit and then Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I moved on page 2, line 17, we strike all the language after 18 years old and strike all the language on line 18, so that the section would read, starting on line 15, the defendant committed the offense of stalking against a minor and the defender is not less than 18 years old, period. And have a second.
Yep. Okay,
Discussion.
it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on this?
You know, we had this discussion a little while ago when we were talking about theft, you know, and the various options that prosecutors have to deal with those incidents that may not merit full prosecution. There's discretion by the officer, there are diversion programs, there's 301 deferred prosecution options. There's lots of other options available. So if you had a situation that wasn't anything close to what we just heard described, prosecutors would have options in those cases. Where, you know, for the big thing, I remember having these conversations with my kids when they turned 18, that the game changes when you become 18. You're an adult and you're held to a different level of accountability. So I think this is a worthwhile change to this good bill.
Additional discussion on this amendment? Any discussion? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that amendment has been adopted. Additional amendments, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is, I'm going to direct this to LSO. I'm not sure where we should insert the language about electronical, mechanical, telegraphic, telephonic, or written means in a manner that harass from the materials that we got. So
Representative Singh, you want to, I think that's well, Mr. Fuller, go ahead.
So Mr. Chairman, this would require some reworking of this bill. It would require changes to the catch title and the bill title. But this would be a change to 62506B1. And that would bring that paragraph into the bill. And based on what I heard and making the language work and would be clear, my suggestion would be in that paragraph, and I'll just read the paragraph. Unless otherwise provided by law, a person commits the crime of stalking if, with the intent to harass another person, the person engages in a course of conduct reasonably likely to harass that person, including but not limited to any combination of the following. And then this would be paragraph Romanet I. Communicating anonymously or otherwise, or causing a communication with another person by verbal, electronic, mechanical, telegraphic, telephonic, or written means in a manner that harasses. And this is where the amendment would be, Mr. Chairman. I would add a period and say, for purposes of this paragraph, electronic means include but are not limited to artificial intelligence, social media, text, email, and electronic account impersonation of a known person.
Did that have a second, by the way?
Second.
Who seconded that? Representative Lean. All right. Very eagerly, that has been seconded.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Singh.
I think that is specifically what I'm looking to do. So
You did a really good job pinpointing the statute, providing the language. I really appreciate you having all your ducks in a row when you make a motion.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Just taking credit where it's due. So yeah.
Any discussion on this amendment? Yes, Representative Craigo, or Senator Craigo.
Either one works. That would, a good senator down the row said.
You were technically a representative. He was never one.
That's true.
So I was partially wrong.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I guess I'm not necessarily opposed to this, but I think we should do it with our eyes wide open and understand exactly what it means to delineate these sorts of things within the statutes. I probably vote no on the amendment because I think we might be taking ourselves in a direction we don't intend to go. I understand the concern about defining electronic. I'm not worried about the term electronic. I think it's very broad and covers all of those things. It does not need defined. And just to give you a quick example, the language that was just proposed, the impersonation of a known person, right? What about the impersonation of an unknown person or a fake person? Is that, are we not including that now? Obviously, the language says including but not limited to. The problem is you become a prosecutor and you bring this charge and they're impersonating someone who doesn't exist. They create a fake account. And the defense lawyer is going to stand up and say, well, this statute says impersonation of a known person. My client was impersonating a fake person. Is it then a crime? Is it not a crime? Is that a loophole we've just created by narrowing the definition of electronic means? I would submit to you that it does. And so I'm a little bit leery about narrowing that down simply because I think we create loopholes for crafty lawyers like the chairman here. And so I guess I'm just concerned about that. It is not an amendment because I don't think you can cover all the possibilities. I'm just worried about narrowing it down.
Okay, Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say I concur with Mr. Representative Senator we were just speaking to. But I did want to ask, because we're worried about possibly Romanet I being too general or not covering what we need to. And I do see the issue of potentially creating a loophole where we don't mean to. But Romanet 5 says otherwise engaging in a course of conduct that harasses another person. Why would that not cover what we're worried about covering in the earlier Romanet? I think it does, but please point out where I may be wrong on this.
Who wants to give a legal opinion? No one. Not even Mr. Fuller? Mr. Fuller, do you have anything to weigh in on that?
Mr. Chairman, only to note that, I mean, that does appear to be a catch-all at the end of that list in 62506B.
Okay. Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this amendment also for the reasons already given. I think that, in pursuit of perfection, we start naming everything. We're going to not name everything in the intent of trying to capture everything. I think it's written broadly enough the way it is. I think this is just going to cause more problems than I think it is trying to solve, even though I understand the reason for it, the good intent, but I think the good intent is not helpful with the bill language if we add this to it. So I'm a no vote.
Representative Washut?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I just remind everyone that when we got this bill draft proposed, the good senator from Johnson County said, let's keep this thing really simple, real clean, and it increases the likelihood, especially in a budget session where you need a 2/3 introduction to get the bill even through the front door. So while I think the proposed amendment was well intended, just to keep this bill as tight as possible to increase the likelihood that it will pass, I'm going to be a no vote as well.
I have a pretty good idea of where this is going. Representative Singh, you want to step in front of the train or just let it go?
Under the bus, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
So I receive the good wisdom from the country lawyer who has transcended the House into the august body, and I will withdraw my amendment.
I did not see that coming. All right.
all the work of putting that together.
Yeah.
That amendment has been withdrawn. Any other amendments? Amendments before discussion? Amendment, Representative Chestic?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 2, line 3, I would amend that to read punishable by a fine of $10,000, comma, imprisonment for not more than 10 years, comma, or both. So just add a $10,000 potential fine.
Okay, Mr. Fuller?
I'm ambivalent about the amount. It could be higher, possibly.
We'll start with $10,000. Is there a second? All right. Mr. Fuller, please.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, by including it there, that would include all of the felony stalking offenses for which now there would be a fine, and just wanted to note that for the committee.
And here we go down that road of keeping it simple. Other discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? No. All right, that amendment has failed. Are there other amendments to this bill? Seeing none, is there any discussion on this bill? You ready to vote on it? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, it's a roll call. I was just on a roll. Why'd you have to slow me down? Let's do a roll call.
Mr. Chairman, this is a roll call vote for 26 LSO 78, stalking of minors as amended. Senator Crago? Senator Crum? Senator Hicks? Senator Kolb? Representative Brady?
Aye.
Representative Bratton?
Aye.
Representative Chestick?
Aye.
Representative Filer?
Aye.
Representative Kelly?
Aye.
Representative Lean?
Aye.
Representative Singh?
Aye.
Representative Webb?
Aye.
Co-Chairman Washit?
Aye.
Chairman Olson?
Aye.
We have 14 ayes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, just trying to judge some timeline here so I can map this out. Our next piece of legislation is grooming of children. If you're going to testify on this next bill, could you raise your hand? Oh, wow, that keeps it really simple. All right, Mr. Fuller, let's go ahead and introduce the bill.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 79, this is draft 0.4, grooming of children, offenses and amendments. This is 10-02 in the online meeting materials. This is a draft the committee requested in May, and the bill draft is based on 2025 Montana House Bill 82, which would establish the criminal offense of grooming of a minor for a sexual offense. So this creates a new section in statute 62321. It begins with definitions. First would be a definition for electronic communication, a sign, signal, writing, image, sound, data, or intelligence of any nature that's transmitted or created by wire, radio, electromagnetic, photoelectronic, or photo-optical system. Then page 2, line 9 is a definition of grooming. And this means behavior that seeks to prepare, induce, or persuade a minor to engage in sexual conduct or exploitation, even if no meeting or conduct is completed. Grooming would include deliberate acts that establish an emotional connection with a minor, as well as online or in-person activities, the use of third parties or indirect methods to facilitate the manipulation of a minor. Then, Mr. Chairman, beginning on the bottom of page 2 through page 3 is a definition of sexual conduct. This includes both actual or simulated actions that are listed on page 3. Also includes a depiction or observation of a child in the nude with a purpose to, and these are on page 4, specified purposes for abusing the child, arousing one's own sexual response or desire, or the desire of another person. Mr. Chairman, the staff comment on page 4 just notes that Wyoming already provides a definition of sexual conduct for purposes of Wyoming's obscenity laws, and that definition is just included for the committee's reference. Similarly, on the top of page 5 is a definition that Wyoming already has of explicit sexual conduct. Page 5, line 25 is a definition of simulated. And then page 5, line 29, Mr. Chairman, this gets into the elements of the offense. So a person would commit the offense of grooming of a minor for a sexual offense if the person purposely or knowingly engages in a pattern of grooming aimed at a minor or the minor's parent or guardian with the intent to, and this is on the top of page 6, first, manipulate the minor into engaging in sexual conduct. Second, coerce or entice a minor under age 16 to meet in person to engage in sexual conduct. Third, to distribute or facilitate access to sexually explicit material. Or fourth, exploit a position of authority to develop an intimate or secretive relationship with a minor. The staff comment on page 6 just notes that the committee may wish to consider whether a definition of intimate or secretive relationship is necessary. Other states use the term dating relationship in similar statutes, and I just included one definition for the committee's reference as an example. Page 6, line 28, this is the penalty for this new offense with a couple of exceptions that I'll describe momentarily. This would be a felony punishable by imprisonment for not more than 10 years, a fine up to $10,000, or both. Page 7, line 4, if the offense of grooming of a minor for a sexual offense is against a minor who is younger than age 16, the penalty would be a felony with a minimum 4 years imprisonment up to life imprisonment according to law, a fine up to $10,000, or both. Page 7, line 11. A person who is not less than 18 who commits the offense of this new offense against a minor who is less than age 12 is punishable a felony of at least 25 years imprisonment, a fine of up to $50,000 or both. Page 7, line 19 would require a person who is convicted of this new offense to first complete a sexual offender treatment program that is provided by or approved by the Department of Corrections. And then on the top of page 8, required probation for the remainder of the person's life. And that notwithstands a statute that generally provides for a term of probation of up to 3 years. Page 8, lines 10 and 11, this is a conforming amendment to 62301. The new section is in this article and just makes a clarifying change to make sure that those definitions in that section stand by themselves and none of these other definitions conflict with the new section. Page 8, line 23, and then the top of page 9, this is an amendment to 713-301A. There have been references today to 301 deferrals. The inclusion of this new offense would exclude this offense from being available for a deferral from prosecution. Page 9, line 14 is an amendment to 719-302G. This is the requirement for persons convicted of certain offenses to register as a sex offender. This subsection would require annual registration, and it includes a citation to the new offense that's created in this bill draft. Mr. Chairman, the bill draft will be effective July 1st, 2026, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill draft from Mr. Fuller? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fuller, for drafting this for us. My question is, I just for the record want to make sure that this clarifies that unsolicited graphic images sent to minors or adult children by an adult or graphic conversations that do not include clear solicitation, is that also included in here?
Mr. Fuller?
So Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, I think I would just look at page 2, line 19, the definition of grooming. And that is online or in-person activities, the use of third parties or indirect methods to facilitate the manipulation of a minor. I think the items that you described, as long as they are intended to facilitate the manipulation of a minor, it seems like that should cover that.
Any other questions for Mr. Fuller? All right, thank you for introducing that. Is there any public comment in the room? I know we have an individual who wants to testify online. I know we sent the link out. I'm not sure if we have him. No. All right.
Mr. Chairman.
So I guess he hasn't received the link?
We sent it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Well, I suspect there may be other opportunities. Yes. Representative Lean?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask one more question of Mr. Fuller?
Okay.
Mr. Fuller, I'm just curious about page 6, lines 10 and 11, where you're talking about an intimate or secretive relationship. If we do not define that and we leave it as a plain language definition, do you believe that that would be sufficient for the courts?
Mr. Fuller?
Mr. Chairman, I would not want to speculate what a court would do or not do. Mr. Chairman, I think intimate relationship, secretive relationship, those are fairly, to me, common terms that a court should be able to look at. A court would basically, I mean, if there were a question about that, take a dictionary meaning to interpret that term if it was needed.
Any other questions for Mr. Fuller? This is the last time. Okay, all right. Back to that public comment that we don't have any of, so I'll close it. It's moved by Senator Hicks, seconded by Representative Lean. Are there any amendments to this bill? Senator Kolb.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm kind of relaying this from our county attorney. He recently prosecuted a case, just what this is really referring to. And he a request, and so I'm going to put forth an amendment. This clearly came from South Dakota. That is no defense to prosecution of grooming in that no sexual contact or penetration with the child occurred. Now, maybe LSO can clean that up a little bit, but, or where to insert it, I'm unsure, but I think it makes a lot of sense if we can work that into this bill. I think that covers it. Page 2, under line 9. Well, then, if we already have it in the bill, then I withdraw said amendment.
Okay. Any other amendments? All right, let's do a roll call vote. Oh,
We have discussion?
yes, that's a good idea. Let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I personally, I like the idea of where we're going with this bill, but from just a broadness point of view, I know Representative Lean had a good bill during session, did some similar thing, but one of my concerns you take the example of an 18-year-old dating a 17-year-old, and that would have created a crime under the former bill. It will create a crime here, which is not otherwise a crime. So we have lots of 18-year-olds in high school dating 17-year-olds. And if they send them a text message or communicate with them for the purposes of creating a sexual situation, that's a felony. We've created a felony, and I don't think that's, again, what we're trying to do with this bill. I think there's ways to fix this, just like there was ways to fix Representative Lean's bill earlier this year. We just didn't get it done. We talked about doing that, and we said we were going to do it over the interim. I think we still can. But I just wanted to point out that that's what this bill will do. It will create a felony the way I read it, and unless Mr. Fuller can point out some exception in there that I'm not catching, an 18-year-old is no longer a minor, has a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old, they become a felon. And based on communications that create the sexual relationship. I might be missing something. I can't see the exception within the bill draft. And unless we can create one, I think we're gonna have a lot of issues and we won't get the bill passed when we get to session.
Co-Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think there's a rush for us to actually move this bill forward as a sponsored bill today. I think we have time. There's no reason, it's already drafted. We can work on a few amendments, touch it up in October and vote on it in October. And that'd be my recommendation to the committee.
Senator Hicks, are you okay with that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just want to go, if we do that though, and I think Senator Crago brings out, but we have those amendments prepared by committee members or members of the public when we get here. I want to end up in the same place. So I think if we do say we're going to carry this forward, that those that have concerns with the bill, that those amendments are prepared and distributed for the meeting so we can act upon the bill. That would be my only request, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'll withdraw my motion.
So it sounds like we're basically looking for an age gap provision. Would that be what you are interested in, Senator Crago, that?
Mr. Chairman, I mean, that's what we talked about. I remember when we talked about this exact issue earlier during session and just this, on the Senate side of Judiciary, when we were having conversation with the good representative, that was the conversation we had. I think most of us were amenable to try to figure out a way to make that happen. I think we could do the same thing here. Otherwise, you're going to have conflicting laws. It's legal over here. Literally, it would be legal to engage in the activity, but it would be illegal to send a message before engaging in the activity. That doesn't make sense. And so we just need to marry those two things together so that we have a cohesive set of laws within the Green Books. I think that's what we're looking at. I'm happy to work on that. I don't have a problem trying to figure out how we make that happen. And we can talk to some of our colleagues in the the county attorney's office and figure that out.
Okay. Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out for Senator Crago that on page 6, lines 4 and 5, it does mention the age 16. And so I'm happy to work with you over between now and the next meeting to get that in, to make sure that we find confining language for a Romeo and Juliet law.
Senator Crago?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was just on on page 6 at the bottom, line 28, there really isn't 16 isn't included, so it's any minor.
I was reading lines 4 and 5.
Yeah. That's something else, Representative Lean. Sounds like we know what we want to work on. I don't know that there's necessarily much direction that I would point in your way, Mr. Fuller, other than I don't know if we can, if there are other states that we can look at for similarities, or we contact our county attorneys and get some, or you look at, I guess, our own statutes where we use age gaps and try to draw some kind of similarity. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I can do that. And the statutes I'm aware of with the age gap, I believe it's second-degree sexual assault has an age gap, and then the certain provisions of the sexual abuse of minor offenses have age gaps that I can at least note. And then, Mr. Chairman, I can certainly look at other states beyond beyond Montana and see.
Perfect.
See what the scoop is.
Let's do that. All right. That bill's been tabled. Okay. With that, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 5:30 and we'll take up obscenity laws. All right, let's go ahead and go live. We're live? All right, welcome back to the afternoon session of the Joint Judiciary Committee. We have I think we have three topics left, and then some time to figure out exactly what we're doing and make sure we've covered all of our bases on the directives that we've given for the day. So we're going to move right into our next topic, which is obscenity laws. We do have an overview that has been provided to everyone. I don't know if everyone has had a chance to review that sufficiently enough that we could give a brief summary maybe of Pierre's research. Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to my colleague in a second. Just wanted to make a couple logistical announcements, Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence. We have opened up the room across the way with the Zoom on it as an overflow room. So if folks would like to sit in there, it looks like, I'm not sure if anyone else is in the hallway, but we do have that available with the Zoom. And we would just ask if anyone wants to make public comment later, that they would return to this room.
Okay, perfect. Looks like everyone's found a seat comfortably here. We have just the right number of seats for today's occasion. Pierre, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pierre Chenet with LSO. I'll give a very brief overview of a research memorandum entitled Information on Applications Providing Access to Digital Content for Library Card Holders. So the memorandum studies specifically whether applications or services available to Wyoming library card holders include features that allow users to filter content. Please note that the analysis is limited to services available statewide. It does not cover services that individual libraries may independently provide. So the paper is divided into three main sections. The first section is on Libby by Overdrive. The second section is on early literacy applications that are accessible through the Wyoming State Library. And then the last section is applications for teens and young adults that are also available through the State Library. Starting with Libby, it's a digital lending app that allows cardholders to borrow ebooks, audiobooks, and other digital materials. It's been available since 2021 statewide through a consortium of participating libraries. So on Libby, with Libby, libraries don't own the digital content that is on the app. Instead, they purchase licenses for selected titles through an online marketplace. And until about 2 months ago, users could only filter content by applying search filters, but these filters could not be locked in and they were easily removable. But in June 2025, Overdrive, the company that operates Libby, introduced a new feature called Content Controls, and that allows users to select from 3 preset configurations: Libby for everyone, Libby for kids, and Libby for grown-ups. And each of these configuration limits content visibility based on audience classification. And unlike basic filters, these presets can be secured with a passkey, making them harder to override for users. And the final 2 sections of the memorandum address electronic literacy services for young children and teenagers, such as Bookflix or Teen Book Cloud that are provided through the Wyoming State Library. And unlike Libby, where librarians can curate the content available to patrons, these platforms are entirely vendor controlled with no local library input into the collections. And these apps do not allow libraries or users to block out or filter certain titles. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions for Pierre on the research? All right, we thank you for putting that together, very helpful. Next, let's move into the bill draft, 26 LSO 0080 version 5. Mr. Fuller?
Yep, and Mr. Chairman, this is 11-02 in the online meeting materials. This is a bill draft that the committee requested at its May meeting. It would specify requirements for both public libraries and school libraries to govern access to sexually explicit materials, which is defined in the bill draft by minors. The bill draft would provide a civil penalty for violating these requirements, provide a cause of action against the entity, whether the county library board or the school district, for violations of this act, and amend the Governmental Claims Act to specify that governmental entities can be liable under that act for violations of this bill draft. So the first change would be on page 2, line 1. This creates a new section 139-125 in the Governmental Claims Act to say that a governmental entity is liable for damages resulting from a violation of the 2 new statutes that are created that I'll describe briefly in a minute, in accordance with those sections. Page 2, line 8 is a new section in the article of statute that governs libraries. The first would be definitions. So page 2, line 13 is a definition of children's section, which would mean any portion of a library devoted primarily to or that provides materials aimed toward persons younger than age 18. Then, Mr. Chairman, the next is a staff comment that just provides the definition of obscene that is used in Wyoming law. That is provided here. And the committee may wish to consider using this definition of obscene compared to the definition of sexually explicit material that's on page 3. So page 3, line 18 is the definition of sexually explicit material. This is based on a definition that was provided as part of the motion for this bill draft. It's based on Iowa law. And so sexually explicit material means any depiction or description in any written, pictorial, or electronic form of sexual contact between 2 or more persons by any one or more of the following. And then a list of certain actions on page 3, line 23, line 26, and line 30 are provided. Then further descriptions on page 4, lines 5 and 7. Mr. Chairman, for subparagraph F, this is page 4, line 10, I would just note the committee may wish to, this describes the touching of a person's own genitals. And so, Mr. Chairman, the staff comment on page 4 just notes the committee may wish to consider that subparagraph, which deals with one person, compared to the introductory language that's back on page 3 in the introduction line, particularly line 20 and 21, where it describes sexual contact between 2 or more persons. And the committee may wish to consider whether any clarification is needed to address that potential discrepancy. Then page 4, line 27, provides that each public library and employee and staff of a public library shall ensure that no sexually explicit material is accessible in the children's section of the library at any time. Page 5, line 4 provides that if any person violates that requirement, the library that employs or contracts with that person is liable for a civil penalty of $50,000 for each violation. Page 5, the staff comment just notes the committee may wish to consider replacing the term person with a little narrower to say if any employee, staff, or contractor of a library violates that requirement. Page 5, line 21 provides that any interested party shall have a cause of action against a library for violating this section, and then a court may order any injunctive or equitable relief, award damages, costs, or fees, or order any other legal remedy permitted by law. And then the last sentence of that subsection provides that a court may award reasonable attorney fees and costs to a prevailing party who brings an action under that section. Then, Mr. Chairman, page 6, line 1, basically duplicates the same language except for school districts. So school districts would be required to ensure that, and each employee of a school district must ensure that no sexually explicit materials are accessible by any student in any library of the school district. That's page 6, line 7. Page 6, line 12 is a subsection with a similar $50,000 civil penalty for violations. Page 6, line 18 is a subsection that would allow any interested party to have a cause of action against the school district for a violation. Then, Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 7 are 2 conforming amendments. And these are both to the Governmental Claims Act, just to update the statutory references to reference the new statute that was created on page 2. This would be effective on July 1st, 2026. And Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Mr. Fuller on this bill draft? Co-Chairman Waship.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, when someone sues a library board, are they suing the board independent of the county, or do they sue the county? How does that actually work in practice?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Washut, I believe as drafted, they would sue the library. The library is a separate entity, so they would sue that board. I think the way it's drafted for violations of this section.
Follow up?
Yes, please, go ahead.
And would library boards typically have $50,000 to pay damages, unlike a county, or do they participate in an insurance pool or liability coverage the way other entities do?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Washut, I'm fortunately hard pressed to answer that question, both in terms of, the budgeting process for a county library, for example. Do they receive funds from a county? As part of the budget, would they have access to county funds? And then would the library as a separate entity, or, whether it's under the county, would participate in any sort of insurance pool or program?
Senator Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can maybe provide a little light. So, for example, in our county, and I think it's this way in most counties, the library system is part of the county. It is budgeted through the county. Usually your county commissioners provide some level of funding. There's there's other sources of funding available, but whether or not they have that within their budget or not, that's a different question. Whether the county can afford it, you get to some of your smaller counties, the county is in no better position than the library would be to afford the $50,000. But it is part of, in most counties, it is, that I know of, it's part of the county system. It's a subsidiary, ancillary arm, like your fair board or whatnot.
Senator Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, indeed they are. I mean, the only reason why there's a county library is because the Board of County Commissioners at one point in time put it to the voters, they want a county library. So that's how they become in existence. Whether they carry over have a reserve account or not, that's probably an individual issue with each county. But they are, in fact, the arm of the Board of County Commissioners, clearly. And I think the only ones that can disband a library is, in fact, the Board of County Commissioners. We had a big statutory change a few years ago, and I don't know if they were brought into that. I know museums weren't, but they are, in fact, an arm of the county, though, to be clear. Whether they have money or not, that's unclear.
Representative Chestik?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fuller, I have some questions. Bear with me on this one because it's a lengthy question, but I'm trying to get a handle on the scope of the penalty, the $50,000 penalty. And the way I read it, it might be quite a bit larger than that. So here, just follow my reasoning here and tell me if this is what's intended or if I'm reading it wrong somehow. So starting on page 4, line 27, it starts off saying each public library and employee and staff. So given the statutory interpretation rule that every word must mean something, it seems like you're creating separate obligations on each employee and every staff member. They all have an independent obligation to prevent this material from becoming available. Under C, then on page 5, if any person, of any one of those people who have the separate obligation allow this material to be accessed, that's a violation. And that results in a penalty of $50,000, and that's not an up to, that is a liquidated amount. Every violation equals $50,000. So my question is, does this mean that a library that has 20 employees, each of whom have a separate independent obligation to prevent this material from being accessible, that material is accessible, each one of those pays $50,000, so the $50,000 now becomes a $1 million fine?
Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Chestik, I think that's a fair question in terms of how this could be interpreted. Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if the Wyoming Supreme Court has delved into the nature of a civil penalty. Civil penalties, though, Mr. Chairman, are typically considered, to be akin to fines. And so I think there, then, Mr. Chairman, Representative Chestic, the question would be, if this is akin to a fine, what constitutional protections would be there to, merge that, basically. But Mr. Chairman, certainly language could be drafted to clarify what each violation means in subsection C.
Other questions for Mr. Fuller? Yes, Senator Crum.
Yeah, just a couple questions. On line 21, page 5, and then it's very similar on line 18, page 6, it says, any interested party shall have a cause of action. So does that mean, the way I read that, somebody in Virginia, New York could have a cause of action, somebody that lives outside of the state of Wyoming or outside the county?
Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Crum, I think that too is a fair question. What I would note here is interested party is different from person. So there has to be some meaning to what interested party means. Whether that means a court would say, okay, you have to establish standing, which generally means you have to show some injury that's redressable, or if it is simply as broad as, a person, a not interested party, I think that's an open question.
Okay, Senator Crum, you have additional?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just second question real quick is, I notice in here the fine looks like it goes against the entity, the library or the county, I guess that's up in the air. Why not the individual? If the library or the county has a policy in place that they totally plan for people to follow that would meet whatever draft bill, whatever bill came out, why is that entity held responsible when it would be an individual that violated the policy?
Mr. Fuller.
So Mr. Chairman, Senator Crum, I think that's a policy question for the committee to consider, whether a penalty should be assessed against an individual person or the employing entity. My recollection from the request was to model this based on another bill from last session that took a similar approach, which levied the civil penalty on the entity rather than the person.
Any other questions for Mr. Fuller? Representative Lane and then Representative Chestic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question comes on page 2, lines 13 to 15. The portion that says, or that provides materials aimed towards persons younger than 18. When we have small rural libraries in Wyoming, they're usually one larger room. And my question is, if we put materials out for the younger children towards the front of the door, does that make that entire room then geared towards the children?
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, hard question to answer. If that front area is, any portion, but this doesn't distinguish between larger facilities and smaller library facilities that may only be one room. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's hard to say. I think that would be a question for, for example, if we're talking the lawsuit or the civil penalty, that a court would have to basically apply the facts to this law.
Representative Chestic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on the great question that was asked by Senator Crum, the same section, D, and the similar one, D for both the.
Remind us what page you're on again?
Yeah, page 5, section D, and page 6, section D. Both of them talk about the interested party having a cause of action. It's unclear who the interested party is, but my question is, there's an award of damages, $50,000 liquidated per violation. Who gets the money? When it's, I would assume the plaintiff would get the money, and that would be the interested party, would then receive $50,000 or 50,000 times 20 employees, or whatever the amount is, goes to the plaintiff. Are we creating a very large incentive for people to start filing lawsuits against libraries?
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Chestick, I understand and would interpret subsections C and D separately. A civil penalty is generally a penalty that's going to be recovered typically by the state. A civil penalty is used in generally other statutes, is considered a fine. And so that would, under the Constitution, go to the county school fund. Subsection D, in terms of a court awarding damages, Mr. Chairman, the way I would interpret that is that a person would have to, as in any other lawsuit, prove what those damages are in order for those to be awarded.
And those would go to the plaintiff or plaintiffs. Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're on page, well, I guess we're on page 6D, line 18. So when it says, any interested party shall have a course of action, do we need to put civil action? Add the word civil in front of that? And there's a couple other places that, same question.
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bratton, I would say that would be clear enough to know that that cause of action is indeed a civil action.
Check, just ensuring, because.
Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another question for LSO. So this is a hypothetical situation that I'm about to pose to you. So let's say that an adult gets an adult book at the library, which is still available, and then puts this book into a children's section. Who would be held responsible for something like that? What would be the course of action in that situation? And then a child gets a hold of that book, and then a parent finds out.
Mr. Fuller, I don't think I've ever called on your name this many times in a row.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, Representative Singh, the way the bill is currently drafted, it says, and I'm looking at page 4, lines 27 and 28, each public library and employee and staff of a public library shall ensure that no materials are accessible in the children's section of the library at any time. I think that situation may not necessarily be contemplated here, but the onus is clearly on the library staff to ensure that none of those materials are accessible in the children's section at any time.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Crum.
Follow up to a previous question. So if I understood things correctly, let's say a school district gets fined and we're using $50,000 and it goes to the school fund. Is it a wash?
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Crum, unless I'm mistaken about the disposition of civil penalties, that's correct.
It would get redistributed amongst other schools, so it wouldn't be a wash, but other schools would benefit from it.
If there's more than one school district.
Yeah, if there's more than one district. Senator Craigo.
I was just going to say, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure that's quite true, because if you pay a fine, a criminal fine, it goes to your local county school fund, it may end up, depending on what type of school district you are, but it goes to your local school fund, not to the state.
But if you had multiple districts in the county,
There you go.
then it would be
Fremont County.
redistributed.
9 districts.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe it's because it's getting late in the day and I'm getting tired, but I'm reading this and I'm looking on page, I lost which page I'm on. Page 6, line 12. If any person violates subsection of this section, the school district that employs or contracts, blah, 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 $50,000 for each violation. What constitutes one violation? Because just for clarity, it says for any student. So if 5 students pass around a book, is that 5 violations if we have 5 sets of parents complaining? Can we clarify what would constitute a single violation?
Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kelly, I think that gets to the question that Representative Chestick asked earlier in a slightly different manner, but that would be something the committee may wish to consider clarifying what each violation means, whether it's by material, by student, by employee, for example.
Just glad to hear it's not actually in there.
Yes, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is about section C that runs from the bottom of page 3, lines 30 and 31, carries over to page 4 through lines 3. We're creating an exception for Title 33. It's my understanding that is like doctors and such in the state of Wyoming. But my question is, why would we create an exemption for them when this is strictly to do with an explicit material on a library shelf? Doctor exams don't typically happen in a library.
Yeah. Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lean, this was just my effort to basically make the definition conform to Wyoming based on that Iowa definition that was provided as part of the bill draft motion.
Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. I also was brought to my attention that perhaps maybe that rather, don't want to diminish a deterrent, but perhaps even a $5,000 per book fine rather than a $50,000. Just want to throw it out there.
Yeah, let's save general discussion for when we get to that part of the bill. Right now, just ask if there are any other questions for Mr. Fuller. Yes, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4, line 27, each public library and employee and staff, how are employees and staff by definition different? Does that?
Mr. Fuller.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bratton, the only difference I could think of is, would be if someone is a contractor rather than an employee.
Okay. What about volunteer?
Senator Crago, were you going to weigh in on this?
Just a thought, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. I know most libraries have volunteers. Volunteers might qualify as staff, whereas they would not qualify as an employee. So that would encircle them within the language of the statute as well.
Any other questions for, yes, Senator Kolb?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on page 4, again, line 27, where it says each public library, can't we hold the public libraries, the entity itself, accountable and not the employees within said entity or the contractors or whomever else might be working in there? Just a question about, is that I assume a policy question?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator Kolb, I think the way the bill is drafted, if you'd look on page 4, line 5, and then page 5, line 22, it does say that the library that employs is liable, and then the cause of action is against the library rather than any individual person associated with the library. But Mr. Chairman, as Senator Kolb, as you noted, that is a policy question for the committee to decide.
Other questions for Mr. Fuller? All right. Seeing none. One more. Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As far as immunity goes, does this bill, as it is drafted, create individual personal liability? Does it remove existing immunity for government employees for everything, or just for this? I have a concern about that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Bratton, I think, and I would point to page 2, lines 4 through 6, and I think the way I've drafted it references a governmental entity is liable for, and this is in the Governmental Claims Act, The entity is liable for damages in accordance with those two new sections. And in that section, it provides that the cause of action is against either the library or the school district. So the way I've hopefully have drafted this is that it's the entity that, the state that this bill would waive the immunity for, not the individual employees. Mr. Chairman, that's not to say that, there may be other provisions of the Governmental Claims Act that could apply, but this bill draft is drafted for the entity.
Any other questions for Mr. Fuller? All right, so I'm going to try to get a bit of a roadmap going here so I can figure out how we're going to handle the next couple of hours of our evening. I know that Representative Lucas is online, so we will let her in, and she will be next to testify. Are there any state agencies wishing to testify on this bill? No? If you're going to testify on this bill, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, and if you're going to testify, go ahead and put your hands down. If you're going to testify for this bill, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, thank you. If you're going to testify against this bill, go ahead and raise your hand. Okay, very good. So I think in the interest of time, what I'm going to do is we'll go to you, Representative Lucas, in just a minute. Hold with me for just a minute while I map this out. We're going to, after Representative Lucas, we'll take general public comment. I will limit public comment to 2 minutes per person. Don't worry if you have something more than 2 minutes worth of information that you want to share with us. We do have emails and we do read them. So you can pass that information along to us. If you have written comments, you can submit those to our staff in person or in email, and we will definitely review them. After public comment, I'll take the temperature of the committee just to decide if you want to close public comment and work the bill, we can do that. If you want to close public comment and work the bill in a subsequent meeting, we can do that. Let's see how we feel after we take testimony and what time it is. But that's my general roadmap for the next little while to get us through this bill. Representative Chesick.
If we have questions for witnesses, does that count as their 2 minutes? Or
No.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But if you ask the same number of questions to every witness as we asked Mr. Fuller, we're going to have a problem. All right. Thank you, Counselor. Okay, with that, Representative Lucas, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee. I'm sorry I'm not there with you in person, but I'll be in Casper tomorrow for a different committee. I have just a few comments. I'll keep it as brief as I possibly can. First, I think that $50,000 is kind of a high reach for a first offense, and you may want to consider doing up to $50,000. Maybe delineate a number of offenses, because it is possible that a book will be mistakenly misshelved. It could be done, as somebody pointed out, by a patron. It could be just sheer mischief too. And so it would be a shame to penalize, top dollar for minor offenses every time. So I would suggest you consider that. Somebody has said a number of times, young adult, and in the bill, it points out that these are children and they are under the age of 18, and adult means 18 or over. So a young adult, in my opinion, is somebody who's equal to or older than 18. So young adults are minors. And just remember that, because that will be something people will point out. These are young adults. No, they're not. They're children. Legally, they are children. It was never my intent when I brought House Bill 194 last session to put libraries out of business or to put librarians in jail or to ban books. And this bill does not ban any books or materials. What it does is it properly shelves books into an area more appropriate for children, so that if we deem a material is not appropriate for children, it should not be in a children's section. It should be in an adult section. If parents want their children to read this, they certainly can obtain those materials. So there is no ban. These books are not illegal. They are not unavailable anywhere else. I went to a big name national chain bookstore here in Cheyenne and just tested to see that these books are available there, and they are. In case any of y'all are looking for an extra taste of what these books are like, I did send a bag full to the committee, and they're there somewhere, and you could get just another taste of it. And the reason I suggest that, if you have any doubt at all, is because I found when I work with people all over the state now on this, that some folks say this isn't so bad, and then they look at a book and they realize, oh, my goodness, that is really graphic, or that is very adult. And that's the whole point of this bill, is to segment adult sexual content from children's areas. I have just a question on page 3, line 13. I noticed the word political, and I don't know that I've ever seen that, and that's in a comment. And so just curious about that, but that's neither here nor there. In that section on the staff comment, I encourage you to resist using the Miller test as a guideline for what is obscene, because the Miller test doesn't apply to children. It applies to adults. The Supreme Court, when they heard that case, it never occurred to them, I suspect, that we would be talking about this how many years later in reference to children and obscene materials. So please resist that. It has been my pleasure to work with you, and I congratulate you on a really good start on this bill. I favor it. I think you've done a great job. And I have nothing else to say, and I welcome questions.
Thank you, Representative Lucas. Are there any questions for the representative? No? Okay, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure, thank you.
Is there anyone else online? Okay, we'll come back to online testimony. I want to get some testimony in the room first. So we'll go to general public comment. If you wish to testify on this bill, just come on up, fill up the chairs so we can keep the flow going.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, while we're
Yes.
doing that, I would just ask those who are online who do wish to testify to raise their hand on Zoom so we can plan accordingly. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that note. And then we'll just start on my left, just so you understand how this works. If you haven't testified before a legislative committee, you need to introduce yourself, who you are. If you represent an organization, we need to know the organization that you represent. Your comments are limited to 2 minutes. And then if there are, we'll take any questions for you. If there are any questions, responses to those questions need to be directed through the chair. And we'll start over here on my left.
There we go. Good evening, Chairman, members. My name is Taya True Wells. I'm a mother of 4 children, an educational advocate, business partner, and a community volunteer. I also serve on the Natrona County School District Board of Trustees, but I am here on my own personal behalf. I want to give you a little perspective. And I have a recommendation on this bill. I know you are trying to protect youth. That is valiant. I like that. But here in Natrona County, we have just sentenced an actual serial pedophile. This zealot took in foster kids and physically, sexually, and emotionally abused them. Reading updates from the trial, it is evident that the hints of abuse go back years. This bill, which fines per book, per incident, $50,000, is excessive, because this actual convicted pedophile, who was convicted of 6 misdemeanors and 8 felonies, 14 guilty charges in all, was fined only $44,500. So per book, you are going to charge more than someone who actually did significant harm to kids. I highly recommend that you relook and think about the perspective on risk. Librarians are not a risk. Pedophiles are a risk. Thank you.
Representative Lean, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is, with the passage of this tentative legislation, would you still be able to check out the book for an individual?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If this legislation is to pass, would you still be able to check out one of the books that would be challenged as sexually explicit from another section of the library? Would it still be accessible as a patron of the library?
So I think we're missing two different things, right? Are we able to check out a book? And then there's the penalty, right? I think our librarians are great in terms of segregating the areas and for kids, because you have to remember, kids can be 5, they can be 17. In Natrona County, our kids, the board book kids, the kids that are like 10 and under are in the basement. Our teenagers are up on the second floor, almost as far away from the board books that you can get. So when you're asking, can they check it out? Of course they can. But are they, you are putting a penalty, and a pretty significant one. Again, the actual pedophile was only fined $44,500. So that scope is unbelievably different. The balance of law is not there. So yes, you can check it out, but think about the penalty. Thank you for the question.
All right, thank you. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lindsay Travis. I am the president of the Wyoming Library Association. I'm also the director for the Sweetwater County Library System. I did provide a handout about the Wyoming Library Association with some information. Library staff across the state care deeply about children and in our communities and value the relationships we build with Wyoming families. WLA's goal with this topic is to find a path that supports parents protecting their own children, one that empowers families to access the resources specific to their needs, and retains community involvement on the local level at our libraries. To do this, we have noted several areas in the draft bill that raised concerns. First, the bill does not distinguish between children and teens. This lack of clarity would effectively treat teen materials the same as those intended for small children. Age-appropriate materials about puberty, health, and fictional books with brief, developmentally relevant content could be deemed inappropriate and subject to removal. Second, this bill does not clearly define the term "any interested party." As written, it's unclear whether someone from outside the school district or outside the county or even outside of Wyoming could file a complaint and initiate fines against a local library or school district. Third, the legislation would shift all liability for youth materials onto librarians, effectively removing parents from the decision-making process for their own children. It would discourage library staff from recommending books and destroy the trusted relationship between families and librarians, relationships that are built on collaboration and shared values. Fourth, as this bill reads, libraries could be on the hook if a person finds issue with a book purchased many years ago by predecessors who are no longer working for the library. Wyoming's 23 public library systems house 2.4 million items, making that a massive undertaking to be familiar with every individual page on the books on the shelves. In addition, the bill does not address the possibility of genuine mistakes, whether by a staff member accidentally misshelving a book or a patron selecting a book from the adult section and leaving it behind in the children's section. And lastly, the financial burden cannot be overstated. The fines proposed would be devastating to already underfunded library budgets, and the cost and staff time to review these items would divert personnel away from essential library issues. The Library Association respectfully asks this committee to consider forming a working group that includes professional librarians from both public and school libraries. We believe this issue deserves careful and collaborative study. Together, we could find solutions to protect children and empower parents. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Questions for Ms. Travis? Yes, Representative Chesick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've heard some testimony earlier and in other conversations that this bill does not ban books. It merely asks you to reshelve them or put them in different places. So I would argue that that's kind of a meaningless distinction. You're not banning them, you're hiding them. So you're going to take a book that might violate this section. It's geared towards a child, but you're going to hide it in the adult section so that you don't violate this section. The child who wants to find that book's now going to have to go into the adult section and start looking around to see where that book is, and who knows what else they're going to find when they're in the adult section. Is that a good idea?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we would have to move books from one section to another. That would be the process, I think, that would have to happen, or they would be removed completely from the shelves in order to go along with this draft bill. We did provide on the handout some possible amendments to this bill. If we have a working group, we could work on what that would all look like.
Other questions? Representative Webb?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question, Mr. Chairman, does this proposed bill prevent parents from checking out these type of books for their minor children?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I guess that depends on how it's interpreted. I think that it looks like without having things in the kids section that they can check out, parents don't really have the oversight. They won't be able to see what their kids are checking out. They won't have opportunity to, I'm not saying that right. I think they would have the opportunity to check them out. The parents could definitely check out items for their kids, but it ruins what the library is. If you go into a library, there's so much fun in a library. There's so much fun with children, with the teens. We have programs that are just fantastic for the kids. But by putting these parameters in place, we have just gutted the teen sections of the libraries. And the kids aren't going to come in. I mean, that's just what it's going to be. We're not going to have a section for them because so many books that are out there might have one line that describes something sexual that will remove the book and they won't have an opportunity to check it out.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Ms. Travis, just curious, based on your testimony of age appropriateness, so at what point, what age is obscene material should be available to children? At what age? Is it 12, that obscene material? Because that's what the bill defines as obscene material here. That's the definition of the bill. So what age is appropriate that we should now allow children to have access to obscene material? Just curious, based on your expertise. What age that would be?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, the bill doesn't say obscene, it says sexually explicit. They're two different terms. I think that the age appropriateness is dependent on the parent and the family and their family values.
Yes, Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Travis, I was curious. You mentioned a book, and help me get through this if you need to. And if there's just a kind of gutting the teen section, if there's like a line in there, perhaps it's appropriate for a story or something. But would that, what my understanding of the bill, what we're trying to do for the safety of the children, if it's prurient material that actually stimulates these children, are you saying something like that might be, that's what's gutting a teen section? And how can we protect our, this is what where I'm coming from, is what you're claiming, is it just part of a novel and you just kind of read over it and it makes sense because it's, so I'll let you have that one. Thanks.
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, to answer Representative Brady's question, since the bill does not say obscene, it says sexually explicit. So one line that is sexually explicit, based on my interpretation of this bill, we would be fined $50,000 if a child picked that book up, despite whether their parents allowed them. If their parents let them have a card, they have already allowed them to check items out of the library.
Yes, please, go ahead, Representative.
These microphones. Thank you again, Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Travis. Could you give me an example of, just give any example that I could better understand what you're trying to say that would be in a book for a teen?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I would say possibly a book that is about teenagers and they decide that they are going to have sex. That would just be one paragraph, let's say, in the book. It's on page 293 of a 400-page book. Yet librarians would have to know that that particular passage is on that book, or in that book. To give you a little bit of perspective, the teen section of the young adult teen section of the Sweetwater County Library System has roughly 10,000 books. I cannot tell you what's on every page of all of those books. So we would have to take all of them off the shelves and read them to make sure which books did not violate that. That would take roughly, I would think, about 90,000 hours to be able to review all of those books, which for my library system would be my personnel budget for almost 2 years, to be able to review every book to make sure that we won't get a $50,000 fine.
Any follow-up? No? Representative Washit?
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Travis, where I come into an issue is that when a parent gives a child a library card, I think there's a measure of trust between the parent and the library, that their child's going to be able to come to the library and have a very positive experience at the library. Not that their child's going to have access to, and if you look at page 3 and 4 where we delineate, it's not all sexual things, right? John and Susie get in the back seat of a 57 Chevy. Does not violate this. It doesn't. It has to be a depiction of very specific types of sexual behavior, right? Where the hands are, what they're touching, body parts, artificial sex toys, and so forth, right? And I would certainly hope that the teen section of our library won't be gutted because the vast majority of books in your library contain that type of graphic detail in the teen section. So I agree with you that verifying what's on every page of every volume in your library would be onerous, and we need to talk about that. But are you testifying today that the vast majority of the books in the teen section of your library contain that type of graphic detail? Is that your testimony?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, no, that's not my testimony. What I'm saying is I'm not sure, and no one will know what is the content of every book that's in the teen section, so we would have to review them. And I would say that based on the reading of this, pretty much anything that's sexual would be removed. But that's, I think, it's subject to interpretation, and that's part of the problem. I think it needs to be written in a way that it's more clear.
Well, Ms. Travis, in terms of the review, I would submit to you that we have this new technology called artificial intelligence that could probably review your books in seconds, as opposed to the time it would take a person to review it. I don't know the full capabilities of it, but I would. All right. We won't have any more outbursts like that. If we're going to be present, or we can remove everyone and we can end the meeting. So there will be order in our meeting. We will not talk unless we are called on by the chairman. And if you wish to make comments, certainly make your way to the front and make your comments, but it's not appropriate. Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I would not trust AI for a $50,000 fine of taxpayer dollars.
Okay, that's fair. Any other questions for Ms. Travis? Yes, Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today, Ms. Travis. My question is about the state library, and they have, I believe it's called a consortium, where they have a list of books that you can put together, and then all of the libraries could receive that information. Would it be a viable option for county libraries that have already taken it upon themselves to identify some of these books to then share that list via that method with the 23 libraries around the state?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, we do a lot of sharing across the state of Wyoming. That's one thing that's great about our libraries here in Wyoming. That's still, even with sharing lists, which we definitely would do, I still think it would take an insurmountable amount of time to go through all the books.
Any other questions for Ms. Travis? Yes, Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question this time has to do with driver's licenses. We have one format for people under the age of 21, one format for those over age 21. Has there ever been any thought to having some type of a library card, or is there a library card that would prevent young people from being able to check out sexually explicit material?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, some libraries in the state do have different types of cards based on age and based on what parents sign kids up for. Not every library has that, because it's based on the policy of that particular library. So there are some libraries that do that.
Please, go ahead.
Would you support that move, to have that type of, all libraries to have that type of identification?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest, as I suggested, putting together a working group that includes some librarians with members of this committee that could go over what that would look like and how we could implement something like that.
Additional questions for Ms. Travis? Yes, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a question given back to you. You have to work in a library. See, do all parents come in with their children, attend their children in the library? Or sometimes many people just drop their children off and then they get a cruise around the library and let it stuff.
Ms. Travis?
What's your experience? What's the normal, most common occurrence?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, there's both. We have families that come in with all their kids. There are some children who are there by themselves, but that is on their parents' permission for them to be in the library by themselves. So there's a mix, and it all depends on the library, it depends on the community, it depends on what the parents of those children have allowed.
So, Mr. Chairman, under that scenario, we do have children in the library all the time, may not have parental supervision. I come back to my original question. Obscenity was a suggestion, but you're right, it uses sexually explicit material. So I'm curious, again, on the same question, at what age do we have, based on the definitions in the bill, is it age appropriate children have access to sexually explicit material as defined in the bill?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, that's a parental decision, not a library decision. Libraries in the state of Wyoming require parental permission to get library cards. So if the parent has given their child a card and they know what the policies are for that library, they have given them permission to check out whatever is under that policy of the card.
Senator Hicks?
So in the context of consent or parental permission and stuff, we just know that there's always a number of kids that are wondering, they have permission to be there. Do the parents know? And why would one parent say, well, it's my responsibility to follow my kid to see what they peruse in the library? Why does that supersede somebody that says, I'm going to send my children to the library and I trust that the library will not expose my children to sexually explicit material? Why does one group get to decide for the other what the appropriate response is for the library?
Senator Hicks, I just realized your mic is not lit up.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Now you have to repeat no, I'm just kidding. We don't want you to repeat it. Oh, it doesn't want you to ask questions. Okay.
So, Mr.
Go ahead.
Chairman, so the response was, as well, it's a parental responsibility, but we know a lot of these kids don't have their parents there, so they still have the opportunity to go view this material at their will. And so the question is why would one group of parents saying, well, I'll accept that responsibility, that I'll go with my children and make sure they're not wandering in there and looking at sexually explicit material as defined in the statute? Why does their decision trump those of the parent that says, I trust that my children will be there and that they'll be supervised by adults while they're in the library? Why one over the other instead of just providing a one-size-fits policy that protects all children?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure how to answer that question, but I would say that the parents parent the way they parent. Everybody knows that family values are different from one family to another. So if one family trusts that they allow their kids to come to the libraries by themselves and another family doesn't, that is their family values. That's their decision to do. It shouldn't be the library's responsibility. Libraries aren't babysitters, and I think that's something that sometimes people think we are, but we're not. Libraries are not babysitters.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, are you familiar with the Miller test, Supreme Court test? So, and I think this gets specifically to the issue is when we look at that, the very first component of the Miller test is community standards. It's not parent standards. It's the community as a whole. Quite frankly, members of this body represent those communities, and we're sent here to do this. And so when I look at the Miller test in the context of this, we have an obligation that an average person applying contemporary community standards, not parent standards, community standards, have an obligation to meet that test. And so I don't know how the answer from, Ms. Travis comports with meeting the context of the Supreme Court's Miller test, that it's a community standard, not an individual parent standard, that governs how we address this issue of sexually explicit or obscene material in public and school libraries. And so I'm just curious as to how that comports with the Miller test, in your opinion, particularly the community standards test.
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, libraries have policies that focus on their collection development. They decide what goes into the collections at each library. Those policies are approved in a public process by community-appointed, county commission-appointed library boards, or in a school library, it's the school board. So those community standards are already applied in the policies that are at the libraries through their library boards.
Representative Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Travis, does a child need to have a library card to enter a library and peruse the books there?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak for all libraries. I know that they don't have to have a library card in my library system.
Representative Brady?
Thank you, Chairman. Director Travis, I'm leading off with this question based on Senator Hicks. So I'm trying to liken it to a publicly funded, let's say, recreation center. I believe children have to be 8, and then the parent comes in and gets them a card, and they can go in on their own, is my understanding. So my question is, would we send our children to go swimming without a lifeguard present? Can they go play basketball without some kind of supervision there? In the rec center, every place the children or students have access, there is staff. And so just saying they can get in, once they're 8, I believe is the thing. So what makes that different than a publicly funded library that it's just in my mind, it seems like a free-for-all?
Ms. Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak for rec centers, but I do believe that all rec centers have their own policies that are put together by their own community boards. So the age that kids can get in would vary based on their own community boards and their policies. That being said, libraries do not have the staff to have someone in every portion of the library. So I can give you an example. The Rock Springs Library, which you might be familiar with, has many different rooms, but we cannot have a staff member in each of those rooms because we don't have the budget to provide that. So having someone to monitor or so-called babysit the kids, it's just not within a library budget to be able to do that. Plus, the parents have allowed their kids to be there, so they know that they're dropping them off at the library and what's available.
Any other questions for Ms. Travis? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee, for your time. My name is Michelle Umber. I'm the director of the Sublette County Libraries. I did give handouts to some library statistics. What I'm going to be talking about today is the unintended consequences of this legislation. Similar legislation has been enacted in places, and for example, in Idaho, it was enacted there, and many of the libraries had to not allow children in the library without a parent. And I can see how that would be like, oh, well, that's a great thing, their parents are there, but it cut visits and programming dramatically and cut circulation, which are checkouts, by almost half. And I argue that doing that in Wyoming, in our rural, isolated communities, where libraries are one of the only places left where people can get together, intergenerational, and have community together, would be horrible for our communities. The other day, I was in my office, and I had a former library kid who's now a college student stop by my door. And she said, "Thank you so much for all that you do for the kids at the library." She was like, "I was a library kid and it was great, but you're doing so much now. I just really appreciate it." And I said, "Oh yeah, you're welcome." And then she said, "I'm going to be honest with you. Back when I was in high school and I was asked to hang out after school, it was always doing something that would have compromised my values. There was vaping, there was drinking, there was smoking, sex, all of the things involved that she didn't want to be a part of." So where did she go? She went to her library with her friends, where she could hang out and have fun and not be involved in those activities. So I want us to think about what could come out of this. Lindsay is totally right. We're not babysitters and we don't have the staff to watch what every kid is checking out, but we do make sure that these libraries are safe, right? We make sure that the kids are safe. We make sure that they're behaving. I'm constantly having to get on to the kids to behave in the library, and I'm happy to do that. I do that for our communities. Another thing I want to talk about, if the libraries are closed, where are these kids going to go? Are they just going to run around town unattended? Are they going to be at home by themselves, isolated on their tech? That's what my husband and I are really worried about. We are always telling our kids, get off your computer, get outside, go and play. And that's what I see happening with this. As well-intentioned as the legislation is, I really worry about the unintended consequences of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is, in this tentative legislation, is there a section that I have missed that says that minors must be accompanied by an adult? Because I don't remember reading it.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, what happened in places like Idaho is that they didn't feel comfortable with the fines that could ensue or the lawsuits that could ensue. And then other places, the libraries were so small, they didn't have a way to restrict items. And so the only way that they could see making this work is to restrict kids from coming into the library without an adult. I think it would be very hard to get liability insurance with this type of legislation. I think it also opens us up to lawsuits on the other side, right? If you move books, that can be considered book banning. And so I just want to call that to your attention as well. I think it puts the libraries in a really difficult situation, kind of between a rock and a hard place, because we're not the ones that established Miller Law. We're not the ones that established obscenity, but we certainly would be caught in the crosshairs.
Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name, but you're over the Sublette County Library
Yes.
System, is that right?
Yes.
And just help me, did you say move or remove books a couple of sentences ago.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you give me a little more context? I'm sorry, I don't know.
I believe you were saying that moving books is book banning. Is that what you said?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not saying that is my testimony. I'm saying that moving books has been considered in court cases to be book banning in the past.
Follow up?
Representative Brady, yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so are there other, let's consider it adult materials within a library? Do you carry at all, this has been brought up before, like Hustler magazine or Playboy? Do you carry nothing like that?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, we do not.
Okay, what about, Chairman?
Representative Brady?
What about a specific room for anything off to the side, perhaps if you don't have anything you can't monitor or walk around without having to have someone at each location? What about anything that's within this bill, be in a specific room, right off the, in an eyesight to see who can go in there or have access to it, kind of like cigarettes behind a locked door, or you can't go in and get alcohol unless you're 18 or 21. So I'm just saying, could something be roomed if it's not put in the adult section? Could it be put in a specific room and it could be seen there, and then it's not worrying about dropping it off, someone inadvertently putting it on a shelf, I would, accidentally or whatever.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question. We don't have a room where we have items. Are you asking me if we do have one, or if that we would, if that's a possibility?
Representative?
Chairman, thank you. Perhaps it's a possibility if you don't have staff to, be at every, my thinking is staff could walk around the library. Not necessarily you have to have somebody at every location. I just use the rec center as an example because they're at totally different levels. I guess my point is if we're worried about where these are going to be shelved on the adult section versus the children, would it be better to isolate them totally and put them in a specific room that's in visual sight rather than having to walk around and monitor? Is that making sense at all, what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, that would not fit within our collection development policy, and I think most collection development policies in the state. I don't really know what that would look like, and so I guess I can't speak to that too much. I'm not sure I understand the question as well.
Okay. Any other questions? No? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Conrado Saldivar. I'm a librarian. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and my employer here at the Natrona County Library, my hometown library. Just came back after college. I provided, helped on a handout that you have called Information on Collection Development, Cataloging, et cetera, et cetera. It's the thicker packet that you have in your materials. Basically, what I wanted to provide this for is to show you that local communities, school boards, county boards have already done this. They've already done this work. The specific examples in your packets are from Natrona, Converse, and Goshen counties. We figured we wanted a large, medium, and small library to kind of give you a broader perspective of what policies are available in Wyoming. The two from school libraries that are in your packets are from Campbell County School District Number 1 and the Teton County School District Number 1. You'll notice that they provide information on the library on how materials are selected, how they're evaluated, and what to do with them when the material is no longer qualifies under that criteria within those policies. Again, these policies were approved by their local boards and are regularly updated by those boards. To pull one part out of the Campbell County School District policy, it states the responsibility for determining whether a student will bring an item in his personal reading, listening, or viewing belongs to the parent and the child. To pull another from the Teton County Policy School District, all materials should be evaluated on the significance of the entire work rather than the individual parts. These 5 policies are just some great examples of what we already have in Wyoming. They also include all of the basic components that graduate schools teach in their courses about collection development. It's important to know that each of these sample policies provide an opportunity for their local communities, whether that's general public or parents with their children in the school district, to question why those materials are in the libraries themselves. They also outline a process that empowers parents to initiate an official reconsideration on specific library materials. This two-way communication between libraries and communities allows for an honest conversation to occur about the entire selection process. I believe that these policies are working. And I'll leave it at that, but I'd be happy to provide additional policies from your own communities if you would prefer specific examples, and I can stand for any questions.
Questions, Committee Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is about the Natrona County policy as a whole. Would you consider that an opt-in program or an opt-out program?
Sir.
The collection, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The collection development policy applies to the entire library itself. The collection development policy does not go into detail about the different library card types that are available at Natrona County Library. So whether it's opt-in or opt-out, again, it's not included in your packet, but the Natrona County Library does provide a letter to parents whenever parents sign up their children, and that basically tells them what their children will have access to within the library. And I do know we also have a Natrona County board member here as well, and the library director, but if they can speak a little bit more to that.
Okay. Representative Bratton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming. I have a question. What percentage of the materials, since you seem like kind of a data guy, what percentage of the materials in the library do you think fall under, on page 3, the definition of sexually explicit materials, starting on line 18, if you all haven't read the actual definition of sexually explicit material? It is on page 3, and starting with lines 18 and then going to page 4, line 13. Like, yeah, what percentage fall underneath that? Because Representative Brady was talking about having a separate room that you could put the sexually explicit materials according to this definition in, so it could be more easily monitored, which I think, she was asking, is that a viable solution? Maybe it is for some, maybe you have a shelf for other smaller libraries. But so that got me to wondering what percentage of the materials in your all's libraries actually fall under this definition, because I guarantee I taught sex ed, and that's plumbing. Sexually explicit materials, this is not books about puberty. This is not that. It's much more specific.
Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's important to look at the definition. It also includes description.
Yes.
I did pull a book from about puberty, and it specifically says a child is made when a penis inserts the vagina. So that is one example. It is age appropriate for that target audience, the under 18 of those who would qualify under this bill. So we are looking at materials that would fall, that are targeted towards and written for that audience, that would fit under this when they are meant to be purely educational materials. To give you a percentage, I unfortunately don't know. We have millions of materials here at the library, at least in the public libraries. I believe the last number was approximately 23 million materials. So to give you a percentage, I don't know, but I did pull actually 2 books that would qualify under this definition that were based on puberty and human development.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And if you're going to testify, just come up and fill up the chairs. Ma'am, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good evening. Chair Olson, members of the Joint Committee. My name is Katie Medill. I'm the mother of 2 public school children, proud educator with 20 years experience in Sheridan County. I'm here to speak in opposition of Draft Bill 26 LSO. I believe it overreaches by taking decisions about library and curricular materials out of the hands of parents and local communities and placing that under state control. As a parent, I believe that I, not the government, should decide what's appropriate for my children. As an educator, I'm deeply concerned about the chilling effect this bill could have on teachers and librarians, while it undermines local control and threatens Wyoming schools and librarians with extreme penalties. As a citizen, I believe it raises some pretty serious First Amendment concerns. By defining the children's section as under 18, this bill, it would lead to widespread censorship. I can tell you as a secondary language arts teacher of books commonly long held taught in high school curriculum. Toni Morrison, Kurt Vonnegut, Thomas Hardy, just to name a few, would absolutely, as the bill is currently drafted, be problematic. It would also block access to important educational materials on sexual health and development, as the previous speaker mentioned. Above all, I think it's unnecessary, the bill. I've served on library reconsideration committees in my own district. I can tell you our districts already have strong, responsible policies in place. These policies allow for parental involvement without penalizing educators or restricting access to literature and learning. I'll end simply by saying I appreciate the discussion. It looks like there will be work done on this bill. I support compromise, but I'm also grateful to be able to be here and share my personal opinion that not only is the bill not ready, I think it's unnecessary overall. And with that, I'll happily stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Get your name, but I hope you see the flip side, that if the Government Library Board decides that some of this descriptive material can be put in the children's section of a library, and a child goes there and sees that material, that's the government deciding what that child gets to see at the library. And so a 16-year-old child isn't getting dropped off by a parent. Some children at the library don't even have a library card. Their parents haven't signed anything. And so when a school board or a library board says this book can be at the under 18 section of the library, that too is government deciding what kids get to see at the library, the same way you described on the other way.
Ms. Mandel.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Washut, thank you for that. Yes, and completely agree. Government's a broad term. Going back to Senator Hicks's comment, however, I would say that the policy is already in place, both at the school district level and local libraries are based on community standards. So I think the legislation would be redundant and unnecessary.
Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like you to comment actually on the Constitution of the State of Wyoming, which Article 7, Section 20, and this is why the legislature. It is the duty of the legislature to protect and promote health and morality of people. As the health and morality of the people are essential to their well-being and to the peace and permanence of the state, it shall be the duty of the legislature to protect and promote these vital interests by such measures for the encouragement of temperance and virtue and such restrictions upon vice and immorality of every sort as are deemed necessary to the public welfare. So that is within the Constitution as far as the purview of, why the legislature. Would you like to comment on that?
Ma'am.
Comment.
Thank you, Representative Bratton. I appreciate that. It's not arguable. I am therefore grateful that you are all here and listening to public testimony with hopes of working the bill. I think there's already been some suggestions, for instance, discussing the extreme penalty of the financial burden that might cause. I appreciate all of that. I just wanted to give, both as a parent and as an educator of 20 years, my concerns with the way it's currently written.
Thank you. Sir.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you for your time today to address this draft bill. My name is Christopher Mullen, and I am currently the president of the Board of Trustees for the Natrona County Public Library. As a trustee of a Wyoming library, I wish it be known that I oppose this bill. Trustees are appointed by their respective county commissioners. It is our duty to represent the communities we live in regarding the materials and services our libraries provide. We are also responsible for working with the staff of the library and the county offices to provide a budget to achieve these goals. Our boards are made up of individuals that represent a cross-section of the community. And in this, we feel we represent the majority of the people in our community. As a trustee, we also develop the policies and procedures that ensure we provide the best materials and services to our community. We also make sure our patrons are safe within our facilities. Although I represent Natrona County, libraries in Wyoming really are part of a statewide community. Actions and policies we develop here in Natrona County are shared with other libraries within the state. Local control of these critical elements of running a public library allow us, the people responsible for managing the libraries, to better understand our community's wants and needs and react to them. Our Wyoming libraries are also staffed with degreed individuals that are in a much better position to determine what should be part of our collections. I rely on them to advise the board in such matters. Now, I know this bill is more about restricting objectionable materials from certain sections of our library than managing our library's collections. In my opinion, I agree this bill is unnecessary. The punitive language within the bill opens the doors for conjecture, interpretation, and litigation that will fall on counties to defend. As trustees, it is our responsibility to be the final decision makers on what should be part of the collection and what should be removed. Local control will ultimately do a better job at managing this sensitive issue. Since we meet monthly, it is much easier for us to keep current and flexible and manage our collections. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And please consider killing this bill as written.
Thank you, Mr. Mullen. Any questions? Representative Brady, I'm so surprised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mullen, thank you for coming. I wanted to remind you that we have some books here that are really the ones that we're concerned about, not classics and things that have been taught in the schools and such like that. Would it help if I took one of those books out of the bag and read some sections of it to you or anybody in here? Would that be helpful to know what exactly we're talking about?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mullen.
Now, I understand the definitions as described here, but I guess one of my problems with the bill as written is when it describes the children's section. And children going all the way up to age 18 is too restrictive. And I know there are 17-year-olds in this community that are very interested in some of the issues that you may be reading from that book. And I know these books were bought at a public store. Libraries are also about free, making access to our communities. So not everybody can afford these books.
Representative Brady, follow up.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for this follow-up. So, well, I had a great thought here. So when you are saying you're good stewards of what you're going to buy and things, several of these books were checked out of the Natrona County library system. So that's what concerns me. So still, you don't need any example then of what this bill is about?
No,
Mr. Mullen.
Thank you. I understand, and I understand the comments from the committee that we need to manage what children see. But I believe that, as written, this bill is open to interpretation. And in my opinion, as a father of two daughters, I know what they've read, and it's my job as a parent. And I don't want to be in a position as a librarian or a library manager to restrict what curious teens might be interested in discussing or seeing or reading about. Sorry.
Representative Brady.
Thank you again, Chairman. Maybe it would help me if you would define your various age groups. What ages are under young adult? What ages are, how many various sections do you have in the library?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mullen?
At the Natrona County Public Library, as we said earlier, we have a children's library in the basement, which is as far as you can get from the teen zone upstairs. And
Age?
Well, teen zone by definition, 11 through 18. And children's section are the board books you heard described for early readers, first through fourth grade.
Representative Brady?
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. When we're talking about an excessive fine, I keep hearing this, and I agree that $50,000 is an attention grabber. Could you walk me through what Natrona County Library budget looks like? Do you happen to have those figures?
Mr. Mullen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not have those numbers. I know somebody can grab those immediately behind me. Our library director is here. But I know with our current budget cycle just started, and we're pinching pennies. A lot of our collection is actually developed through outside funds, our foundations. Our budget pretty much pays our staff. And so collection development is done through our Friends of the Library, our foundation, and grants.
Other questions for Mr. Mullen? Yes, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just a couple of quick questions, because never served on a library board, not familiar. I do know that they're appointed by county commissioners, but is there any associated oath of office or anything that you take when you're appointed as a member of the county library board?
Mr. Mullen?
No, it's not a paid position. I am appointed. It is a position that I volunteered for, so I am a volunteer. My degree is in petroleum geology, so I'm not a librarian. And that's why I said I rely on the staff to tell me what is appropriate. They've gone to school to determine that, but we do not take an oath of office, although we do get interviewed by the county commission to determine whether or not we are fitting that cross-section of the community and will represent the community.
Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so when you go through this process and the school board looks at these and then we discuss these, I'm just trying to get to back to what my colleague had talked about, our constitutional responsibility. And we do take an oath of office to uphold the Constitution and stuff. But when we get to the point that the local school boards that are adopting policies and procedures for your library or your school, unfortunately, we don't have the option of ignoring Wyoming Constitution or federal obligations, statutory directives under the Miller Act by the Supreme Court. And this comes down to the basic fundamentals of why we're looking at this bill right now. We have a different obligation than you do. And clearly, as each one of us sit here and took an oath of office to uphold the Wyoming Constitution and the Constitution of the United States, which means those Supreme Court rulings, we look at things a little bit different through our lens. And I'm not aware of, and unless you can point me to any of these policies that were adopted by these local library boards that have to go through that still strict scrutiny test of meeting the constitutional requirements of the Supreme Court dictates under the Miller test. Are you aware of any times where those were considered in the adoption of any policies associated with what materials are in those libraries?
Mr. Mullen?
No, we do not look at constitutional policies. We adhere to what we feel is right. A lot of our collection is built based on requests by our communities. Again, then we listen to the communities. When books are removed from the collection, it is in response to somebody within the community that talks to us and our staff at the library and says, I don't think that's appropriate. It shouldn't be there in that library. And we review the book, and in that instance, members of our staff will actually read that book and determine, is it that one sentence, that one paragraph? What has raised the issue? And I guarantee you, if there was something that was just blatantly obscene, it wouldn't be in our library. We would pull that kind of material.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Brady?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mullen, you had just mentioned before you would perhaps order books based on request from your community or whatever, right? How many books can you compare with your community request with what is suggested, as we discussed at the last meeting in Torrington, from the American Library Association? Do you take their suggestion as well, or give it equal weight?
Mr. Mullen?
I believe that, and I don't, as a board member, I don't look at the lists of books we buy. We're more on policies and budgets and things, so I don't pick every book or any of the books really, but I know we do rely on our staff to determine whether or not books recommended by the American Library Association, other libraries in the state, are purchased for the community. As far as individual books requested by the community, I don't have that number either. But as a public library, we tend to be more of a popular literature type library. People check out books to read, not to research. We're not a research library here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Thank you.
Next.
My name is Mary Schmidt. I'm from Casper. I am a current Natrona County School Board member, but I am not here on behalf of the school board. I'm here on behalf as a citizen of Casper. I'm going to make a brief statement, and then I'm going to address some of the issues that have been brought up. Today, a prominent theme of today's testimony is mental health. You've heard from family services. You have theft issues. You have the county prison systems and all of the mental health issues that they have. You have two bills, grooming of children offenses and the sexually explicit materials in libraries. They have similar language describing sexual perversity. They both are designed to acknowledge the need to protect children under the age of 18 years of age. Your previous testimony on family services, theft, hospital, the Wyoming State Hospital, county jails, all illustrated the mental decline of our youth. The mental decline is because children are being exposed to materials that their underdeveloped brains cannot process. So I ask, why would we spend millions on mental health for all these agencies and then not pass this bill to help protect the mental health of our children? It's just a simple concept. A couple of the issues, you have talked about the difficulty of books. If they're cataloged as an adult book, and they are misplaced because somebody's being deviant and putting it in the children's section, I think a court of law could figure that one out on their own. It's how they're cataloged in the library system that would determine whether a librarian or that institution is violating the rules. I, as a school board member, had to review the Ellen Hopkins series because these were brought to us in a content, they wanted to argue them. And I will tell you that in that series, I unfortunately, I read details of section A, B, C, D, E, and F were all explicitly described in that series in multiple books. The books are still on the shelf in our school library because the board in a majority vote decided to keep them there. We do have a section, we did make a policy prior to myself being on the board, that there can be a section where books like this, not these books, but explicit books, can be kept behind the desk of the library. And then if a parent or a child wants it, then the parent can be notified that the child wants it and it can be released. So this can be managed, but I don't think that these books belong in a school. As you heard, the Natrona County Library Board chairmen say that their library is for reading, it's not for research. So when our children are doing research papers on history, Where do they go to get information? They can't go to the public library. I can attest to that. My child has never been able to find a book to defend any paper that she's had to research. They can't go to the school libraries because the teachers themselves have said, there's not books in there for my kid to research. They're not there for the history. They're not there for the science. They have to go online. Why do we have brick and mortar libraries if we're not going to use them to have firsthand accounts of history, of science, great literature? Why are we having people come up here and protect and want to have this category? And I want to read it out loud.
Ms. Schmidt,
Why do you
Ms.
want to
Schmidt,
protect this?
That's time.
I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Schmidt? Representative Brady?
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Schmidt, just want to follow up with what you're saying. And I had just read an article, a big study on children being exposed to pornography, which is what this is, at a young age, that they have terrific mental health issues. I wish I could, my screen went down, and so it probably is to no avail to even mention it, but I just want to let you know I understand what you're saying, and thank you.
Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is about the policymaking process by which people are opting out or challenging this. Would it be fair to say that not all of those policies are created equal, therefore the state has an obligation to create a uniform policy by which the materials are reviewed?
Ms. Schmidt?
If I'm understanding your question correctly, yes, I think it is important to have this outline so that as a school board member or as a library board member who is making policy, they have an outline to go from. Our policy doesn't necessarily contain this type. It says graphic, but what graphic? What level of graphic? There's quite a bit of openness. This is pretty clear. And if a book contains this, does it really need to be sitting in a school library? Does it really need to be sitting in a public library in a children's section? It doesn't, because as Representative Brady had said, this does distort the child's brain. They're not developed until they're 25. And every child that you heard about that has mental issues in these prisons and in these jails and in these family service issues, they've been exposed to things in their life at a very young age that has distorted their brain function. And that's why they're committing crimes. That's why they're committing sexual crimes. That's why they're defecating in jail cells. That's why they're doing it. Why are we as a state, as a county library, as a school district, contributing to that developmental distortion?
Thank you. Next.
Chairman, member of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Hopkins. I'm also a trustee of Natrona County School District. I speak on my behalf today. I support this draft of the bill today. This legislation is about protecting children and respecting the role of parents in guiding what is appropriate for their children. Sexually explicit materials are already finding their way into the hands of children in our schools, and that is why we need a consistent standards to keep such content out of the publicly funded spaces where children gather. We already have laws that restrict minors from accessing pornography and other settings. This simply ensures our libraries follow similar protections. This is about age-appropriate placement. Parents are the primary stakeholders in their children's upbringing. This bill upholds their right to know and to have a say about what is placed in sections intended for minors. It's also ensuring that graphic sexual content is not presented to children without parental awareness. Our communities already have norms that guide what is appropriate for minors, whether in movies or television or in public displays. Libraries should reflect those same standards. The legislation helps establish a clear, consistent framework so decisions aren't left to subjective interpretation that can vary greatly. I appreciate the inclusion of a clear cause of action that, that could be up to $50,000, provision as a strong deterrent. Its purpose is not to punish responsible libraries, but to ensure what is a real incentive to follow the law. Compliance costs nothing. Libraries already organize materials by age, excuse me, by age and subject. This bill simply requires that sexually explicit materials are not placed where minors can access them. For libraries acting responsibly, this deterrent will never even be an issue. Is that mine? Okay.
It goes fast, I know.
That was 2 minutes?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, well.
I even gave you a few seconds because I waited to push the button.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I guess I'll just really quickly to say I have read the books. And this is something we do desperately need because we can't rely on what our common sense, our community common sense, and that what one person to another person feel is right.
Any questions for Ms. Hopkins? Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman. My name is Reverend Dan Odell. I'm the senior minister at First United Methodist Church here in Casper. Our next door neighbors is the Natrona County Public Library. I'm here because I want to speak personally and also professionally to this bill. To me, it's a veiled attempt at bankrupting our libraries, and I see it as a bad bill as it's written. Restrictions like this, like the one that this committee is voting on, will have consequences limiting family access to resources, especially resources about their faith, particularly resources for the tweens. Under the definitions of this bill, parts of scripture from the Bible could not be placed in the children's section of the library. There are passages from the Song of Solomon, Ezekiel, Genesis, and other books that include frank descriptions of sexual acts. I mention these not for the sake of sensationalism, but because they're a part of larger passages that reflect spiritual and moral truths. In addition, this law could keep the Book of Mormon and the Quran off the shelf for young readers. This is not the kind of law that Wyoming needs. For example, in Genesis 19:33-35, Lot's daughters are having sex with their father to preserve the family line. This includes descriptions of intoxication and sexual intercourse. In the Song of Solomon, chapter 7, verses 6-9, it reads, "Your mouth is like the best wine. It goes down smoothly, causing the lips of sleepers to speak." Ezekiel 23:20, "She lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys, and whose emission was like that of horses." Leviticus 15:16 regulates for when a man's emission can occur, and the Song of Songs 4:5, "Your two breasts are like two fawns, leaping like a gazelle." So I've got 5 more examples of that, but sounds like my time's up.
Yep, but we do have email.
Happy to, I'm happy to email these to you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sure we're happy to read it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Odell. Any questions? Representative Brady.
Thank you, Chairman. You're Reverend Odell?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just a comment here. Okay, the Bible is a book of history, and some of those passages you're referring to, in my opinion, my understanding of the Bible, is the Creator's message to the beauty of the relationship between a marriage, a man and a woman. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion, because that's God's. So I just take, to use it as a support for this other, what I would consider immoral material. I just take offense to that. I just wanted to say. So, thank you.
Any questions for Reverend Odell? Yes, Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Reverend, if we had an exception for the books that you listed, the Quran and Book of Mormons and the Bible and so forth, we accepted those out of this bill, would it otherwise be acceptable?
Reverend Odell?
You know, for tweens, you know, my concern is that if this is taken literally, you know, I guess my biggest irk about this bill is the fines. But I just wanted to provide a bit of levity for you guys as well. So, but yeah, I'd be okay with that if you made exceptions for those 3 sacred texts, or to even be more inclusive to say that sacred texts, because I'm sure I didn't research the Bhagavad Gita or any other sacred texts in our world religions. But
Great. All right, next.
Chairman Olson, my name is Jenny Sorensen. I'm an English teacher and parent of teenagers in Gillette. These are strange days, aren't they? Kids learn from TikTok, they communicate through Snapchat, use AI to write their English papers, and it's a tough time to be a parent right now. It's even harder that there are adults telling parents and politicians that public schools and libraries are pornographic and harmful, that there's something to fight against and fear. They are promoting censorship, not to protect children, but to punish teachers and librarians. I know this because adults came after me. In November of 2022, I received challenges to my Anne Frank unit in November and December, months before I even taught that text, from a California man, the director of mass resistance. He wrote to my school board, sent a defamatory letter to our newspaper, which they did not publish, and publicly denounced my character on the radio, all because I taught a book about a young girl going through puberty while hiding from Nazis. Thankfully, the Diary of Anne Frank is protected under our district's policies regarding books and materials, but this book would not be protected under the bill you're reviewing today. Libraries are cool places for kids to hang out, to explore, to learn, and I'm grateful that my teenage children have the freedom to check out a book by C.J. Box, Jeff Kinney, Ellen Hopkins, the Bible, with their library cards. I want them to have access to educational books about puberty and sex without having to consult with me first. Especially, I am asking you today to protect our libraries from current censorship trends, because they will only be amplified by a misguided bill like this. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Questions for Ms. Sorensen? I just have to look to my right and I will find questions. Representative Chestik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Sorensen, and thank you for your service as a teacher. Correct me if I'm wrong, I think the current state of law in Wyoming is that sex education cannot be required in public schools, but it is an option. It can be offered in public schools. How would it be possible to teach a sex, and so the bill for school libraries is a straight up book ban, right? There is no option to have an adult section to put things in. This is a straight up book ban. You cannot have this material in a school library. How would it be possible to teach a sex education class without these kind of materials?
Ms. Sorensen.
Thank you, Chairman Olson and Representative Chestik. I'm an English teacher, not health teacher, so I'll give you a little of my understanding of that. I believe, like you said, that sex education is optional. I myself in Bighorn County did not receive sex education in middle school or high school, but the children in our district have some sex education as an option that parents can opt into, or sorry, opt out of at the junior high and high school levels. The materials or curriculum used for those classes, I don't know that they necessarily rely on books in the school libraries. That would be more of a question, I think, for the individual districts on how they treat sex education. I hope that answered your question as best as I could possibly answer it.
Hey, Representative Bratton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have a chance to say this to the Reverend, but actually I don't think any of the examples he gave fell under any of these A through E problems. And I wanted to ask you, what was the Anne Frank? Which one does that fall under, that would be banned?
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson and Representative Bratton. If you're not familiar with the Diary of Anne Frank, so this is her writing. You know, she wasn't intending for this piece to be read without maybe some further editing on her own part, but she does make references to masturbation. And so that would be the part of it that some people would, and under this bill would find worthy of being sexually explicit and therefore censored.
Representative Bratton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will go back and reread that. I have a brother-in-law who is a superintendent in a classical English literature.
Wonderful.
Was a teacher by education. But so was it alluded to, or was it pretty descriptive? I don't remember. And you could just say if you thought it was descriptive or not, and that's why you thought it would fall underneath this.
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson and Representative Bratton, unfortunately, I don't have the text in front of me right now to read out of it like other people have. I would encourage you and other members of the committee to go out and read the text yourselves and then determine whether or not it would fall under this. But as the challenges came my way for this text, and as it's been banned previously throughout the United States, that's one of the primary reasons why.
Representative Brady?
Chairman.
Yep, sorry. And it's Ms. Sorensen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for being here. A couple of things I think you mentioned, TikTok, online access. I just want to remind you that we did pass HB 43, age verification for websites for harmful materials. So it's not just libraries, et cetera. But then again, TikTok, et cetera, they are not publicly funded. So, and I just want to make another comment. When you mentioned Anne Frank's book and masturbation, did you happen to just read it in her context, or did you take the liberty to elaborate on her writing that maybe the children might have been concerned? Thank you.
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson and Representative Brady, our students, they engage in a lot of critical thinking skills, especially when it comes to reading, where they're reading. So this book is read within what we call book clubs. So they're reading it independently, taking notes, and then within the book club, they're discussing questions that they have, maybe clarifications that they need to make about things that are confusing to them. They're summarizing the text so that I can determine whether or not they comprehended it. And also making predictions about what's going to happen next. That's a great way for me to check their inferencing skills. So as they're working through that process, I am not up there passing judgment about Anne and her life in hiding. Whatever that may be, fighting with her mother or going through puberty. This is a text that they're wrestling through in their own book clubs. And it really pertains, Anne was 13, 14, 15 years old when she wrote the diary. My students are 13, 14 years old. So it really works well with the puberty and other awkward things that they're going on in their lives, but also some of those bigger questions about, how we treat others who we perceive to be different than ourselves.
Representative Brady?
Thank you, Chairman. Just to go off what you were saying, now, you're an English teacher?
Yes.
So it doesn't, what you're explaining, what did not take place or does not take place in your classroom as an English teacher. This is a book club.
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson, Representative Brady, it does take place within my classroom. I shouldn't use that term loosely because I'm maybe using a little teacher talk here, but it is a strategy for teachers of English or teachers of literature to have students read independently, take notes, and then have a discussion in a format that mimics book clubs that maybe adults, do in their own free time.
Chairman, follow up, please.
Representative?
Okay, so who selects these books? And can you give me one or two other examples of books as well that have stirred up this kind of discussion?
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson and Representative Brady. So there are other books in this unit. The other maybe controversial one would be Mouse by Spiegelman. That is often challenged. I didn't see that text as falling under the description for sexually explicit as outlined in this bill, so I didn't mention that specifically. But they also read a variety of things. And like some of you, my brain is tired. I wish I could rattle them off right now, but I taught that, I don't know, 6 months ago. So unfortunately, I may have to email you with that information.
Chairman? Oh,
Representative Brady.
I'm sorry. Okay, to
I
answer
might
that
forget your
question.
name.
So how do these books come about? Who brings these into the book club? Who suggests these titles such as Mouse or Diary of Anne Frank or whatever?
Ms. Sorensen?
Chairman Olson, Representative Brady. So Anne Frank has been taught for decades and decades in our school district. It's actually a very common text to be taught at the 8th grade level, not only in Campbell County, Wyoming, but across the country and the world as well. And so this is a text that has a strong tradition of being taught at the 8th grade level. Because Anne Frank is often taught at the 8th grade level, again, because she was 13, 14, 15 years old when she went through this, along with same age as our students. A lot of times we bring in supplementary texts to for further critical thinking, and I like to we use other books like Mouse because Anne focuses more on maybe a young girl's experience. Mouse lends itself more to a young man's experience.
Chairman, I don't think I got my answer.
Okay, I feel like we've really explored this area. If you have a dire question, go ahead and ask it, but
Can I add one more thing if this helps? So the books that are read within like an English classroom is really based on the work of teachers, curriculum facilitators within the district. So asking, like how this came about, I can't tell you because it's a tradition that's existed in our district for decades. It could be different in another school district.
So that applies to the book club as well then. Thank you, Chairman. That applies to the book club as well, that it's some kind of group or the school.
So you're referring to like an instructional strategy that I use? Yeah, so I use book club. What I'm referring to is an instructional strategy for reading. That's what the book club is.
Thank you.
I can email with further information.
Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is around House Bill 43, so I'm grateful that Representative Brady brought it up. When we recently regulated the online pornography industry in Wyoming and who can access that, it didn't cover books. So my question is, at what point do we begin to cover literature, in your opinion?
Thank you, Chairman Olson and Representative Lean. I'm actually really glad that you asked this question. I know many of you are well aware that we've had an extraordinary amount of book challenges in Campbell County starting in 2021 and actually spilled over into a couple years after that. And so I want the committee to know that our schools and public libraries have actually a really effective system for helping communities, libraries, and schools determine if a text is in fact not appropriate for students of that age level, or if it's something that we determine to be obscene. And in Campbell County, I think there was 17 titles, mostly about the LGBTQ experience, that were challenged by adults who did not have school-aged children. And I've heard the books that you guys have referenced. In fact, I probably own half of them at home. But as they moved the books to actually what was called a new adult section of the library, I think there was maybe this much of the shelf taken up. And as it went through another challenge process, reconsideration process, our public library determined, even with those like few books that were just so bad, most of them they put back to the shelf that they were originally placed. And it was just a couple that they decided to move. And so thinking about this issue of sexually explicit, the Wyoming Constitution, what's obscene, protecting children, I want us to keep in mind that these things are something that evolve and change with time. So what's sexually explicit for Victorians, which is something I studied in college, is not going to be considered sexually explicit today. And so I think it's so important that we just continue to use the requirements that we have, the reconsideration process that we have, so that we can go back to texts that maybe we think no longer are suitable for children, but we can have a robust conversation about it. And we've seen that work in Campbell County.
Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've kind of gone off in the weeds here. I just want to preface this by saying this is coming from somebody who's a lifelong educator, somebody who's known to have quite a mouth on him outside of decorum. So I wouldn't be considered what somebody would consider overly strict or prudent in my standards for language. So that's where I'm coming from, but we're going to leave my opinion out of this. I just want to ask a very direct question to make sure my tired brain with a headache right now gets this. Is your concern primarily unintended consequences that might stifle innovation and academic freedom, or are you contending there's no issue here at all to even address? That's what I'd like to know. Is we're saying there's no need for any state action whatsoever, or are you looking at the bill as written as problematic?
Ms. Sorensen.
Thank you, Chairman Olson and Representative Kelly. I'm glad that you asked that question. My primary argument here is that we already have policies in place that address the concerns being brought up today. So I, like many of you, have my own opinions about what's sexually explicit, what's appropriate, what's not, about these materials. But I also know that just my opinion alone should not determine content for an entire county. And so I'm testifying today to the committee to say that the policies and procedures already in place are working well, and this bill is unnecessary.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That was kind of a gauntlet. Go ahead.
Like you, wonderful.
Hi, I'm Mary Owens, and I'm representing myself. I'm a sheep rancher from north of town, and for 34 years, I was a speech pathologist here in Natrona County. I was at 10 different schools over the duration of the period of time that I worked with children. And this young lady, and we'd heard before, we have people that we elect, school board members, boards for the public library and everything, that are working on this. And now that these ladies have enlightened that you too have a responsibility to take care of it, meet with the people that have already been doing this work. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. The people at the grassroots know their community. And there was a comment back there that their Natrona County School District has a group of people. When a parent or somebody comes and says, I do not like this book, that group of people meet, read the book, make a determination, just like you would on a book. I belong to an old ladies book club, and just like what we would do, and then that information is given back to the board to make their decision. So there is a grassroots, and those people are important. Please don't take away their functions, because then you're taking away the importance of us electing them and them then being active in our community, because they know us. What works here in Natrona County darn sure probably isn't the same thing that's going to be working in Lusk. But would you know that? Probably not unless you're from Lusk too, because you have to know the grassroots. Please don't take away that. I understand the importance that you have to be involved, so make it, involve them, find out what happens to the community, because one boot does not fit for everybody. And us in Wyoming, who knows that better than us? Thank you. Any questions? I know we're all tired.
Thank you, Ms. Owens.
But if I had to pay $50,000 for being in 10 schools on a book that I didn't even know was there, and the librarians were my most favorite people because I was responsible for all the language for the special needs kiddos that was on my group, and I had 75 the last year, I would still be hunting up more lambs because they wouldn't be paying that bill.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christine Brady. I'm the director of the Goshen County Library, as well as the vice president of the Wyoming Library Association. And I just wanted to follow up with a few things. One, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this bill, as most of us in this room have. And at the heart, it seems about being punitive over protecting kids. I know that we want to protect kids. I believe you all want to protect kids. I know I want to protect kids. I do a lot of work in my library to protect kids. We have policies that determine who can be in certain locations. I would never allow an adult who is not there with their children to be in the children's section, for example, because we want to protect kids. We separate children's computers and adult computers because we want to protect kids. We work really hard at our collection development, but this says that if there is a material found at any time, it is my job to ensure that it is not there at any time. Okay, so one patron or one community member brings in a book doesn't even belong to the library and leaves it in my children's section. Am I now on the hook for any time? That feels punitive to me. The other thing that I see here is the practicality. We're talking about a lot of time to go through this. I know we've suggested some solutions that maybe mean it wouldn't take as much time, but at the heart of it, we're talking about a lot of time. I'm a small library in Goshen County, 60,000 materials, not including e-materials, so 60,000 physical materials, and 8 staff members, 2 of which are high schoolers. So this probably isn't going to fall under their purview, correct? So the amount of time and the practicality of that feels a little onerous at this moment. The other thing I want to suggest for you guys, as we have talked with WLA, is that maybe to require that established reconsideration policies be used before fines or litigation can be initiated. Just follow the policy. If the library doesn't follow the policy, then maybe we pursue litigation, ensuring complaints are handled through existing community-based processes. And also, finally, we would be willing to talk about library cards. Can we do a juvenile versus an adult library card? And I would stand for any questions.
Thank you. Representative Lean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today. My question is about the size of your library. We have the clause in here that talks about materials that are aimed towards young children. In the layout of your library, would it be possible to make sure that anything aimed towards a young adult or a child or a tween would be segregated from an adult section?
Ma'am.
Chairman Olson, Representative Lean, at this time, we do have our library pretty well segregated. I think most of us do. So if you walked into the Goshen County Library, as you look to your left, you would see our juvenile section and our early childhood readers, leveled readers, we call them. And then to your right, you would see an adult fiction section and mystery section. So they, although it is one big room, there is a separation.
Thank you. All right, in our online world, do we still have folks there who wish to testify? 3? All right, let's start bringing them in.
So, Mr. Chairman, up first, we'll have Mary Lee White,
Okay,
followed by Audrey Kemp.
okay.
Hello, my name is Mary Lee White. And I thank you for allowing me the chance to speak. This bill would, I don't think anybody's quite said this yet, that this bill would essentially label all information about sexuality as sexually explicit and restrict access for anyone under 18. That definition is far too broad and would sweep up valuable age-appropriate resources on health, relationships, and human development. Wyoming already has obscenity laws that protect us from material with no redeeming value. This proposal goes further, allowing one group's personal beliefs about morality to dictate what all families can access. Parents should decide what their own children read, not what other people's children can read. Libraries exist to serve everyone. They are a place for diverse perspectives where people can explore ideas and think for themselves. This bill would put librarians in the role of moral gatekeepers and limit the freedom of Wyoming residents to choose their own reading materials. I urge you to reject this proposal and keep our libraries free and open to all. And I hope that each of you will visit a children's story time at your library before you move further with this legislation. Our libraries are vibrant and full of happy children who benefit so much from what they find there. And it would be interesting to me to know how many children have actually been harmed in a library because they picked up the wrong book from the shelf. Thank you for your time and for all you do.
Thank you, Ms. White. Representative Lean?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for appearing virtually today and hanging in there while we work through our time. My question is, you were talking about dictated choices. Would you consider it that health choices are dictated by age restrictions on products like alcohol and tobacco?
Ms. White?
Yeah, I would, and I think that's certainly appropriate.
Thank you.
All right.
I just don't see that library books fall into the same category.
Thank you, Ms. White. We appreciate you tuning in with us. Go to Kemp. Is that who's next? Welcome, Ms. Kemp.
Thank you. Sorry,
Go ahead and introduce yourself and then tell us what you want us to hear.
My name is Audrey Kemp. I am a mother of 4 children, and I am also currently employed as a librarian in the Uinta County Library System. I do not represent the Uinta County Library System. I am, however, representing myself and my opinions based on my experiences. And I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous. The idea of this bill, as it were the pie in the sky, of removing obscene and sexually explicit content from libraries sounds great on paper. I love the idea that all books would have a rating system similar to digital materials, rated R, PG-13, PG, G, Y7, NC-17 are not rated, but this does not exist. There is no place that I, as a librarian or as a mom, can search up a book and find out what type of content is in that book. The idea of age-appropriate placement in a library is a lovely idea. And for the most part, as it has already been described, that does exist. We have our young adult books in a different section from our children's books and our juvenile books, and they are on the other side of the building from our adult books. However, there is no delineation that would say this child that's 12 years old cannot come and look in this part of the young adult section. So when it comes to looking at the content of materials, in order to follow the statute that is being discussed, a database would really need to be created for the purchases of the books for libraries to refer to. Would the state of Wyoming be willing to fund such a database? Would the state be willing to hire a team to categorize books into rating categories similar to what now exists in digital materials? This system, as I mentioned, does not exist. A question was asked in the previous meeting that I watched regarding monitoring the different sections of a library. The library that I work for is very small. There are 3 employees. We have a total of 40 hours in one work week that the 3 of us split. And there are times where we are here alone managing the library. Managing the library includes the circulation desk, shelving books, taking care of questions that come from patrons. And so our eyes are not always available to monitor every section of the library. So that becomes a very problematic situation that has been described for me to monitor who's going where and when. In our current young adult section, we have approximately 1,200 books. I have no idea.
Ms. Kemp, sorry, that is time. I gave you some extra time, but we are limiting testimony.
Fair.
Any questions for Ms. Kemp? All right, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Do we have one more online?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We have Melissa Snyder.
Let's bring Ms. Snyder in.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
You are all really hanging in well. It's a long day for you, and I really thank you all very much for your work. Good afternoon, good evening, Chairman Olson and committee. My name is Melissa Snyder. I've been a library professional for more than 20 years, and I begin my 17th year as an elementary school librarian here in Jackson, Wyoming next week. I am here on behalf of the Wyoming Library Association's School Library Interest Group, of which I've been the chair for several years. I would like to express our view that this legislation is unnecessary and our concerns about the harm it could cause for students and school districts in our state. School librarians are an integral part of education in Wyoming. We know and we teach every student. We work in partnership with parents to raise informed, resilient kids and teens. Like many educators, I am also a parent. I want to assure you and the public that protecting minors is a shared priority of ours. Effective policies in local districts already guide the selection and removal of library materials in schools and establish a process for reconsideration. Age and developmental level are already fundamental to our selection processes. School librarians are respected leaders. My concern with this legislation begins with the distrust at its core. The draft language fails to acknowledge the voices of thousands of parents around our state who know and trust educators and librarians to support their children and teens at school. Overstepping local policies with vague and threatening legislation disempowers parents, assumes the worst of educators and librarians, and discards the long-standing Wyoming value of local control. School librarians are budget conscious. Our school district budgets are thoughtfully managed, and taxpayer dollars are directed to help each learner in our state achieve their full potential. The proposed fines in the draft bill are egregious, and the phrase "any interested party" promises to invite a colossal waste of staff time and taxpayer funds on unfounded complaints. School librarians are essential. Our students deserve highly qualified educators in their classrooms, including more certified school librarians with the expertise and training to follow district policies and curate quality collections for their learning communities. When students read about developmentally relevant topics, it helps prepare them for a world that will certainly not protect them. We would respectfully ask that you abandon efforts to dictate what's on our shelves and instead empower educators to partner with parents at the local level to continue providing excellent resources and engaging reading materials that help our students learn, grow, and thrive. Thank you, and I stand for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Snyder? All right, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Looks like we have one more in the room. Ma'am, you're up. You'll have
Thank
to-
you.
oh,
What?
You're good. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. You have had a really long day, and I appreciate you lasting so long. I know you have more things ahead of you. My name is Ann McKinnon. I live here in Casper. I'm the mother of a son who's now 32, but went through the entire Natrona County school system. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm well aware of the provision in the Constitution having to do with the legislature needing to guard morality, and I think the legislature has done an excellent job in the past of delegating things like county library management and school library management to the county commissioners and the school boards. And I think the testimony has been quite clear that people here from people in those positions and the librarians themselves are very careful in and thoughtful in selecting age-appropriate materials. And so I think in the end, and Ms. Snyder mentioned distrust, I think in the end, if you pass this bill, which I agree is completely unnecessary, you will encourage the legislature to be in the position of insulting the professional librarians in all the counties in the state, as well as those who work for the school districts. Further, I think you would put the legislature in the position of appearing to want to have people be afraid to exercise, to work, to perform their jobs. Clearly a $50,000 penalty, and the idea of any interested party can sue are intimidating. And I can't believe that any of you or the rest of the legislature really wants to live in a state where people are afraid to perform their jobs. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions for Ms. McKinnon? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Committee, we have a couple of topics left that we can probably wrap up in a decent amount of time. You have before you the legislation. I think you have two options. Public comment is closed. We can carry the bill over to the next meeting without any additional public comment, but allow that meeting to work the bill. I've heard swirls that there are amendments to this bill, so that's why I proposed that as an option. If you want to work the bill, though, you can certainly make that motion, and we can move the bill and we can work it now. It's really up to your pleasure, but those are my thoughts. Representative Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should hold on to this for a while. I think our heads are a little fried. We need to think a little more clearly. We need some more time to talk to more people and make sure that we fine tune any amendments that we do have rather than slap something together tonight when we're already exhausted.
Okay, everyone feel good with that? We'll go ahead and table this bill. There will be no additional public comment. Please be aware of that. It'll just be time reserved to work the bill. So yeah, I agree with Representative Kelly. This is a great opportunity to look for amendments and work on amendments. And I know there was some mention of a working group, for example. I'm not going to assign an official working group, but you know, there is enough time between now and the next meeting that if you have amendments, you can circulate them to your representative or your senator. That's an open invitation to the public to participate in the process. We would love to have your thoughts. So thank you for that. With that, committee, we have two topics left. The next one, Wyoming Probate Code, should only take a couple of minutes. I believe they're just going to provide us with an update. They're not requesting any action from the committee at this time. They're just going to provide a brief update. It should last a couple of minutes. Let the room kind of clear out here. We have Mr. Meyer in the Zoom world. Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Washit, members of the committee, Scott Meyer, on behalf of your, I guess, Wyoming Probate Code Working Group. I wanted you to all to know that we've reached out to a lot of attorneys, and we had a lot of attorneys reach out to us and other people, as I might imagine, state trust officers and others that have some interest in this. I provided Chairman Olson with a list, but I'm happy to go over that. We have, counting Mr. Harmon and myself, we have about 13 other individuals. We have Mr. Nolan Thomas in Gillette. We have Ms. Lindsay Wozniak in Cheyenne. We have the Honorable Judge Perry in Buffalo. We have Mr. John Fritz in Cheyenne. We have Nikki Horton in Riverton, the Honorable Judge Blumel in Kemmerer. As I mentioned, the Honorable Senator Jared Olson in Cheyenne. Mr. Nick Norris at the Lubnall Law Firm in Gillette, but he's actually in Cheyenne. Mr. Ken Barb in Casper as well. Mr. Craig Cook in Laramie. Mr. Christopher Sherwood in Sheridan. And then, as I mentioned, Lance Harmon and myself here in Cheyenne. One thing that I will point out to you is that in the general discussion with the other attorneys, the general consensus, it seems to be that if you're from out of state and you're practicing in Wyoming, or you are relocated to Wyoming, but you're familiar with other states' laws, is that they all like the Uniform Probate Code. But generally speaking, I would say that the Wyoming attorneys that we spoke with have no interest in adopting the Uniform Probate Code. They think that our Wyoming Probate Code is sufficient, that it definitely needs some updating and what have you, especially with respect to the changes we made last year for summary distribution and then how that applies to ancillary probates. But we have a handful of these kind of issues that we are excited to work through. I will caution the committee, though, this is not something that will be ready for you before the budget session. This will take at least 2 years. So we're probably looking at a minimum of trying to do something in 27, and maybe 28, but we're guessing 27. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
All right, committee, there you have an update on that. Representative Chestik has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for being here and hanging in until this late hour for us. I'm curious about why there's no interest in adopting the Uniform Probate Code. If you could elaborate on that. I guess my question or concern is that there's a number of people who do migrate in. Sometimes people with great wealth migrate in, and therefore, if they migrate from a state where they executed a will under the Uniform Probate Code, and how different is our code from the Uniform Probate Code, and does that discourage people from migrating in because they have to redo their wills?
Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Chestik, I would tell you that the reasons why people don't necessarily want to adopt the Uniform Probate Code are probably is the number of stars in the sky. Everybody has their own reason. But I do believe that Wyoming has prided itself on doing its own home cooking, if you will. We did that with our corporate statutes, our LLC statutes, our registered agent statutes. Your Wyoming Judiciary, your Wyoming Council are all very familiar with the Wyoming Probate Code. And to try to change that horse now would just cause a lot of problems in a lot of people's minds. And frankly, Representative, I'll tell you that if you had attorneys that were probably every one of them that were under the age of 30, that probably would be exciting. But since you have not so many that way, and you got a lot more that are older that are used to this, my guess is that they want to deal with something that they're familiar with. They do want to tweak it, but they don't want to try to change everything wholesale.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. Any other questions for Mr. Meyer? All right, you all have to, at least you representatives have to win an election before you can see the final results of this issue, apparently. It's going to take a couple years, so we'll see what happens. Thank you, Mr. Meyer, for the update. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, last on our list here is fentanyl and controlled substances. We have a legislative service overview. Is that Pierre or who is that? Okay.
Yep, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Clarissa Nord with LSO. So, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'll just provide a very brief overview of the spreadsheet that's included in your materials. This is Appendix 13-01. And this comparison is based on statutory language and criminal provisions from all 50 states. And this was requested by the committee during the May meeting. So I'll just address a couple of columns in the spreadsheet for you all. So of course, we list the state first. We include the statutory references. Then we highlight if the penalties are different from other controlled substances, and if those states do have different penalties, we highlight those states in green. And then we review the scheduling of fentanyl and its analogs. I wanted to note that many states follow federal law in this regard, and they have the ability to adjust their schedules through rulemaking. But this review didn't include an analysis of all 50 states' rules and regulations. And then we provide the criminal provisions related to fentanyl possession, the distribution of fentanyl, and then those exposing others to fentanyl, which can include first responders or children or law enforcement personnel. And then finally, we have fentanyl-related offenses involving minors. So with that, I think I'll pause there for the spreadsheet. Happy to provide some examples of some states and highlight those. And certainly answer any questions. And then finally, I just wanted to highlight the 2 studies that were included in your materials as well. This is appendices 1302 and 1303. So we included a modeling study of Colorado's 2022 fentanyl possession law, as well as a US DOJ report that provides an overview of federal enforcement and sentencing trends. And this just may serve as a useful resource for the committee. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of LSO? All right, we appreciate you putting together this research. You've done a good job, and for those of us that did review it, Representative Singh, we found it very helpful. Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to take this time to address part of the reason why we requested the analysis of the 50 states and fentanyl is because there are different analogs that are coming along, and there are particular gaps that are coming along, discrepancies between federal drug policy and Wyoming drug policy. And I'm not saying that Wyoming should give up its sovereignty and automatically default to the national standard on every case, but because of how every bill, in order for something to be on the controlled substance list, it would require a bill from us. As new substances are found and are used by the public, we end up in a situation where there is a gap and things are legal in Wyoming but may be illegal on the federal level. And so I'm wondering if we could get 2 things, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if we could get LSO to examine the Federal Controlled Substance Act and to see where there are gaps in between Wyoming and the federal standards. And then if that could be something like a reoccurring action for LSO to present that information to upcoming legislatures as well, so that way we don't have to address every single chemical as it comes along, like whack-a-mole. And then I have another thing, but Chairman Washington has something to say.
Chairman Washington.
You know, it's a worthy idea, but I think in reality, statute has to accurately describe the product that's being prohibited. And as new products come along or variations come along, you know, we've tried to solve that through the years by including language about analogs and various reconfigurations of chemical compounds that would, you know, minimally change things and say those 2 are covered by the existing legislation. But if, you know, some brand new product shows up, we have no choice but to do whack-a-mole and for the legislature to decide whether to include that product or not include that product. So I'm curious about your approach, how we might do that without legislation. I think you have to have legislation to bring new samples into, or new substances under the act.
Representative Singh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Washit, I wasn't suggesting that, that we bypass the legislative process with this, but rather that it becomes a norm with the committee to have regular updates on what additional substances are being added to the controlled substance list. And that's a great segue for the point that I'm trying to make. I've received concern from my community about kratom, and specifically about 7-O. 7-O hydroxy, I think is what it is. I may have missed that specifically, but it's called 7-O, and it's a synthetic product that has it's made out of a compound that is found in the kratom plant, it's being used in Wyoming. It's being sold at convenience stores and smoke shops and even gas stations. And there is definitely potential for addiction. And part of what this particular committee does is look at the Controlled Substance Act. And so I'm intending to take that challenge on as a personal bill for the session. But as other drugs come along, I would like to make sure that this committee is armed with the new information as it comes along.
And Representative Singh, even though this topic says fentanyl and controlled substances, the interim topic was designed around fentanyl, and we tried to keep it narrow to fentanyl in the directive of what we would study. My fear is that your request of LSO, which I agree with is a good request, but my fear is it may expand us outside of what the actual interim topic was narrowed to, which was fentanyl. So maybe a later task of the judiciary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, perhaps for the next interim, we can look into that. But I do want to sound the alarm specifically on 7-O and just let you guys know that we're working on that.
Great.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Yes,
Mr. Fuller.
if I may, not in response to the kratom discussion, but the first discussion about the addition of substances. Mr. Chairman, 35, 7, 10, 11, A and D, these are provisions in the Controlled Substances Act. 1011A allows the Commissioner of Drugs and Substance Control, that's the Attorney General, may add substances to or delete or reschedule substances that are enumerated in statute. And then subsection D provides that if a substance is designated, rescheduled, or deleted under federal law, then the Attorney General must make a similar action in the state law schedules. Mr. Chairman, I've reviewed generally all of the rules from the Attorney General that do that amend or reschedule or designate a new substance. I don't recall any off the top of my head, but I know that various offshoots of fentanyl have been incorporated in response to federal action. So I think with that provision in statute, Mr. Chairman, if federal law does something, we are generally responding to that and aligning that as well.
By rule, and then does that, at some point in time, does that require any statutory work from us, or we just operate just fine off of the rule?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't speak as to how, practically we operate in terms of like a law enforcement perspective, but the way the statute is read, that has generally been covered by rule. And so those schedules, if you go to the rules of the Attorney General on the rules website, you'd be able to see Schedule 1, 2, and so forth, the list of substances that include substances that are in addition to those specified in statute.
Very good. Yes, Representative Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Mr. Fuller about the HHS public access handout that he gave us. On page 15, it talks about the MOUD, or the medication for opioid use disorder. Am I interpreting this correctly on this chart, that even if we have a diversion program in place, that person then ends up back on fentanyl?
Mr. Fuller?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Lee, I'm hard pressed to get into the specifics. I just understood this to be a model diagram of this. And Mr. Chairman, just by way of, why we included these as materials, there was a request at the May meeting, if there were any studies related to the use of drugs and incarceration rates and increased penalties. These were the two studies that we found that were most responsive, regardless of however responsive they were. These were the closest we could find to respond to that request.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, do we have any public comment? No public comment? Go back to the committee. Representative Washut.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the subtopics of fentanyl that was brought to us, I believe, by Mr. Shaner of the superintendent's office was to look at the delivery of the product to children. And in our statute, Mr. Fuller might be able to pull up the statute, and there's a provision that if an individual it's got the age gap into the statute. And so I'm just thinking that when we're talking about something with the potential lethality of fentanyl or carfentanil or some of these other emerging synthetic opioids, that it really maybe doesn't matter whether the person selling that fentanyl to your 17-year-old is 18, 19, 20, 50, right? The fact is somebody just sold your kid a potentially fatal dose of fentanyl. And so I would suggest that maybe the committee have a bill draft developed that would do away with the age gap when it comes to a substance like fentanyl when it's being delivered by, an adult to a child, regardless of the age gap.
Mr. Fuller.
So Mr. Chairman, Chairman Washut, the statute that was referenced is 35.7.1036A, and that's the provision that has a sentence that says that any person 18 or over who distributes Schedule 1, 2, or 3 substance to a person under 18 and at least 3 years younger is punishable by a fine authorized a term of imprisonment up to twice that off. So it would be up to a double prison penalty for that age gap. Mr. Chairman, I understand that the idea would be to remove fentanyl from that. And then, Mr. Chairman, my question would be, should another penalty or something be specified in place of this, this double prison penalty?
So my suggestion would be a bill draft that would do away with the age gap for fentanyl so that regardless of the differential in age, if an adult sells fentanyl or delivers fentanyl to a person under the age of 18, the enhanced penalties would apply.
All right. Everyone okay with that? Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Representative Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with the good co-chairman about the necessity of this. Just I would like to make a distinction that fentanyl is the type of drug that is also added to other drugs, and other drugs are like laced with fentanyl. And so when just practically on the ground, somebody could think that they have methamphetamine, but it's actually adulterated fentanyl mixed with methamphetamine. And so they would have no idea because of how small fentanyl is and how hard it is to track unless you have a specific test. And so that is my only concern, but I agree with the bill and concept.
If you're going to deal drugs, you better dot your I's and cross your T's. That's the lesson there, Representative Singh. Representative Washut, did you have something? No. Everyone good with that? We'll see that bill draft at the next committee meeting. Okay. With anything else, committee, on fentanyl? If not, let's just take 5 minutes and then we'll be done. Just take 5 minutes, Mr. Fuller, and let's go over our directives.
Okay. Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a summary of the actions of the Joint Judiciary Committee today. The committee decided to continue 26 LSO 75 Department of Family Services confidentiality amendments with the amendments that were adopted to the third meeting. The committee continued 26 LSO 76 mineral interest reversion for non-use to the next meeting with a working group of Senators Crago, Hicks, and Kolb, Representative Singh, and Representative Chestick. The committee voted to sponsor on reconsideration 26 LSO 81 theft amendments. The committee continued 26 LSO 82 absconding for criminal purposes with amendments. The committee failed to sponsor 26 LSO 77 Supreme Court Justices Senate confirmation. The committee requested a bill draft based on the Department of Health proposal for their ability to enter into contracts with counties for securing and providing treatment to mentally ill defendants. And then, Mr. Chairman, with that, a letter I will draft on you and the co-chairman's behalf to the Joint Appropriations Committee regarding funding for that bill draft, and then also Senator Crumb's request for funding for reimbursement for hospitals that would go from counties to those hospitals. The committee voted to sponsor 26 LSO 78 stalking of minors. And then the committee continued 26 LSO 79, grooming of a minor for a sexual offense, and 26 LSO 80, sexually explicit materials in libraries requirements. And then, Mr. Chairman, another bill draft that would carve out a separate double prison penalty for the distribution of fentanyl from adult to minors, regardless of the age of the minor. And then, Mr. Chairman, and I'll send an email to the committee to this effect as well, but for 26 LSO 80, the sexually explicit material and library bill draft, if there are amendments, I'm more than happy to work with individual members on those. I would just ask that we complete the work on those amendments by September 22nd. That would be 3 weeks before the meeting, and that would allow sufficient time to prepare those materials and make sure they're posted by the 2 weeks before the meeting commences. With that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer questions about that list.
Sounds about right. Co-Chairman Washit. Did we get it all?
I got it all.
Okay. Did everyone turn in a reimbursement form?
Yeah, a couple. I got
You want to change yours? Yeah, it's late, so if you're going to stay over, you take this back and change your travel date. Just let me get, yeah. Otherwise, everyone good?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So this committee's now been sitting here for almost 12 and a half hours. And the reason we're sitting here is because of policy adopted by Management Council on one-day meetings. And to Representative Kelly's work, I don't know about the rest of you, I don't do my best work at 7 o'clock at night when I've been sitting here taking public testimony for 11 or 12 hours. So I would hope, I know I have one of my representatives here for Management Council, but I think, and this isn't the only committee that's meeting till late in the evenings and stuff, and I do not think that the minuscule amount of money that we are saving by not having a second day meeting, particularly these committees like Judiciary and corporations that have very weighty subjects that the people of the state of Wyoming want addressed, services the state of Wyoming based on the cost to sit here for 12 hours or 12 and a half hours. And then now it's an extra night in a motel, which we would have had anyway if we'd had a second day of meeting. You're still going to get the travel. But Mr. Chairman, I hope this gets back to Management Council. This is not a good way to legislate for committees to work 12 and a half hours a day and make good decisions, so.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. And I think Co-Chairman Washington and I will diligently review what we have for the next meeting. And if I don't want to do this to everyone either. So, if that's the case, we can always go back and request the extra meeting day to make sure we're not here until the wee hours of the night. I agree with you. We don't do our best work at 8 o'clock at night. So you're well heard. Thank you.
Yeah, and then, Mr. Chairman, the last meeting is scheduled for Monday, October 13th in Cheyenne.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up on that, just a suggestion that the chairman may consider, you may want to pose that request to the Management Council before we get to our next meeting, and then we're there till 8 o'clock at night. It's
Sure.
preemptive if we need it based on the agenda, because just looking at what we got a lot to try to get through in one day, so. Anyway.
Thank you. Representative Co-Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. I want to thank our LSO staff, the people in the room that have been sitting out there in chairs that are less comfortable than the chairs I'm sitting in, and
they're not very
after 12 and a half hours, this one's not particularly comfortable. And I just want to thank the committee for hanging in there, persevering, getting the work done. It's commendable effort on your part, and thank the LSO staff. I know you were here early this morning trying to make sure the cameras are all going to work right, and here we are this late at night still here, and so just thank you from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you. Committee, travel safe if you're traveling. We are adjourned.
7 minutes all the way across.